Test, test. All right, all right. Like I said, I'm just kind of doing this on spur at the moment. So if anybody happens to pop in, I'm going to just show you kind of what I'm doing. And I might actually say walk through a CTF, just depends. Just got a couple little ideas I just want to kind of throw out there and kind of see, what others may be thinking of. And I'm downloading some stuff at the time. So just to kind of give you a little idea of what I'm doing here, let's do a share screen. Do the entire screen. So this is what we're working on right now. I was While I'm doing my CTFs, I was like, you know what? What other things or projects could we actually work on while we're going through the CTF? Now, those that have watched some of my previous videos now, when I'm doing my write up, I give you tons of links and resources so you can, you know, dig a little bit deeper and, explore more on your own. Well, I was thinking, well, DHCP, which we've talked about, and the same thing with ARP request. I was showing you how we can do the request, but I was like, you know what? When it comes to hacking, what other, and again, these are old attacks, but I was like, why don't we create like an actual lab, which again, there's tons of labs out there. So we can do our CTFs like we're doing, and you guys can play along. And then I was like, well, you know what? There's other platforms that we could use, like Metasploitable. And that's what I'm going to show you guys. So, right. So what we're going to do is I'm just going to give you a little bit of a rundown, real quick rundown of setting up an actual virtual hacking lab. Okay. So this way we'll be able to jump into all sorts of different types of projects that we could work on. So like Active Directory, which that's what I'm downloading right now, Server 2019. And I'll just show you. I'm just following along with this article, okay? And you'll see I've already got some of this already installed. All right. So how to create a virtual hacking lab, an ultimate setup. And this is May 10th of 2024 by Christopher Morrison at Station X. And I truly appreciate Station X for writing this write-up. Well, actually, this article. I've seen many other articles and stuff, but I was like, you know what? This one has about there's many other labs I want to set up, but I think for right now, this is going to work for what we're going to want to do, especially starting out and doing some hacking and stuff. All right, especially for the students. All right, so let's see. We scroll down here. See how to create a virtual hacking lab for pen testing. So it says, however, many books you've read or courses you've taken, you know nothing beats a hands-on practice. And I totally agree. Hands-on practice is the way to go. So obviously, attacking random systems is out of the question. Ethical hackers avoid legal trouble, right? Remember, we're ethical hackers, so we are only going to go after targets that we have consent or in a lab environment, right? And paid services can be pricey, which they do have paid labs and stuff, but like I said, we just want to do all this locally on our own machine. So the obvious alternative is to build the lab yourself, right? Well, good news. Excuse me. We're going to show you how to do exactly that. In fact, we'll show you 4 levels of difficulty and complexity for our home lab. Now, again, you guys don't have to build each one of these labs. You can just build one lab and you can go from there, right? Now, the thing is, I'm trying to put all 4 in one because, again, I won't have to go back and set it up. We'll already have everything configured and we'll be ready to rock and roll. But also, it just depends upon your hardware, and you'll see in the article when it comes to the hardware, your RAM, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so we got, and again, this is just a live stream. So anybody that pops in and stuff, feel free. You can ask me any questions, anything that you want to kind of know, and we'll kind of cover it. Again, I'm just doing something to pass a little bit of time and was just thinking, you know what, while I'm setting this up, I might as well, sit and actually maybe talk to a few people if they happen to be up and might want to drop in during my stream. All right. And if we look up here, Yeah, I still got 15 minutes while I'm still waiting for that download. Okay, so first we'll cover a basic setup that has your attack box and a vulnerable machine to work on. Second, we'll chain vulnerable machines together so you have a virtual lab network to practice pivoting. Sorry, that you can access your pivoting through. Thirdly, we'll get you an active Active Directory domain. And that's the part that I'm going to be setting up too. Now, again, there's another great lab, but it's very hardware extensive. So I was like, we'll start out with this small one and then we can build out to that later and stuff. But again, I just want to give you guys just a couple ideas of where my channel's kind of going and different ideas and stuff that I do have in my head. So I always want to make sure that I keep creating content that'll keep everybody engaged, and therefore I'll have content to follow up as I'm building my courses. So that's why I'm thinking while I'm creating my training courses, right? Then I also have the labs and stuff. So I think if I sit here and demonstrate it to people, you'll have a general idea of kind of what I'm going to cover. And we're going to learn all the fundamentals. And now we'll have our little labs to play around with and stuff too, and test on. As like I mentioned to you before, we got our Kali Linux installed, and you guys will actually be doing that. And this lab, it's showing you Kali. A lot of this I already had installed, so I'm just building upon what I've already have. But if you guys actually want, I'll post this link in here. Let me grab it. Copy, paste, and I'm going to put it down here in the chat if anybody wants to follow along. Here is the Station X, I'll say. Here is the Station X article I am using in this live stream. All right, so if anybody drops in, I think I could actually pin this too. Pin it. There, now it's pinned. All right. Okay. Now let me come back over here. Grab this article again. Put it down here. This is the article I am using for the okay. Now we'll pin it. Okay. All righty. All right, so now I got a pin message. Okay. Okay, so continue. So first, we'll cover a basic setup that has your attack box and a vulnerable machine to work on. Second, we'll chain vulnerable machines together so you have a virtual lab network to practice pivoting through. And thirdly, we'll get you an Active Directory domain controller. Finally, help you build your own vulnerable multi-machine Active Directory network to really hone those hacking skills. So yeah, that's a lab that'll kind of build off itself, right? So get your fingerless gloves, your baggy black hoodie, all right, because we're hackers, always got a stereotype, and your energy drink ready because you're about to learn how to create a virtual hacking lab for pen testing. All right, so let's go. So what is a virtual hacking lab? If this is old news, feel free to jump down to the preparation section. Otherwise, we will encourage you to read on. So, therefore, with any newcomers, we're just going to continue to read on so you'll get a good understanding of what we're setting up here. A virtual hacking lab is a simulated environment with intentionally vulnerable machines for you to attack within your home network. Now, notice again, intentionally vulnerable machines for you to attack and practice your hacking within your home network. Those vulnerable hosts will be run through virtualization software. And in this article, they're going to use VirtualBox. I am using VMware Workstation, which you can use as well. And I'll show you the website where you can get VMware for free. Again, as long as you're using it for, well, it's actually been expired, but you have to normally have a license. But since you're using this for personal use, you're going to be able to use the older version for free and any older versions prior to that of VMware Workstation. But I'll show you that here in just a second. Okay, so virtualization software, allowing them to run inside your current host machine as if they were their own physical computers. We are basically creating computers within your computer. No need for additional physical hardware. Once set up, you will use your attacking machine to scan these targets for vulnerabilities and attempt to break into them. There are benefits and downsides to a setup like this. The biggest benefit is cost. All the examples we'll be showing you are absolutely free. And who don't like free, right? I know I like free. Now, again, free as in free beer, right? Or do you think free beer? No, free as in one, these resources are free, but your time's not free. And number two, do you have the physical hardware? Okay. So again, it's going to give us the specs. So those would just be minimum requirements for you to be able to set up this type of lab. You can start right now without a credit card. Again, I'll never ask you for any money and I'll never ask you for no credit card. So you guys have nothing to worry about. You also have the ability to customize your lab however you like. So as long as you have the technical skills, finally, you have unlimited time to work on a target. You can leave these machines open or save their state and shut them down until later. So that's another nice part about having your own home lab, especially if it's on your laptop. It's portable. You can take it with you as long as you have internet service. And even if the internet does go down, you can still run them locally on your device. So that's always a great benefit. And like I said, the other platforms they're talking about and stuff is yes, there's platforms, they're already hosting the machines and they do all that for you, like Hack the Box, Try Hack Me. A lot of them are, they do got free boxes and then they also got paid tiers. And again, great services just as well. But again, I kind of like to have more control. And again, just the perks of having your own home lab. Okay. And again, it's for learning and educational purposes. So try all the things, right? That's what I always say. Try all the things and find out what you like and what, best suits you and your situation, right? It's not perfect, however. See, you need to have the physical resources to handle your lab. This means a CPU capable of virtualization. You probably have this, but it's not a guarantee. And enough RAM to partition out. It also means you were handling technical issues and troubleshooting on your own. As with like a Hack the Box or anything else, yes, they got to maintain their server. They got to keep everything up and running. With this, you're right. You're hosting it yourself. It's on your local device. If you have hardware issues, if you have any troubleshooting, if things aren't connecting correctly, that's all on you. But that's great because this is how we learn, right? And you can Google search it. So again, it's giving you a better, to me, understanding. But sometimes people just want things right out of the box, right? They just want to turn it on, have it work, and then they can just jump right into it. But with this and stuff, we're setting it up, we're creating, and it's not that difficult. Okay. Now, if we were creating a full stack and we were creating a server, and that, yeah, there's a lot more to all that. But this is just a basic home lab setup. So there's not much to this. Okay. So nothing to worry about here. So, paid vulnerable systems as a service, such as Hack the Box. And again, Hack the Box does have free boxes, okay? So it's not like the whole thing's paid. But if you do want to use it as a service, yes, they got a paid tier. Okay? Handle all of it for you at a cost, of course, which again, yes, if you want convenience and you want to have certain things running all the time and you don't want to have to deal with the headaches of you hosting and blah blah blah. Yes, there's services like Hack the Box, Try Hack Me, and other platforms. Despite this, a home lab remains a great option for hacking in a virtual environment. Being forced to troubleshoot is a great learning experience, and with our walkthrough, you shouldn't have much issue. So now let's talk about preparation. So let's go down to the preparation. Let's make sure that you have what you need to get started before building out the labs, right? Because we don't want to have you jump into a project and then halfway, or like, so we start getting into it, and you're like, wait a minute, my hardware is not even going to support this. Then we're going to have some issues. So, yes, it's always good to read documentation first, and let's verify the hardware setup that you have. So, what hardware do you need? Firstly, let's talk about hardware. You will need a CPU that can handle virtualization, right? And most computers, like I said, if you're on Windows, hit Control Shift Escape to open Task Manager and click the Performance tab. If it says virtualization enabled, you're good. So we came over here. Oh, sorry, let's come down here. And we'll just go Control Alt Delete. We got the Task Manager. I'm running on a dual screen, so it should pop up. Yeah, there we go. Come to, let's see, should be in performance right there. If you're looking at performance here, I mean, look, virtualization is enabled. Okay. So we just showed that right here. So Control Alt Delete on your Windows machine. Once it comes up, come back underneath the performance tab and you'll see right there. It should say enabled. If it does not, that does not mean that your system cannot support it. It just means that you did not set it up. And usually in your BIOS, if it's like HP or whoever, I don't know, what to say HP. When you first boot up your computer, it usually says F2 or F1. You'll see a little pop up real quick. If you click that, you'll go into the BIOS. All you need to do is in your BIOS, you're going to look for a tab that usually says, a lot of times it'll say virtualization or hardware acceleration. All you need to do, you go in there and you just want to make sure that the check mark is checked. Let's say they might even tell you about this here in just a second in this article. Let's see. Alternatively, you can check your CPU online to see if it qualifies. Most modern CPUs made in the last 5 years won't have any issues. You also need sufficient RAM. Yeah, see, it's not really telling you, but if it's not configured on your laptop or your PC, usually in your BIOS settings, there's a virtualization. All you got to do is just make sure that that is turned on, that it's enabled. If it's enabled, you reboot your computer. Once it comes back on, now you should be able to turn these services on. There's another service that we could use called WSL, but we're not going to get into all that now. We're just talking about running a hypervisor, okay? And in our situation, it's going to be VMware. And before I go let's go through this. I don't want to skip ahead. See, we also need to check our RAM. Okay. So your RAM is your memory, right? So you'll also need sufficient RAM. For our level 1 build, you can probably get away with 6 gigs on the low end. 8 gigs is preferred. Okay. When you start running multiple machines, 3 or more, you'll want to have at least 16 gigs to run the machines and your host system. So remember, it's sharing the RAM with your actual physical computer, right? Your host. So therefore, if you're running Windows, it usually needs a minimum of 4 gigs. Okay, that's a minimum. Now the thing is, let's say you have 16 gigs. 4 needs to go to your actual, let's say running Windows, your Windows device. That means you only have 12 gigs left. Let's say we give Callie 6 gigs, right? That means we only have 6 gigs left now remaining. So let's say if we got 2 more virtual machines, they can only have up to 3 gigs of memory. Some might require more, some less. So you got to take, you got to, you got to take account the more machines you have and your hardware specifications, okay? So that it can restrict you back. But again, sometimes you don't need 3 virtual machines, and most of the labs I've been showing you guys, we're only running 2. Kali, I mean, there is 3 if you add the host, which is our Windows system, but we're running Kali, and we're usually running our victim or attack target, okay? And in these first 2 labs, well, sorry, the first lab that you'll see here, it's gonna be Metasploitable. And now they put Metasploitable 2, but I'm also gonna show you how we can get Metasploitable 3. It's pretty much set up the exact same way, okay? So, it says, let's see. When you start running multiple machines, 3 or more, see, you'll want to at least have 16 gigs to run your machines and your host system. For our last build in the list, you'll need a lot of resources, but we'll explain that more when we get there. And the reason why is because we're going to be running Active Directory. And my Active Directory just got done downloading. So, so now let's get you the software. So what software will you need to set up this lab? You'll need your hypervisor, the virtualization software we'll use to run the machines. There are many, including there's Hyper-V, which is from Microsoft. We have VMware, which is what I like to use. And then you can learn how to install Kali Linux on VMware here. But we will install VirtualBox by Oracle in this article. And VirtualBox is very similar like VMware. It's nothing but a hypervisor, and it's free as well. Visit, see, the VirtualBox website. So if we click here, here's VirtualBox, right? And then all you got to do, you scroll down. Haven't been here in a while, so it looks like, yeah, there's 7.0 on this one. And let's see, right here, downloads. If you go to download, you can look here for your operating system that you have a choice. It's cross-platform, so they got Windows. They also have it for Mac, Linux, Solaris, and Solaris 11, it looks like. And another thing that I always try to remind people, if you are going to do this, make sure that when you're getting this, get this extension pack. Okay, they're like little plugins, and it kind of same thing like with VMware. There's some tools that get installed, and that just helps with the screen resolution, the drivers, and also being able to um, work from one system to another, so we can share files and directories and stuff. So again, they're just definitely download this if you're going to use VirtualBox along. And I'll see if they talk about this in the article. I think they do. Let me see. They and download the latest version for your operating system. They have version for Windows, Mac OS, which we just covered. And the standard installation options will be fine. We trust this isn't your first time installing a program, so we'll leave you to it. So again, that's what I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to talk down or make anybody think like I don't think you know how to do stuff. I know I got a lot of newcomers that like to watch my videos. So therefore I want to cover all the basics and fundamentals because sometimes it is trial and error when we're installing stuff. And sometimes we'll forget, oh, there's a little checkbox marked or we didn't check a little box and then we have to go through stuff. If that's what you want to do, hey, you can do that. I hopefully like to fill in all the details. So when you do have those little issues come up, sometimes I do like people to find them out on their own. But it's always nice to have somebody there that can be like, hey, yeah, I've had those same issues myself. And this is how I fix them. Right. But I'm not here to hold your hand and babysit you the whole time. But again, I'm very, it happens. Okay. We don't always get everything installed correctly the first time. Sometimes we're like, what was going on? I'm doing everything exactly step by step that they're saying in this walkthrough. And then you realize, no, they've left out a major step or they overlooked something. All right. Or it could be they were running an older version, you're running something new. It- everything's not always the way it works. So again, that's why I try to, when I go through a walkthrough, I test it. I make sure that, yes, everything's working good on my end. And any issues I had, I try to document it and present it to people. Because again, I don't know. Maybe you went through the same issues that I went through, or maybe you haven't. But it's always good just to document and notate everything. All right. So let's go back a little bit more. See, once you have VirtualBox installed, See, then it says we'll need an attack box. And notice they didn't mention the extension pack, but I'm letting you know you will need that extension pack. Okay. So we'll need an attack box. There are several operating systems designed for this purpose, such as Parrot OS, which is another, what to say, it's very similar to Kali. Okay. It's another pen testing operating system that you can use with pre-installed tools, and you can install your own tools and all that. But there's Parrot, and then they also have Black Arch Linux. Again, whatever your favorite flavor is that you find, efficient and that works for you, hey, more power to you. Me personally, I've always used Kali. I've messed with Parrot before. It's nice. I just feel more comfortable using Kali. But again, it's your own preference, right? And we can click on the link so you guys can see what it's talking about here. So here's Parrot. Let's see if it comes up. Taking a while. This article was written in 2024, so I don't think it's my internet. My internet looks like, oh, internet's working fine. Sure, it's taking a while there. Here it comes. The Parrot SEC, the operating system for hackers. And again, it's an operating system, and it's still based on Linux. All right, the ultimate network for your cybersecurity penetration. So you can download it right here. Parrot 6.1 has been released. So that's the latest. Tools for every operation. Choose between 600 tools for every kind of red and blue team operation. All right, all right. The Parrot Security provides a huge arsenal of tools, utilities, and libraries that IT and security professionals can use to test and assess the security of their assets in a reliable, compliant, and reproducible way. I guess reproducible? I guess maybe that is reproducible. Okay. From information gathering to the final report, the Parrot system gets you covered with the most flexible environment. Okay. And a lot of these are the same tools that we'll find on Kali. Again, but to each their own. Everybody likes different tools. And then they also have their documentation here if you want to read more about it, stuff. And this is where you would download. All right. Let's come back here. Now let's take a look at Black Arch, see what comes up here. Yeah, here's Black Arch. Black Arch Linux, penetration distribution right here. Now there's different types of Arch Linux. Um, there is a version of Arch that you have to create everything from binary. If you're into that, hey, hats off to you. Congrats. Enjoy. I don't find that fun. I like things to just be able to work and straight out of the box, but some people like to roll and build their own. So I would say if you're an Arch user and that's what you like, hey, I'm not stopping you. I ain't hating you. You have fun with that. Me, on the other hand, I just want to go and practice some hacking and break some stuff. But again, everybody's nerdy in their own way, and that's what I love about people. So you do you. The now, Black Arch Linux is an Arch Linux based on penetration testing distribution for penetration testers and security researchers. The repository contains 2,908 tools. You can install tools individually or in groups. Black Arch Linux is compatible with existing Arch installs. For more information, see the installation instructions. So again, they got the instructions. That's images of the ISO of Black Arch. So again, this one's already built. So it looks like all you have to do is download. I haven't really used this, so probably download the ISO. So they got a slim version of the ISO. They got Black Linux for developers. So again, here you can see, got the keys. Let's look down here. Yeah. So let's see. So here's downloads. Let's see what they got here under download. Da, da, da. So here's the ISO image that you would need. Yeah, looks like you could just download that. There you got some torrent sites here. So we got 64-bit. There's the slim. Here's a full version here. Now notice that's 22 gigs for the whole full version. You look down here, the slim version is only 5.5 gigs. And then you got this net installer one for 815 megs. Okay, so therefore that's how you check the sizes, and always check the checksums, the shaw sums. just to make sure nothing got corrupted during download, especially when you're dealing with a torrent. All right, and see here's some OVA images, which are great. That means already pre-installed. So again, those were 29 gigs. Okay, so that gives you an idea of how large the sizes are. All right, let's come back to our article here. And again, in this case, we're going to be using Kali. So see, to install Kali Linux, you're going to go to the Kali Linux website and select virtual machines. All right. So now they've already went through. So here, I just want to show you what I'm using. If you go to VMware Workstation, here's the player. Okay. So as you see in the article, they're using VirtualBox. So what we're going to do is download VMware Workstation Player. You just go to VMware right here. See, there's the commercial license, but if you notice here, here's the Workstation Player right here. Workstation 17 Player for Windows. You just hit download now. And for some reason, the server's timing out, but the download installation will be here. The initial connection between Cloudflare and Network. Looks like they're having issues. But this is where you would actually get the download from. Okay. And then you'll just look up your version. And it should be 64-bit. Most computers are 64-bit these days. But again, that'll be the free version right here. Okay. So it's simple installation. Once you download it, it'll look like this. And I already got it running. So just to give you an idea. This is what we're getting ready to install. Okay. Once you get it installed, this is VMware Workstation. Okay. I'm running an older version, so this ain't the newest version. This is like 15. So as you see, they're on 17. So what you'll be able to do here is these are all the different other virtual machines. Again, I don't have them all running at the same time, but these are all installed. Okay. And I have these used for multiple different reasonings. Okay. And I could probably get rid of that one now. Because I already just installed. Okay, so we got Metasploitable 2 and Metasploitable 3, and that's what this article is going to cover, okay? But again, this is a virtual machine, and if you also notice right here, I have Kali. So all I do is click on it, and if you see right there, there's Kali, okay? Now, we unclick here, this will make my library go away. And again, it's just so it's not being viewed. But if you want to come back, you just go View. You come back down here to Customize, and F9, see, is a hotkey. It brings it back up. So it's not gone. It just gives us more screen space. Okay. All right. So as you see, we're going to install Kali. So by their article, I already have it installed, but we'll show you here. So if we go to the Kali Linux website, right here, choose your platform. And you can do it multiple ways. They got the installer images, or we can come over here to our virtual machine images. Virtual machine images will be a lot easier and are already pre-configured. Okay. So and that's also if you just want to be able to hurry up, have it installed, set up, and you don't have to go through and set up the different features. I'm not saying that it's super hard. It's just it's less time consuming. Okay, and you're going to see when I get ready to do this server 2019. I did the ISO image, and I did that so we can step through. So you'll see if you've ever installed Windows, that's what I'm talking about. This one is, like I said, it's already configured. All you have to do is put the name and the network, everything set up. Okay. So if you come here, this is it says recommended. You can use the images or we can use virtual machines. So you go recommended, virtual machines, and you're going to look for the type of virtual machine image that you're using here. So in our case, it's a 64-bit system. If you still have a 32-bit system, you would choose 32-bit, but most computers today are 64-bit. You scroll down, it's showing you, right? Hyper-V, which was Windows, which we're not dealing with. VirtualBox, if you're using that VirtualBox method in their article, this is the one that you would use. And in our case, it would be VMware 64-bit. And you can use the torrent, right? And then here's the docs if you want to look at that. And here's the sums. So if we look here, we could go, here's the download. Okay, I can download it. It's a 7-zip file. So 7-zip is all that is compressing. So if you don't have that, you can download 7-zip for free or WinRAR. It's usually already on your computer. But again, it'll come into zip file. So you can save it that way, or you can do it through a torrent file. So if we click torrent, it'll save the torrent. And then if you're using uTorrent or whatever torrenting application you're using, it'll download that way. Okay, so once it gets done, all you have to do is extract it out and your image will be there. And it's usually a VMX image. You just double click on it and I'll show you in just 1 second what this would look like. So we'll come here. So let's finish through the article here. All right. So like so, you choose your platform, which I just showed you. I went to the recommended. So you will want to download the VirtualBox because that's the hypervisor that they're using in the article. Again, ours would be VMware, but whatever you want to use. So you will want to download the VirtualBox 64-bit image. This one is already pre-configured for VirtualBox, so you don't have to go through the trouble of installing it as a fresh image. That's what I was just explaining. So again, 64-bit, they chose VirtualBox. They chose the download option. So you think your download will finish as a zip file. You double click the downloaded file to open it with your default zip program. And if you don't have one, you can try 7-zip. It's free. Once open, drag the compressed file to the location of your choice and wait for the extraction to complete. So again, here's 7-zip. Once it opens up, you're just going to take that folder, drag it somewhere on your computer in your downloads, wherever you want to put it. It'll extract out as you see right here. It's extracting it. Navigate to the extracted folder and double click the VBox file. See right here. And if you notice, it says VirtualBox machine. That's the VBox file. And it's got the little square in the front of it. Once you click that, it'll open up in VirtualBox. See? Once you click open, it will launch VirtualBox and the virtual machine will appear in the listed left panel of your VM manager. If you see over here, this will be the virtual machines. This is the same as when I say same, it's similar like VMware. The layout's a lot of this, pretty much it's very similar. So right here, see, this is my library. And then the way that, you know what, let's see if, I think my image is done. So I'll just show you like a real quick setup, okay? What I want to do now is I want to go File. We're going to create a new virtual machine, okay? I'll just kind of show you how this kind of works. Again, I'm running workstation 15. Current is 17, okay? But again, either or work. We're just going to do a typical. We don't need the custom here. So we're going to go next. Right here it says, what are we installing this image from? Do we have a disk? No. Do we have an image? We do, but we're not going to use that right now. We're just trying to create a virtual machine, and then we'll install the operating system after we're finished. So right here, I will install the operating system later. The virtual machine will be created with a blank hard disk, right? And that's fine. So we hit next. Here, we want to name our operating system, right? So what is it? It's Microsoft Windows. I don't think they have 2019 because this was created before 2009. Yeah, okay. We're just going to put Windows Server. We're going to rename it, but we'll just call it Windows Server 2016 for right now. Okay. We click Microsoft, click our version that we want to use. We're going to hit next. Now we're going to change the name. We can change that here. So we're going to call this Windows Server. I want to call it 2019. And hell if I can spell server, huh? All right, server. And the location. I'm going to put this in a different location. Instead of on my computer, I got an external hard drive here. So we want to scroll down. And let's go to this drive. We're going to put it in this lab setup. All right. We're going to hit next. Now it's asking me, how large is this hard drive going to be that I want to use, this virtual drive? Now again, it depends on how much physical hard drive space you have on your physical device, right? So your Windows device. So mine right now it's going to say 60 gigs. I've got a little more than 60 gigs on this. So I was like, on this other hard drive. So I was like, yeah, okay, we'll just use that one. Now it's going to split the disk into multiple files. So splitting the disk makes it easier to move the virtual machines to another computer, but it may reduce performance with very large disk. The thing is, this isn't going to get that big. This is just a testing lab. And now this image that we're using is free from Microsoft, and I'll show you in the article. But again, it's free from Microsoft. Now again, it's for testing purposes. Now again, there's no license key, so it will expire. But the way we're doing is in a virtual machine, we don't care about it. We're not using this for everyday use. We're using it for testing. So even if it expires, we can restart it over in our virtual machine and it'll just work. Okay. So, but again, Microsoft offers this for free. And again, it's for testing and all that. And just to show you where we get, well, we'll finish the virtual machine, then I'll show you where we get the image. So here's the split virtual disk. We're going to hit next, and then we hit finish. And if you look here, this, my Server 2019, the virtual machine has been created. However, it's just the disk. We now need to install the operating system. So we've got to get Server 2019. And where we get this, you notice in this article, we'll get down to it. I'll show you these labs in a minute, but this is where we're going to be at in this part of the lab. All right, if we come here, scroll up, I think they're right here. Yeah, now again, they're installing it in VirtualBox. So again, we're doing ours in VMware, okay? So if you see here, get to the top. The reason we're installing this is because it's going to be Active Directory. Now, eventually, we want to do some Active Directory attacks when we're doing some hacking. So I was like, you know what? There is a couple other ways we could do this because Active Directory, this is Microsoft, okay? But there is Active Directory that we can actually use in Linux. So, and again, I'll show you some more labs on that when we get to that point. And again, there is this really cool lab build that I would like to present and show everybody. But again, we'll work our way up there. So for this write-up, see, the first two levels of the lab were great practice for Linux systems. The vast majority of the internet runs on Linux. Websites, mail servers, and databases and other infrastructures are typically built on Linux systems inside a network. However, Windows holds the market share. So it's estimated over 90% of global Fortune 100 companies use Microsoft Active Directory for their networks. While popping boxes from the previous sections is a great way to learn how to breach the perimeter, right? We're looking at the perimeter through a forward facing machine. You need to know AD or Active Directory to be a great hacker. And again, there's a lot to Active Directory. And since we'll have a virtual machine, not only can we learn to hack it, we can also learn how to defend it and know how to be an actual, what to say, a server admin. Okay. So we'll be able to see the back end and how to set up a server. And I'll have classes on that once we get to that stage too. So again, I'm just trying to give you guys ideas on multiple things I want to branch out into and topics that we're going to be covering. So again, I know a lot of people who's been watching the content or actually drop by my videos. I've been getting some responses back like, "Oh, this is very basic and very fundamentals." And yeah, I mean, come on, man, you can do better. And I was like, you understand, I'm trying to take anybody who's never touched a computer and bring them up to the same level. So all I'm trying to do now is trying to do a balancing act where I'm trying to keep people who maybe already past that level and try to keep them engaged. So I'm trying to show them I haven't forgot about them. I have a lot of material, but they have to stay patient till I can get others up to that level with them. All right. So just to show you, we're going to finish going through this install. So you won't find many Windows-based vulnerable machines for free on the internet because unlike Linux, Windows isn't free, right? It's proprietary. Same thing, right? Say, like if you ever find Apple boxes or Mac OS, you're not usually going to find too many of those, even though it's built upon Unix, which makes it a lot easier. But Any services that provide vulnerable Windows machines, such as Offset's Proving Grounds or Hack the Box, has to pay a Microsoft licensing fee. And that's what we would have to do as well. So fortunately, there are still ways to practice at home because that's all we want to do is practice, right? We're not using this for production and we're not going to use this for daily use. So it's not like we're like when you get your Windows system and you buy it on your computer, right? It's already got the license, right? Unless you're using, I don't think anybody's using no crack version. And if you are, I don't care and I don't want to know. But we'll just say you usually have a valid license key for your operating system. Okay. So setting up Windows Server 2019. Microsoft offers the free evaluation versions of Server 2019 on Windows 10 Workstation. You can download the ISO file, launch it in a virtual machine, and play with it as much as you like at no cost to you. Of course, it is a base system with no vulnerabilities, right? There's not going to be any vulnerabilities on it. So the thing is, though, we could actually set it up where there's scripts that we can make it vulnerable, and now we can test and play around with it. So let's start by getting the evaluation copy of Windows Server 2019. Click a download the ISO, and it will take you to a page where you'll be asked to fill out your name, your company, your information, and contact details. There's no email confirmation or account registration, so you can simply fill in junk information if you want. Once the required fields are filled in, then you click the download now button. So again, yeah, they don't send you any email and all that. I'm here. I'm waiting for you to go live. Oh, hey, Rioli. Yeah, Yeah, I was gonna go live earlier. I was working on putting a little lab together, and I was like, "Yeah, you know what?" I was gonna do my CTF again and kind of walk through that, but I was like, "That's still gonna take a little bit of time." So I was like, "These are some other little projects that I've been working on behind the scenes." So I just thought I wanted to share people some more vision of what I plan on doing with my community and other things we'll be touching on. I'm going to show some other things too for people to see other platforms that we'll be touching and playing around with. So I just want to kind of introduce some new things to people that not only are we going to be hacking into Kali, I'm also showing other little labs that we are going to be able to play on. And then I'm also going to show, it's a little bit of a surprise, but I'll let you know the secret right now. We're going to do a little bit of networking. So I'll show a little bit of networking lab. See, I can't stay long. Just come, okay, if you live earlier. I can stay your live, but I'm doing live too. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, no, feel free. Go ahead and do your live and stuff. Like I said, you don't have to stop. There's a reason why I do try to pick these certain times because I know Filipino community is usually up about this time. And I'll be, like I said, I got things I got to be doing in the morning and stuff. So that's why I won't be, yeah, streaming a little bit later. I was thinking like 7 or 8. 'Cause I was like, yeah, that'll be a little bit later for you all's time. But the problem is, I'll be doing things myself. So, all right. But yeah, thank you for stopping by. All right. Well, yeah, so we want to get our evaluation of Server 2019. So we're going to come up here. As you see here, this is the official Microsoft page. Okay, and it takes us here. Now, there's three styles we can get here. We can get a VHD, which you can put this in VMware. Sometimes you got to convert it. It's more of a pain, but it, it it's similar like doing the way that we were doing before. But we're just going to download the ISO because I want to show you manually how we set something up, and that's what I was showing you before. But I just want to show you where we get the image from. But yeah, you'll type in your little information off to the side, and then it tells us all about, and you can look at your resources and all that. Okay. And if you look here, I think it's still here. See, it was 5.3 gigs, as you see here, and it took me 29 minutes ago. 29 minutes ago, I downloaded it, but this is the file I downloaded. And if you look here, I had a VHD, which was the second one, and that was 8.3 gigs, and I downloaded that right here. And then this is my Metasploitable and Metasploitable 2 and Metasploitable 3, which you'll see here in just a sec. All right. And again, see, this is my download, so I have to fill out your information or bring you here. I want to pick the 64-bit edition, so I'm going to do the ISO here. We can get rid of that. And I don't need this link anymore. All right. And let's come back over here to our virtual machine. Okay, this is our Kali. So we showed you where the Kali was downloaded, and I'll go through all the settings on how we'll configure the network and everything. So if we come back over here, this is server 2019, right? So we installed it. We did everything. We installed the actual hard drive, okay? Now we got to install the operating system. So what we need to do here is we're going to go edit the virtual machine settings. Give it a second to come up. Now, if you notice here, the CD DVD drive, we're going to install it from an image. An ISO image is nothing but that. It's like a CD image. It's a virtual image, okay? So think of it like we're sticking a physical, because this is a CD drive, but this computer don't have one. So it's got a virtual one. So we're going to put a virtual image, right? A virtual CD in this drive, which will be Server 2019, and install it. So here, we're going to use the ISO. We're going to hit Browse. And if we come back over here, this should be my ISO image right there. Sure, yeah. Okay. And we're going to hit Open. So now it's got the image. All we got to do now is hit OK. Now, once we fire this machine up, it's now going to have an operating system, and it's going to notice the disk, and now it's going to start trying to install it. So we go power on this virtual machine. See, it's spinning up. See, spinning VMware. Right here, press any key to boot. So we want to right click. What's going on with the UEFI? Da, 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 da. Okay. And when you're in a virtual machine, you hit Control Alt. You can get out of it. When you click in it, now you're inside it. So if you want to interact with it, right? So Control Alt lets me back out of it. Okay. What we're going to do here is we're going to go to Windows Server 2019 Power. We're going to shut down this guest, shut it down. And let's walk through the article and let's see what they tell us. But maybe it is something on my part. And I don't want to sit here and troubleshoot and all that. So let's see if it actually tells me in the article. Okay. Now, you just got to remember, we just got to convert some things over. Not convert it, but just remember, we're not using VirtualBox, okay? So once downloaded, we will follow the steps, blah, 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 blah. In the VirtualBox Manager, see, we give our OS a new name. Microsoft Windows is the type of Windows 2019. So if we see here, see, they named it Vulnerable Server. This is where they're saving it. They named it, see, it's a Microsoft Windows, and it's Server 2019, so 64-bit. So you can keep the RAM at 248 if you want. I recommend going higher to a speed. Okay, memory. So about 4 gigs of memory is what they're recommending here. Once again, you'll be asked if you want a hard drive space. Yes. Okay, that's fine. That's what we did. We attached our image just like they did here. You'll be ready to create. Once it is in your virtual, click Start. After the machine boots, you must go through the typical Windows installation process. Okay, so why is it asking me for my UEFI though? That's weird. Let me see. Do I got that set up? Yeah, I'm going to create another adapter here. Okay, I'm going to create another adapter. The reason I'm going to do this because later we're going to need this anyway. We're going to create here. We're just going to create this to VMnet 1 host only. And that's all when Kali and when we bring up Kali, we'll be on the same network, okay? So we'll be able to attack you. We'll use that. I'll show this later. I just want to figure out why the UEFI is still coming up. Let's try this again. Power on. Okay. I didn't hit it in time. That's what it was. Okay. So as you now notice, let's come back over here. We're going to hit Control Alt to get out of the virtual machine. Close our library down. Let's go View. We're going to go full screen so you guys can see it full screen. As you see, we need to give it some more memory. So it's going to take some, we're only using not even 2 gigs, so it's going to take forever for this thing to work. So what we'll do is we're going to give it 4 gigs of memory. We're going to pump it up a little bit, okay? So therefore, it'll interact a lot easier, more smoothly with us. So let's go Control Alt. Let's get back out. Scroll back up at the top. We're going to go Workstation. We're going to view it, bring it back down to full screen or out of full screen so we can interact here. See, it's still loading. I want to see right here, Server 2019. I think I can change my memory settings while the box is still on. Let me see. Thing right here, it's set at 248. We're going to see if we can slide it to 4 right there. Say 496. That's what they recommended in the article. I said, okay. Say it's saving the machine state. That's fine. Sometimes it won't let you change certain settings while the machine is live. But right now, it looks like it's almost done. It'll apply to configuration. Now we're using 4 gigs instead of 2, so we will move a little smoother and a little faster. I mean, you can use 2 if that's all that you have. But again, just remember it will sluggish. It's going to respond slowly. Okay. Oh, I gotta wait. Come on. Take the settings. So it'll suspend the machine, then it'll apply the settings, and it's going to suspend it again. I probably should have turned it off. Probably would have been easier and then changed the memory. But right now, I'm kind of at its mercy right now. Unless I completely crash the VM, and that's what I don't really want to do. I don't think it's going to let me do that. Come on. Da, 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 da. Now, see, now it's restoring it. So it changed the settings, the memory settings. Now it's restoring it back. And this is what happens when we do a snapshot image as well. Okay. All right. So now we got 4 gigs. So I should run a little bit quicker now for us. So let's come back here to our view. We're going to go full screen. All right. Now, if you notice, see all this black here? That's because once we get it installed, those packages that I told you that you would install on VirtualBox, that'll be the same thing like you do in VMware. And these tools that we do will change our resolution, and now we'll be able to see it without us having to configure everything. It'll automatically do it for us. But we'll get to that part in a second. So right now, our language that we want to install is English, right? And again, if you guys have never installed a server or Windows server, this is, again, physical server. This is the software side of it, okay? So now you guys got to see the installation process. So we're going, I'm English, so we're going to do that. English United States. My keyboard is US, so we're going to click Next. And Server 2019. Say we don't need to repair our computer. If we had any issues, couldn't boot up or anything, we're having troubleshooting issues, we could repair our computer. But we're just going to hit install now. And we're going to wait for our functions. And we're going to see how long this takes. Windows sometimes can take, 30 minutes, 40 minutes. Hopefully it's not going to take us that long. And that's why I wanted to beef up the RAM a little bit. Now again, 8 would probably be more preferable, you know. Get good response, maybe even 16 gigs if you got like 64 gigs or something. See, this computer, I don't have that much. I only have 16 gigs on this computer. So if I pump it up to 8, then yeah, I'm going to have a hard time running other virtual machines. So I'm limited myself. But for this box, I'm not going to be that limited. Do, 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 do. All right. So if we see here, we got Windows, we got the standard evaluation, we got standard evaluation desktop experience, we have the data center or the data center evaluation. I'm assuming they're using standard evaluation, but let's see. Let's look back at the article again. Let's come back. We're going to view, come out of full screen, and we'll come down low here, pull our article back up. All right. So they say United States, English, US is the selections they picked. And choose your keyboard and your country. Agree to the license agreement. When you ask to choose a password, you can pick anything as long as you can remember, since it will not be running actual network. See, a simple password will be 123 will be enough. That's when you get to the customized settings. Let's see, for those who've never used a Windows Control Server, you need to press Control Alt Delete to open the login screen. You cannot use that particular command in VirtualBox without your computer assuming you're trying to end the task. Instead, input your keyboard and Control Alt Delete. Okay, yeah, I know all that. I'll show you guys that when we get to that point. See, so it's not actually telling us what options to pick here. So we're going to pick our own. We'll go View. We'll go full screen. We don't really need the data center. And we're going to use just a regular desktop experience, okay? So we're going to click this one. See, there's standard evaluation server, but we're going to use the desktop experience. So it'll look very similar as, you know what? Let's just do the standard because desktop experience will look like Windows 10. So let's do here. Let's go next. Let me go back a second. Okay, just to show you guys. The description recommended. This option omits most of the Windows graphical environment. Manage with a command prompt in PowerShell, remotely with Windows Admin Center or other tools. And if I'm thinking about this, yeah, well, you don't want to use this option. We're going to use desktop. See, this option installs the full Windows graphical environment, consuming extra drive space that can be useful if you want to use the Windows desktop or have the app that requires it. Okay. This would be, again, since this is for training, if I was wanting to install regular server, I would use this option, the standard evaluation. Okay. You'll be doing things through the PowerShell command and everything else. Right here, I want you to have a little bit of the graphic user interface. Okay. Then you got the data center evaluation, which is a lot more to it. See, this option omits most of Windows graphical interface and manages with a command prompt with PowerShell, and you can remotely go in. Eventually, later on, we'll get deeper into this, but for now, we're just going to use the desktop environment. So I'm just going to hit next. Okay, we want to accept the license. Going to hit next. Upgrade and install Windows, or we can do a custom install only advanced. The file settings and applications are moved to Windows. Thing is, we don't care. See, on this, applications are moved to Windows with this option. This option is only available when a supported version of Windows is already running. See, so we don't need to upgrade, right? So we can do a custom. Now, it shows you right here. That virtual drive that we made is right here. It has 60 gigs of hard drive space, which is what we gave it. Okay. You could have went larger. You can go as big as you want. I'm like, I'm not making a huge server out of this. I don't need a lot of resources. So, and I'm not saving a lot to it. So 60 gigs is perfectly fine for my use case. So we're going to click here. And that's the one, the drive we want to use. We click next. Give it a second. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, bum, ba-dum, ba-dum, bum, bum, ba-dum, bum. All right, so right now, if you've installed Windows before, this is what it usually does. Now, again, if we will use the VHD file, we would have already had all this set up for us, right? And then it would have just imported it over. right? And then once we imported it in, we would have been able to file it up and would have been ready to go. I just want to show you guys the back end on if you use an ISO image. So if you want to set it up, you can do Kali the same way, or you can get one that's already pre-configured. So it's up to you. I think you ought to do at least try it once with an ISO image so you can at least understand, oh, this is how a network administrator or somebody would actually have to set this up and configure it. And again, you can set it up with your configurations the way that you want it set up. So right now we'll just let all this go. And while we're waiting, I can come out of full screen on this. We're going to let that do its thing. And then over here, well, we'll let this finish. There's a couple other little things I wanted to show you guys here. But let's see, can I do it? Yeah, I think I can do it from here. Um, Now, I'll show you at the end. I'll just sit here and we'll read a little bit while we're passing the time. All right, so it tells you about the Windows installation. So you sign in if you were asked, and if you want to allow this PC to be discovered by other PCs and devices on the network, say yes. Before moving forward, be sure to create a snapshot. And snapshots are very important. As long as you got hard drive space on your computer, you want to do that. So therefore, if anything does get exploited or something did get destroyed when we were doing an exploit or when we were hacking it and stuff, we always have a fresh image to go back to so you don't have to reinstall it all over from scratch again. So that's why we always make a snapshot of our base image. Before moving forward, be sure to create a snapshot. This will allow us to roll back to this fresh install should we wish to start over. Choose your machine, take a snapshot, and pick a name like Fresh Install and click OK. It's really simple. Same thing in VMware. Okay. Lastly, you're going to open a command prompt by clicking the Windows icon in the taskbar and typing command and pressing enter. Test your internet connection by trying to ping Google with the command. And if you see here, ping google.com, or you can go ping 8.8.8.8. Okay. And if it comes back and it shows you the three-way handshake, and it shows all the packets, see, zero loss and four were received, that means your internet connection is working, and that's good. See, if you get a reply, you're good to go. If not, try changing the network adapter settings in your VirtualBox. For this, you will want to be on NAT. I remember in ours, I created two. One is my virtual network, so that's when I connect Kali to it. I want us to be on the same network. And then NAT is so I could get out to the internet and I'll be able to browse and stuff, okay? We also recommend installing guest editions, and this is what I mentioned with the guest editions. So you can cut and paste to and from the VM, and also it'll configure your resolution settings and screen size settings. So yes, you do want to add your guest editions. That's why I recommended when you download VirtualBox, make sure to get those extra extensions. See, your Windows Server 2019 is ready. Now let's give it some vulnerabilities. And this is what we will do after we get it installed. We're going to make it vulnerable with a couple of scripts. Okay. So let's come back over here. Let's look at our virtual machine. Where are we at? Say we're only at 14%. I'm going to stretch. So, yeah, the other little thing I wanted to show you guys, and we'll go over Metasploit. That's the first labs that we installed. And then we got Ubuntu, which we're going to have Ubuntu on Metasploitable 3, so we can use that as well. So, what I wanted to show here is, let's see, this folder is going to come up. It's over here. Let's bring it back over toward me. And I'm going to go into my downloads. And this is what we're going to be using in my, I'm trying to remember which one. Okay. This is credits going to go out to Jeremy's IT lab. He's got a great YouTube channel, and he's definitely got a walkthrough video series on this. I wanted to use his lab because this is also great for CCNA. And again, all credits go out to Jeremy. And again, when I'm doing this class and stuff, I will post a link and stuff so people can actually download it and everything else. But it's going to be using Packet Tracer, and Packet Tracer is free through the Cisco, was it Dev Academy or whatever it is. But you can download it from there, and his is already pre-configured. So just to give you an idea, I just want to give you just a general run so you can just at least know what I'm talking about, and when you see it, you'll know. Okay, this might run a little bit slower because I am running this virtual machine and setting it up. So let's see here. There's Cisco Packet Tracers loading. I think I have to wait till it gets done so I can show you guys. Yeah, yeah. I can't drag it over yet because it's still lagging. Okay, give it a second. All right, it's opening the file. Once the file is open, I'll be able to drag it over to the screen so you guys will view it. It's just running slow because, again, I've got these virtual machines running and we're installing. All right. But again, this is just giving you guys yeah, here we go. There you go. Grab it. All right. This is Packet Tracer. And if we bring this over here, this is just part of his lab that he's got set up. Okay. So you see here, it says we can dock it. We're just going to dock it right there. Okay. Now this, it's not working correctly for some reason. So I'm going to check out on that. But the thing is, it's got questions and scenarios. But the thing is, this is the lab he's actually got set up. Okay. And if we come here, there, we should be able to zoom it out a little bit so you guys can see a little bit better. Let me see. I'll just drag this over a little bit since we're not using all that. And let's use some of this real estate space. Okay. So what this is it's a full Cisco lab that we can use for our CCNA. So if you've never used a lab or routers, this is a router. These are switches. Okay. And these are other switches. Now the thing is, it's a network, a full-blown network, and there's a lot of different topics that we're going to be able to talk about. And again, going through CCNA certification. CCNA is the Cisco Certified Network Administrator. Now, the thing is, there's simulations that you could do here, and this is one reason why I was making this video, because I wanted to show people in my CTFs. I've been explaining DHCP, right? We've talked about DHCP, and we've also talked about ARP. Well, I was going to tell you about some ways that we can hack these protocols through ARP poisoning. And then we've got another one, which is with DHCP. But the thing is, I was like, oh, I'm going to have to create some labs. Now, I could do this through Packet Tracer. And just to give you a general idea, and again, you don't have to understand how all this works or any of this stuff right now. Again, just to give you a basic understanding. Now, again, this is a free tool. And again, for your CCNA, this is pretty much all you're going to need. But I like to take you a little step further on a journey. So after we get comfortable with a lot of these labs, and I'll be presenting tons of labs that'll be for our CCNA. Okay. And we're going to understand each protocol that we walk through. However, I'm going to branch out. We'll get into like GNS3, which is another virtualization lab. And then we also want to get into EvenG, which to me is one of my favorite virtualization labs. But just to show you how this works is, as you see, all these colors are lit up. This is showing traffic throughout the network. This is called a topology, okay? A lab topology. So if you right click here, see, I double click, bring this over here. Even though you're not dealing with physical hardware, we're doing virtualization. This is what an actual router would look like if you had one from Cisco and you purchased it. So if you were ever in a, let's say, a lab environment, right? you're in an actual, I don't know, a data center, or if you're in an ISP or any type of network administrative role, you will actually see physical hardware, right? And it's going to be in a rack. And this is what it would look like. And these are the slots and the modules and everything that it would have in it. See? So we can zoom in. This is where our connector ports are. Again, it's because we physically can't touch it. We're using it through virtualization. Now, if you see here, these are config files. Now, this is how. Now, this is called ISO. Now, this ISO, when I say ISO, I'm not talking about, um, yeah, let's see, uh, well, Apple or anything like that. Okay. What we're talking about here is it's a independent system, an operating system that Cisco has made for all their devices. Okay. And you will learn this very quickly. Okay. As you see here, see, it says press return to get started. Now, if you notice here, these are our configuration files and we've got everything set up. But now we want to interact with it. Now, in an actual lab environment, you would have a cable that you would have to go up, right? You're going to plug into the back of the device, which as you see right here, right? You come up, you plug in your little terminal, and then you're going to have your laptop so you can interact with this router. So if you see here, the CLI, this is our way that we're going to be able to virtually interact with it. But in a real world, you would have a terminal cable that you've had to plug in so you, or you're doing a remote connection. Okay. So if you look here, press return to get started. So we hit enter, it says router, right? So this is the Cisco world. Now you are dealing with a Cisco device. There's different other manufacturers that you can deal with, but for our learning purposes, we will be learning Cisco so you can become a network administrator. And this is where I told people the certification after you become a CCNA and you can pass the exam, which is about $150 per exam. So it's about like I said, 300 bucks, 350 bucks. After you pass that certification, you now will be a certified CCNA, which is an entry level network certification. In the United States, average certification or average starting salary is between $45 to $60,000 a year. And it depends on your region and where you live on how much you can make. And again, with other countries and stuff, I'm not very sure, but again, there's remote work. Okay. So this will be a full blown course. I'm just giving you a general overview. So again, this was a router, right? Now, the thing is, if you see R1, that's how we know this tab's open, right? So I could lower that down. Let's say here, if we right click, or sorry, just let's double click on it over here again. This is a switch, okay? So as you see here, this is the physical switch that we're looking at. Now, if you go on Cisco or their website, which let's see, we might be able to do that too while we're here. Let's go Cisco. There's all sorts of switches, okay? And these are physical switches. I just want you to see, physical switches. You've probably seen these if you've ever been at a hospital or if you've ever been in a network, whatever. There's different types of switches. And if you see, there's ports and stuff. Now, if again, look at the prices of these. This is 5,176. This is a direct. Right here, you've got this 64 port, right? $30,000. So again, this equipment is not cheap. So again, this is an average Joe is just sitting down at a terminal and is getting on your switch. And there's multiple of these switches and there's multiple routers, especially if you're working in an enterprise environment. This isn't just like one little rack. This is going to be multiple. Imagine if you worked at Amazon. There's going to be hundreds, possibly more than hundreds. There's going to be thousands of switches and routers and ports. So again, understanding how these things work. Okay. So the way that we're interacting with it again, see, this is the physical switch. Bring it back over here. Here's our config files, as we see here. And you'll learn about this in the course that we'll do. This is our CLI. Now, see if you notice there, these are the certain protocols. It's telling if they're up or down. And this is when it boots up, okay? Now, the larger the topology you have, the more resources will be used. So if you notice here, we are now on a switch. Okay. Now you have to interact with that switch. So you say, oh, okay, wow. How do you do anything? Well, if you go EN, which is enable, you notice it changes. Now and then we will go through all this in the class and the course that we do. Now here, I can actually give it commands. Okay. So if I went CONFT, ah, I know I shouldn't have done that. We got to give it a second. But that's a configuration file. What we're going to do is we can look at the configuration file. We can type in help commands. We can get a lot of information. Okay. And again, this is how we do everything in the networking world. Now, again, we do have certain protocols that we can use, which would be like graphical interfaces that you can interact with and stuff. But anybody worth their weight in salt as a network administrator deals with the CLI. Okay. You're going to do everything from here, right? Again, knowing Cisco. Again, there's multiple other vendors that we could go into, but for this pilot, again, studying CCNA. There is the CompTIA Network Plus if you just want to learn basic networking. Yes, and there's plenty of free images out there. Cisco gives us Packet Tracer. Some of these are older images, well, definitely older router images and all, but there are other images that you can purchase because they are proprietary. So these images are not free because this is the operating systems that run on Cisco hardware. So when we come back over here, I just want to give you a little glimpse, a general idea. Let's turn this router here off. Again, of this lab. So as you see, there's a lot of moving parts, and we'll break down actually what the lab is, how it's set up. And if you actually look at Jeremy IT's video, I think it's like 3 hours long or 2.5 hours long. He steps you through each process. And if you also notice here, simulation, see, we can test different simulation of protocols. And as you see here, these are different filters that we could use. ACL, which is an access control list. See, here's ARP. We're going to be testing some ARP, right? BGP, big group policy. You got Bluetooth. You got DNS, domain name service. You got your DHCP. See, right here, DHCP and DHCP version 6. We got our DNS, EIGRP. Let's see what other protocols. OSPF. There's some RIP protocols, BTP, SSH. Some of these we've talked about in my CTF. But again, we're going to go in a lot of deep detail about each one of these protocols, and especially when it comes to networking. And once you get these fundamentals down, hacking and doing pen testing is going to open. Uh, it'll definitely make things a lot more clear and why you understand what we're doing. Okay. So again, we like to do the hacking, and we're gonna definitely learn networking. So that's this one. And what I wanted to show you here is this. These are some write-ups, and this is what triggered me when I was like, hey, you know what? Since I'm talking about this, we could cover it. But attacks, see, on the DHCP protocol, DHCP starvation, DHCP spoofing, and protection against these techniques. So that's why I'm setting up these labs so we can actually go through and see these techniques. We can do it in VirtualBox, but also was like, you know what? Let's show you on some actual what it look like in the real world. And that's why we're setting up a Windows server. And then here we see how to perform an art poisoning attack. And again, I think the if we look at the article stuff, this isn't written by me, so I don't want anybody to say, "Oh yeah, like I'm thinking of this, and I'm the only one that's ever getting like this isn't like secret information only that Jimmy knows." I'm just showing you other people have written articles. I was like, I'm going to cover some of these articles too, and give you a little bit of my spin and perspective on the way these are set up. And I'm also going to show you how we can set up these labs. So, how to perform an art poisoning attack. And this is by Richard Denso. I'm hopefully saying his name correctly. And this is May 13th of 2024. So these are more recent labs they're set up, and this is at Station X. And again, if you see here, they how to create a virtual hacking lab. That was also from Station X. They have many, many great articles. So anybody that's never got to check them out, definitely check them out. I did post up the article that I'm going through to show you how to set this lab up. It's pinned up at the top. But again, I want to make sure I give credit to anybody that's put in the work. And again, all I'm doing is following along in the different articles. You can read along, and you don't even need me to explain these things to you. I just want to show you different projects that I do want to work on. So, the next couple of videos after I do my CTF walkthrough again, which I never completely, I finished the write up. I just never did a presentation to you guys, but it will be the Symphonos too, and we're going to completely go through it. But then when we start talking about DHCP and we also talk about ARP, when we do the scans, I'm going to want to introduce you with our labs. So anybody that's watched this video will actually have a one up compared to other people that haven't watched the video. And you'll be like, hey, all right, I got this lab set up, and you can jump in and join and have some fun with us. So again, well, I'll definitely, these are the articles I'll be covering. So again, if you want to kind of get an idea, the ARP poisoning is a technique used for conducting various attacks with local area networks by exploiting the address resolution protocol. That's what ARP is, and that's exactly what we're going to take advantage of, the address resolution protocol. By exploiting ARP, you can intercept communications between devices on a network for sniffing, credential harvesting, and manipulating traffic or other purposes. Want to know how to perform an ARP poisoning attack and what tools are available to help? This guy will explain what ARP how is, how a poisoning attack works, and what tools are available. Finally, we will put it all together by using a tool to forge ARP packets and overwrite address mappings to intercept and capture divert data to our attacking machine. So also a networking tool that we also use in the network world is Wireshark. Now Wireshark, I'll show you that's actually installed, and I will put this on the virtual network. And just to give you guys an idea of, I think I got it already installed here on Windows too. Let me just show you. I just don't want it to give information that I don't need. Okay. I'm going to open this, and then we're going to go and double check on our virtual machine again. Again, this isn't nothing deep going through anything and blah, 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 like long talks. I'm just, guys, setting up the lab. That's mainly what I wanted to make this video for, and just to give you guys an idea of some of my upcoming content and video. And people have been asking, hey, you know what? Are you going to set any time, anything so people actually know when you're, making videos and when you're scanning and doing things? And I was like, you know what? You're right. I need to make a schedule and something I can hold myself to. So I'm thinking I still like to do my karaoke, and that's usually when I'm more free on the weekends. And during the weekdays, I'm thinking I might be able to do 2 to 3 streams. So again, I don't wanna make any promises on 3 streams, but I think I can definitely do 2. So I will say Friday, Saturday, Sunday, I'll definitely be streaming, okay? Now, karaoke, I wanna include my friends in the Philippines and stuff, so it the the time would vary, but I would say it's probably between 8 and 10. Maybe, or even 7 to 10. I'm still trying to figure this out, but 7 to 10, which means it would be 7 to 10 in the morning for them. It'd be 7 to 10 at night for me. So I could also even go to 11, because again, I don't know if any of them are doing anything by noontime. So I would say my videos, especially karaoke stuff, will be on probably a Friday or a Saturday. Sunday, I know they usually are doing more activities and, catching up with things during the week and stuff, doing clothes and laundry. That's when I'm thinking I could do my technical videos. Now, again, if my Filipino friends want to watch the technical videos, they're going to be watching it on my time frame. So therefore, I'm thinking on Sundays we can sit, we can lab and do all that stuff. So I'm thinking, yeah, like 2, maybe 2 to 5 in the afternoon. So we can go 2, 3 hours, just depends on what we're working on, but it'll definitely be in the afternoon. So we'll say technical videos on a Sunday, and then we'll probably say Friday, Saturday is usually a karaoke video, and who knows, I might throw in a technical video, so I could get 3 videos in. So my streaming pattern will be Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Okay. So technical videos on Sunday, possibly maybe a Saturday or a Friday, but karaoke on Friday and Saturday, or a Friday or Saturday. But those 3 days, you will see probably a video being posted from me. So if anybody wants to check in, once I can kind of feel how many people are showing up and what times actually work good, I'll actually post it and I'll put it up on my YouTube, so now people will know exactly what times I'm doing filming and when I'll be actually doing live streams. Now, as videos go and classes and all that, if you join the Discord, I will, like I said, I'm getting ready to launch some, and therefore that is going to be more structured, and we'll have a syllabus, and we'll, like I said, it'll definitely be more organized. The live stream's hard because again, I'm trying to work with other people that may not be in the United States, so that it's that time variance. My normal schedule and stuff would be, yeah, the weekends and stuff, and probably any time in the afternoon. So again, it's when I'm free and whatever. So if you see, this is Wireshark, and this is how we sniff networks. Okay. So we can show all the interfaces that we want to look here. Then we can see our wired, our external captures, and our virtual captures. So let's see if we went virtual captures, and I think it'll let me do it from here. There. Come on. I don't think I got it. Yeah, I know why. Yeah. All right. We'll come back to Wireshark, but I just want to give you an idea. It's easy. Let's see. Let's do that. Come on. Let's come back here. Let's go to Wired. I just don't want to give away anything that could be personal of mine. So there's my VMware network, VMnet 1 right here. So this is the one we want to see here. Yes, we know that. Now, see, I don't need the capture filter. I don't have anything set up there. We don't have it set in. I can have it running straight off, but as you see, though, it is already capturing data, as you see here through the files, right? See, we can hit capture and capture the filter for the selected interfaces. And therefore, let's see, let's do, okay, as you see, we're going to that virtual network. See, 192.168.148.1. And now, as you see, this is the data that's trafficking through it right here. See this HTTP. If we can actually come here, we can see simple discovery. See HTTP showing you different protocols. And again, we're going to go through a lot of this in our networking course. Okay. So again, it looks like a bunch of a bunch of gibberish. Again, these are strings. But again, once we do ARP attacks and all that, you actually be able to see how we can see when passwords are being passed through the network, especially if it's in plain text, how we can discover and be able to intercept that information. Okay. And we can also filter by looking at different things on the network. See, here we go. Say it's running right here, destination of port 19,000. And again, I don't want to go too deep into this. I'm just trying to give you a general basic overflow. But I just want you to say, hey, if I say Wireshark, you've seen it, you know what we're talking about, okay? And I'll definitely give a nice walkthrough and a good discussion. I was just trying to burn a little bit of time as this virtual machine is still installing. Okay, let's stop that. Okay, so we saw Packet Tracer, right? Which is some more labs, so some stuff you can look forward to. We got Wireshark, which is also a networking sniffing tool. And again, it's more like analyzing tool. We don't want to say sniffing, but it'll give us a lot of information. And there's PCAPs and everything else. We'll get more into those definitions as well as we progress throughout our course and my videos. So definitely stay tuned to the content. All right, so let's close this out. All right. So let's come back over to our virtual machine, see how we're doing. All right, and there's the restart. So it looks like we just made it in just time. That was good timing, I have to say. All right, so let's come back up here. Let's go view. We're gonna go full screen again. See, it just got done installing, so it's getting ready to reboot itself. Now this time we don't need to hit any CD or anything. Right, see, it's installed. So now this is Windows Server 2019. And all we want to do is get this configured, and then we can finish through with the rest of that walkthrough. And then I'll show you guys how easy Metasploitable and Metasploitable 2. This is the longest part out of setting up this lab environment. And then when we get done with that, where am I pushing? About 136, yeah, an hour and 36 minutes. Let's say probably about 2 hour mark. We should be done, or maybe a little bit after that. And then we'll call it a night. I think anybody does stop by and check out the video, and thank you guys for the support. Hopefully, you guys are learning a little bit of something. I know I'm not going into anything really technical, detailed today and stuff. One, I'm a little tired and all that. I kind of felt bad that I didn't really get to go through a lot of the technical stuff over the weekend, but I definitely want to do my walkthrough of Symphonos too. I spent a lot of time on that walkthrough. So I want you to see all the resources and, like I said, be able to pop that box as well. I think you guys are going to learn some pretty interesting information out of that box. And it was definitely a challenge. I will admit that. All right, come on, Windows. And what's great about this is too, you're going to be able to learn different operating systems. So not only going to know the Windows operating system. And again, when I say Windows, we're not talking about just like a Windows 10. We're talking about like server side, like actually what people do in the tech world, right? Server administrators and all that. So you're going to know what these things look like. And if you ever had to sit down at a terminal, you're going to know how to use it in a PowerShell. Or if you were sitting down and, like I said, at a Cisco device, you're going to be able to sit here and know how to use the OSI. You're going to be able to use the commands. So this is what I mean by power user. And you can sit down, like I said, at a command prompt at a terminal, and you can just issue commands. I get a lot of people, oh yeah, I know how to use a computer and I know how to use Windows. And they're sitting there clicking around and they're doing the buttons. It's like, okay, that's nice. Most people know how to use the GUI. However, let's bring you to, like I said, a terminal, right? Let's bring you to like PowerShell and let's see what commands you actually know. If you have to do it manually. And again, you get a lot more power too, more control when you're doing things manually. So this is why it's fun being able to show and explore, especially when you're seeing things, especially for the first time. You're like, oh wow, this is pretty cool. I didn't even know this existed. And you get all excited. I still get that way. 'Cause even though some of the stuff I've seen before, I was like, yeah, but there's so many cool different things. You're like, different techniques on the way people have done stuff, the way you exploit different things. You're like, didn't know about that. And then even some of these lab setups, I was like, wow, I didn't even know you could set a lab up that way. And sometimes just the way, again, different security, the way people set things up, it's very interesting. So again, if you kind of have like a inquisitive mind, if you like mysteries, I guess, you like puzzles, like just exploring things and all that. If that's the way your mind works, then like I said, I think you're gonna like my content. Most people are kind of well, I'm not gonna say most people, but a lot of people are like, "Oh, this is boring." They find it, they don't find it exciting or whatever. But if you get the type of brain that I do, which again, I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. All right, see, here we go. Finally starting some services. And as you notice, I think I'm gonna have to give it some more RAM because this thing is running slow. It should be running. See how slow it's spinning around there? We might have to pump it up a little bit more. But I'm thinking for what we're doing right now, once we get it set up and stuff too, it should hopefully run a little bit quicker. And I know with me streaming, that's probably not helping my hardware side on because I'm doing all this from my laptop. So again, I'm not running this on my actual like a rig. And therefore I actually need to save some money so I can actually buy me some more updated hardware. Because I'm starting to notice, yeah, a lot of my stuff's getting kind of old too. And I'm starting to get a little outdated. All right, yeah, gotta wait for these devices. I thought we were almost there. It's Windows, so yeah, we always gotta wait. Always gotta wait for Windows, right? You ever do that? You're in the middle of a project, and then all of a sudden, yeah, gotta start updates. Gotta run your updates. Gotta wait for all that. You're like, oh my god, I just wanted to turn you off and turn you back on. That's all I wanted to do. Or you want to go to bed, and it says, don't turn the computer off because you don't want to turn the computer off during your update. La da 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 da. And go away, little girl. Go away, little girl. Yeah, if anybody didn't notice, too, we're not doing any music tonight. See, apparently last time when I was doing my stream, the music was too loud and nobody could hear me. And trying to get that adjusted was just a pain in the butt. I can do it with my second computer over here, but I don't want to get more dings and get copyright. Again, I'm not getting strikes. But again, it's just like, what, the music, they can ding me when I do the karaoke. But with the educational stuff, I just wanted to give you some music. And I'm looking for some music. If anybody's got any suggestions, I've looked up a couple others. It's always, you want to get the royalty free, right? I'm not trying to get dinged, but it seems like even the music I try to is supposed to be okay. Microsoft don't like that. Or sorry, Google don't like that. And I get dinged. And I know through my YouTube Studio they've got some music, so I'm like, okay, I could download some of that and play it and see how that goes. It's not really what I'm looking for, but I guess it is what it is. And I'm not trying to take away from any musicians I'm definitely not trying to cause any harm or steal any money from anybody. I'm not trying to make any money off any of this either. But it is nice to have, a little bit of music playing in the background. Let you relax. And then, that's what I like to do. I was like, I could play some music. I'll just play it in my headphones and then I can hear it and then you guys just don't hear it. And then we don't have to worry about that. But I was like, that's not being fair to you. I'm assuming you would like to hear something as well playing in the background. All right, so let's wait here for a second. Come back up here. Come here, view, full screen. So hopefully you guys, oh, yeah, I'll show you some of that too once we get to that. Okay, it's restarting again. Control Alt. Let's get my cursor. Yeah, so it's restarting again. Make it full screen. See right here, install tools. We'll do that once it finishes installing. Okay, it's still going. I'm running a little bit. See, it's running a little bit faster here. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, bum, ba-dum, ba-dum, bum. See, this is what's different about when you watch videos and live streams. See, in a video, we've already got all this stuff set up for you. So when you see us fired up, you're like, oh, wow. Yeah, we're just ready to go, ready to go. And ever notice in a video, everything works perfectly. Why? Because we've already tested it and we've already tried it. What I'm trying to show you is, guess what? These things take time. And as you're saying, how long it actually can take sometimes, especially if you got slower hardware, it's going to take you even longer than it's taking me. All right. See, so we got our username, right? So we got an administrator name, and now we want to put in a password, right? So let's just go, let us say password, PASSWORD, bang. Okay. And to see what I type, again, this is not top secret. This is not production. So if you see here, I type password, exclamation mark, which is bang, right? So we're going to type it again here. Very insecure though, right? PASSWORD and bang. Make sure that they match. Password bang. That's fine. Let's scroll down a little bit more. We'll go full screen here in just a second. The password you type don't meet the password. Okay, the complexity. All right. So I'm going to use one that I always use, and this one we're not going to show. This will meet it. All right. Now let's hit finish. It should take it. Bingo. Look at that. Now I know the password, but you don't. So if you try to hack me and get into my server and type password bang, you're going to have a big fail because that's not the password. But again, you can make it something simple. So password 123 bang or whatever. Usually a capital letter, some numbers, maybe a symbol. As long as it'll normally longer than 7 characters and it'll get past that password complexity. It's not asking for anything super, super, extensive. So again, now we're finalizing our settings and our configuration. And then once it gets done, we will have this server installed. And then you'll see, this is what I wanted to show you guys before. So look, we come here, we come to our settings. This is the reason why we were doing this before. Hopefully that's it. Okay, here we go. If you see here, right, I got this network adapter, a VMnet, which is a virtual network. And then I have a second adapter, right, that I set up because I want to be able to reach the internet. See? So we come here, NAT, see, it's used to share the host IP address, right? My host IP. But this VMnet right here, it's host only. But again, it's a virtual network. Now, the reason why I'm doing this is what happened when we're going to cover at the very beginning of the article when they installed Kali, right? Here's my Kali box. This is our attacker machine, right? We want to make sure everything's on the same network again, right? So they can communicate with one another. So if you look here, go to my settings on my Kali box. And if you see here, see, this network adapter is VMnet 1. We do that because we want my Kali box to be able to interact with Windows Server 2019. So when we choose to hack it. So that's the main reason we want to. And the reason we also using a virtual network, we could have put it on host only, right? Or we could have set it to NAT. The reason why I'm not doing that is though, I like to isolate my lab environment. So if something was to go wrong, I don't want it exploiting my network, right? My physical network at home. So that's why I'm putting on a virtual network. So therefore, isolating and trying to stay as secure as possible, especially when we're using exploits and we're, you know what I'm saying? Different things can happen, even in a virtual environment. So I'm just showing you other ways you can harden and lock down the system a little tighter. Okay. So if we go, okay, let's come back over here to our Windows Server 2019, still finalizing. These are the other two that we're going to be installing, which is in the article. Well, this one is Metasploitable 2. And then you got Metasploitable 3. Okay. And Metasploit's great. That's completely, let me show you what it's about so you guys can actually see here. Actually, they say here in the article, and we'll get back down to this. At the very beginning, this is what they were installing. Say, right? They did their virtual machine, which again, we did our system with VMware. And we've already got Kali installed, but they're showing you how you can install Kali. They're using the password Kali. And then this is the target. Now, as you see, there's multiple other VMs we could use that are vulnerable. See, there are many famous vulnerable virtual machines on the internet, including OWASP, the Broken Web application. They got the damn vulnerable web app. We've also got Metasploitable 1 through 3, which I downloaded 2 and 3. And these and more can be found at VulnHub. And that's where a lot of my CTFs come from, is VulnHub. So if you see here, we can right click. We'll just go over each one of these so you guys can kind of pick if you like something. See, the Broken Web Application Project 1.2. This was created back in August 3rd of 2015. Okay. And if we scroll down, it tells you about it. See, telling you about the download. Let's look at the description so you can learn about it. See, the Broken Web Application BWA project produces a virtual machine running a variety of applications with known vulnerabilities for those interested in learning about web application security, testing manual assessment techniques, testing automated tools, testing source code and analysis tools, observing web attacks, and testing WAFs, which is web application firewalls, and similar code techniques. If you come down here, all the while saving people interested in doing either learning or testing the pain of having to compile, configure, and catalog all of the things normally involved in doing this process from scratch. This is the source that you can go to right here. See, this is OWASP, their official site. There's about the little calendar, different events and stuff that they've got. So that there's the web broken web. Let's come back to it again. So you guys, we didn't actually finish the full article. Tell you about it. So if you see release notes for the Open Web Application Security Project. Broken Web Application Project is a collection of vulnerable web applications that is distributed on a virtual machine in VMware format compatible with no cost and commercial VMware products. More information about the project can be found at right here, the Broken Web Application org. The VM can be downloaded as a zip or as much smaller 7-zip archive. Both files contain the exact same VM. We recommend that you download 7-zip. Archive is possible. Okay, so it tells you how to set up the network, blah, 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 blah. So that's pretty much talking about the OWASP web application. You got the damn vulnerable web app. So if we right click on that, let's show you guys what this would be about. Again, you can choose whatever you want to download, any type of virtual machine. So this is October the 11th of 2000, or October 2nd of 2011. There's the download. See, damn vulnerable web app is a PHP MySQL web application that is damn vulnerable. Its main goals are to be an aid for security professionals to test their skills and tools in a legal environment, help web developers better understand the processes of securing web applications, right? Like your apps that you use, and teachers and students to teach and learn web application security in a classroom environment. It's in an ISO file and it's only 480 megs. Again, very small file. So we got that. Then we got Metasploitable 1 through 3. And these are the two that we did. We did 2 and 3. So if we come here, you can see there's Metasploitable 2. And they don't got Metasploitable 3 here. So I'll show you what that actually has involved. Let's go to Metasploitable 2. Let's look at the information. See, some folks may already be aware of Metasploitable, an intentionally vulnerable virtual machine designed for training, exploit testing, and general target practice. Unlike other vulnerable virtual machines, Metasploitable focuses on vulnerabilities at the operating system and network services layer instead of custom vulnerable applications. I'm happy to announce the release of Metasploitable 2, an even better punching bag for security tools like Metasploit, and a great way to practice exploiting vulnerabilities that you might find in a production environment. See, for download links and walkthroughs of some of the vulnerabilities and how to exploit them, there's a lot of YouTube videos you can follow as well, and I'll be making videos as well. So definitely check out my content for future Metasploitable 2 and 3. Please take a look at the Metasploitable 2 Exploitability Guide. See, and they got like a nice little guide here. You can get it from the Rapid7 community. And that's where we're going to also be able to get Metasploitable 3. So if we type in here, let's type in Metasploitable. Oh, and if anybody hasn't heard, Kanye and oh, what is his name? Um, Ty Dollar Sign, I think it is. Um, released Vultures too. So far, what I've heard of it, I actually like it. It's hit and miss. There's some good songs, some songs a little different. But if you like Kanye, you guys will like it. Really good. All right, so if we look here, Rapid 7, we could come here, or you can go to the actual GitHub repo. Here's an article, Metasploitable is an intentionally vulnerable machine for exploit testing. So let's read a little bit about that. Test your might with the shiny new Metasploitable 3. See, today I'm excited to announce the debut of our shiny new toy, Metasploitable 3. Metasploitable 3 is a free virtual machine that allows you to simulate attacks largely using Metasploit. It has been used by people in the security industry for a variety of reasons, such as training for network exploitation, exploit development, software testing, technical job interviews, sales demonstrations, or CTF junkies who are looking for kicks, which that's what I am, a junkie, and hopefully you guys will be junkies. If you're already a Metasploitable fan, you would have noticed we haven't had a new vulnerable image since 2012. To be honest, when James and I took over the project, we didn't even know who was maintaining it anymore. So we decided to do something about it. After months of planning and building the vulnerable image from scratch, we have something for you all to play. Unlike its predecessor, Metasploitable 3 has these cool features. It is open source, see, as you see. And they got their GitHub repository. Keep in mind, instead of downloading a VM like before, Metasploitable 3 requires you to issue a few commands and build for VirtualBox. VMware will be supported in the future soon. To do so, your machine must match the following packets. Again, you can build it out. I just load it up through a VM, and this is how we'll actually be able to interact with it. All right. And we'll actually go through this. It talks about the flags, obfuscation, strict permission settings, file attributes, embedded files. See, it is expandable. So it tells us all about Metasploitable 3. So again, a lot of fun challenges and things that we can practice on. All right. So now we got those parts. Let's come back to our VM. Just want to see. All right, Windows servers finally done here. So if you remember, we right click to get in. Let me hit Control Alt Delete to log in. Am I in the machine? Yeah, sorry, not here. I want to log into the machine. So in the administrator, now we type our password. It's going to log me in. Once I'm logged in, then I'm going to install these tools. And then we'll go full screen. Then you guys can actually see what it looks like once it's fully installed. See, preparing Windows, letting us in. Again, we're using the desktop environment, so it's going to look very, very similar to what most of you, it's going to look very familiar. I'll just tell you that. Personal settings, setting our personalized settings for the Microsoft Windows Media Player, which again, we don't really care about that. It's going to look like a version of Windows 10 just with some extra tools that they've added that you're going to notice in our taskbar. All right. So now since we're in, I'm going to install my tools now. They make sure that you are logged in as the guest operating system. If you did not see VMware tools installing, press the Windows logo key plus R. As you see right here, it's telling us Windows Server 2019 Standard Edition or evaluation. Windows license is valid for 180 days, but that's why we put it in a VM. Okay. Let's see if this comes up. If it don't, we want to hit the logo key plus R. What's this saying here? See, do you want to allow your PC to be discovered? Yes, we do. Server managers loading here. And we can turn this on or off when we first log in. And we'll go through a lot more detail when we're actually using Server 2019, and then you'll see when we're configuring AD in our Active Directory and all that fun stuff. Okay, let's give it a second. Yeah, it's running really, really slow. I'm definitely going to give it some more memory, but we'll do that after all this gets set up. Well, next time when you watch this video, or the next time you see me working on this, you'll be like, hey, this will actually run a little bit smoother and quicker than what it was before, hopefully. Yeah, see, it's giving us all of our, so again, see, we can look at our servers that we have running here. Again, it's just a walkthrough. So it tells you how we can configure the server and all that. We're not going to do all that right now. So we can unclick that. All right, so it says Windows logo key and R. So let's go Windows logo key, R. Come on. Let's see. So it says D setup. So let's see if we can find our D drive. It should be here. Hopefully it mounted. All right. Let's type it in. D. All right. And we want to go /. What did I say? No. I think I'm getting sleepy. I am getting sleepy. I can tell it. D. And we want to go setup. setup.exe. Let's see if it installs. I don't even know if it mounted. It should have mounted though. Let's look here. Yeah, there's Internet Explorer. Say right there. Say preparing VMware tools for installation. That's what we want. Let it do its thing. See, it is. We got to see right here DVD drive. So it did mount it. So that's what we wanted. All we're waiting for now is for it to install. It's preparing. Usually after this, it'll have us reboot the computer, and then we're just going to look at our settings one last time. It might not even have us reboot it. It might actually install everything where I don't have to reboot. It's always good just to make sure that the configurations take while we reboot. Okay, so it's preparing for the install. Okay, so we'll go through the wizard. We're going to hit next. Typical, that's fine. Hit next. Hit install. Give it a second. There it goes, validating. Then copying the new files, removing, changing the registry, USB, physical, let's see. There it goes, copying the new files. Now we should also see the screen size should start changing once it gets to the video drivers, the graphic drivers. Now this is a lot more simpler now, the way they got a lot of this stuff set up than what it used to be years ago. It used to be a headache. The whole virtual thing was a headache. And then we didn't even have virtualization, which is more like emulation. The emulators, anybody used to play like retro games and all that, try to get your video games to work. Yeah, same thing with computers. But again, yeah, this has changed so much. Before you used to have to go buy physical hardware, you used to have to, buy the computers, find old junk computers, old servers, take them apart, try to fix them. Then you had to look at the manuals, see if you could find manuals. Then if not, you had to find a support disk. It was just, yeah, everything was a pain. Very, very, very big pain. So again, you have it a lot more easier today, and everything's just more freely available. Yeah, see, there we go. See, picture image is changing. That's fine. That's what we want. Removing the backup tools. All right. Please wait. Removing the backup. That's fine. And thank you for those that stopped by and being patient. I know this is taking a little bit. Yeah, if I would have gave it some more memory, it would be a little bit quicker. But give me more time to be able to run through and discuss some of the things I wanted to talk about. So now we just hit finish. You must restart your PC. Yes, your system. That's fine. Want to restart? Let us restart our virtual machine. And now what we can do here in this situation, we're going to follow our article here in just a minute. We're just waiting for it to restart again. And if we come back to the configuration again, just to double check here, Control Alt, remember to get out of our virtual machine. We're going to right click, we're going to come down to our settings. And what was I going to show you while I was here? Um, that's the memory, but I wanted to show you, my brain just went blank what I was getting ready to say. Oh, let's see. This, I can unclick this. I don't need this ISO anymore. I can hit OK now because it's already installed on the hard drive. We don't need that ISO image every time when it boots up. All right. It's still loading up. Okay. Let's come here. We're going to go view. We're going to full screen just to make sure that the tools went through so we can see everything. It should look nice now. Should match our screen resolution, or we don't have to go and fix all that. Okay, so you control delete to unlock. See, it just changed for us. See, now I'm full screen. See, I don't have all the black over here. That's what we wanted. So inside the VM, right, we click. That's where I see my cursor. If it goes Control Alt, it goes to the hand. That means I can now go from machine to machine. And that's also why we do these tools. So we can take things from my Windows box that I have here, and I can stick it on this virtual machine or in Kali, copy files or whatever. So I can interact between each device. Okay. So again, we click to enter back into the virtual machine. And then I'm going to hit Control Alt Delete inside. See? Oh, don't need that. You know what? I could probably do it from up here, can't I? Yeah. I'm hitting Control Alt Delete on my keyboard, but you can also hit, see right here? If you click, send Control Alt Delete, see, to the virtual machine. So if you click that, it'll automatically do that. So you don't keep having to pop up like how mine's doing. I totally forgot about that command. So let's sign back in with our password that we created, my secret password. As you now see, I'm logging into the system. And it's responding a lot quicker now too. Okay, is the time right? No, so it's saying 110, so definitely we need to change this, right? There's my service manager again. We can turn this off on boot up every time, but again, we'll do that in just a sec. Well, we'll do that in the next video. I'll have everything configured and stuff. We're just going to do general configuration for right now. So see, I have no audio going on right now, which is fine. I don't think I got audio set up for my virtualization. Let's see here. Server manager is not responding. Why? I don't know. Let's see. brings together a new family. Yeah, that's because we haven't set anything up. That's why. Okay, we don't care about that. We don't care. We'll go through the initial configuration in another video. All right. So if we're here though, let's click here. Yeah, we can adjust our date and time. And this should save in a config file. So when we open up again, come on. Set time automatically. Say set time zone automatically. Let's say it should change. Pacific time. No, 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 no. Okay, let's turn that off. Let's pick that. That's why. See, it thinks I'm in Pacific time. We're not in Pacific time. I'm in Eastern time. So let's see. Central Easter Island. Eastern time right there. US and Canada. Now, if we turn it on, bingo, 412. See, it's 4:12 a.m. That's exactly right. That's my time. All right. We'll come back up here. So we got our time set. That's good. We do have Wi-Fi here. We can check. So just to show you guys here, it's how it's a little bit different than when you're looking at your Windows 10 at home. You'll see we have a server manager. There's our PowerShell. Okay. Here's our remote desktop that we can use. We've also got some more PowerShell commands here that we can use, Windows accessories. If we scroll up, we should be able to scroll up. Why is it not giving me? Okay, we don't care about the letter. I should have a bar. Why is my bar not? Yes, that's search. Okay. I'm just trying to make sure everything's responding correctly here. So let's go. Um, do we want to open up? Let's see. Administrative tools. There's our computer management. So these are. Let's go. Yeah, that's it. In the Windows system. That's it. We're going to go command prompt. We're going to run as administrator. All right. So here's our command prompt. We can change our font and sizes and everything from here as well. So if we came down here, we probably change properties. I just want to make sure you guys can see. So if we look at the font, let's do 24. I think 24 should be big enough. Yeah, okay. I know you guys aren't blind, but I know sometimes when I'm streaming, the font might be too small and people can't see it. Okay, so here we are at CD administrator. Okay, so we go CD dot dot up, right? So CD, we're gonna go dot dot. All right, now we're back to C. So what we want to do here is we go ping. Oops. And then we go 8.8.8.8. We're just checking to see. Whoop. No, we don't need CD. Okay. PING 8.8.8.8. And what we're going to do is this is pinging Google. What we say here, look through. As you see, the internet's working. So it did send. It's our three-way handshake. Sent out the packets. So it sent out 4 and it received 4. It lost 0. So we do know we've got an internet connection going out. So that's good. All right. So if we come back here, view, we're going to go full screen. I'm just doing this so you guys could see the article. I could have put it over on my computer and then I wouldn't have to keep doing that. But I just want to show you guys, but we're just going to finish up here and then we'll do our Metasploit. Okay. So we're showing here. And now we can upload and invoke our vulnerable AD plus script. The GitHub instructions say to run one command to download and another to invoke with flags, to state domain name and limit the number of users created. However, examining the script, the invoke command and flags are already hard coded, so we can skip that part. All we need to do is open PowerShell as administrator again, set execution policy to bypass and then run the following. So actually, we skipped the command here. We need to be here. Let's scroll up. All right. See, right here. Vulnerable scripts. Okay. See, we also recommend installing guest editions, which we did. Okay. Now, vulnerable scripts. A Google search for vulnerable Active Directory GitHub or a similar phrase will return several great options for us to use. These different scripts were written by pen testers and enthusiasts who wish to give back to the InfoSec community. So if we down here, by running one of these PowerShell scripts on our server, user accounts, poor passwords, and different misconfigurations will be put into place. This will make our machine vulnerable to many of the common attacks you might see in the real environment, such as pass the hash, Kerber roasting, and golden ticket attacks. See, we have no connection with any of the individuals who have created these vulnerable systems and no involvement in the development or maintenance of any scripts we've mentioned in this article. They have been created by generous and talented individuals for anyone to use and enjoy. We are choosing one as an example. Let's see. We are choosing one as an example to walk you through the setup process, as most will function in a similar fashion. Under no circumstances should you run this on an actual Active Directory network, right? Which we're not. This is a lab environment. So the purpose of this walkthrough, we will be using the vulnerable AD plus by Water execution. The README file lists a wide range of attack vectors and vulnerabilities, and the repo contains a walkthrough and the password list to use in your practice. So if we click here, this look so we can see what this is all about. Oh, there is a GitHub repo. Okay. Scroll through here. They do have, let's see, there's a write-up that they've got here. And there's their README file. And we can look here. Vulnerable AD Plus. Create a vulnerable Active Directory that's allowing you to test most of Active Directory attacks in local lab. The main features, randomized attacks. Full coverage of the mentioned attacks. You need to run the script in DC, a domain controller with Active Directory installed. Some of attacks require client workstation. Supported attacks, abusing ACLs and ACEs, Kerber roasting, ASREP roasting, or ASREP, abuse, DNS admins, password and AD user comments, so Active Directory, password spraying, the main controller sync. You got the silver ticket, golden ticket, pass the hash, pass the ticket, SMB signing, disabled. Bad WinRM permissions, anonymous LDAP query, public SMB share, and zero login check version. Then they got some write-ups. Now includes a write-up in the wiki section, an example. So they give us a little example write-up. All right. So since we kind of know what it does, and again, here's the README file. So right here, as you see, that's what we were just reading in the README. Here's the write-up that they were talking about. Here's the output. So here's the password list. Here we can see our little password list that they've got. We've got a README here. They pasted image, talks about the domain name. Let's go through the rest of this write-up here. Okay, installing it requires running some commands in PowerShell. So let's start by opening PowerShell as an administrator. Okay. Let's go through this, and I haven't went through this section, so this is all going to be kind of new to me as well. So click on the Windows icon in the taskbar and type PowerShell. Right click on Windows PowerShell and select Run as Administrator. All right, so let's do what they're saying here. Again, this will work if I go full screen, but right now I'm not going full screen because I'm trying to show you guys. Oh, this is, well, let me see. Can I do that? Yeah, I'm gonna have to keep coming out of full screen though to show you all this. So like if we go here, then we're going to click search button. We're gonna type in PowerShell. We're gonna right click. It says run an administrator. And as you see here, Windows PowerShell, and it says administrator. So make sure that yours says the same. Okay. Let's pull this. I'm trying to see if the text is big enough for everybody to see. Can change the font here too. So let me change the properties. Let's change the font. Let's do 24 on this one as well. Okay. I don't know if that's too big. Nah, that looks pretty good. You guys should be able to read it. All right. All right, so there's our PowerShell open. Now let's come back up here again. So I think we're going to stay view full screen. All right, so you can still see it there. Scroll down. All right, so there we did that. Scroll down. Let's see what else they say here. To run PowerShell scripts from source outside of Microsoft, we need to set the execution policy to bypass using this command. So again, before we run any commands, let's make sure we know what it's actually doing. So see, set execution policy, and then it's going to say execution policy bypass. Okay, that's pretty much straightforward. So let's copy this, right click. And since we installed our tools, you'll now see I can copy from my Windows device like we're doing now over to our virtual machine in Server 2019. So if I right click here, oh, did I not turn it on? I don't think I put the feature on. Crap. Yeah, hold on. Let's see if we can turn that on now. Or my settings. I don't think we checked it in our options. Let's see. There's shared folders, snapshot, guest isolation, VMware tools. Thing. We can have it update automatically, but we don't really need to do all that. Trying to remember, where do we have? See, input grabbed. That's fine. File locations. And we've got shared folders, right? So general. All right, snapshots. Shared folders. Okay, we're not sharing any folders, but that's fine for right now. We don't need to do all that. Enable drag and drop. Right. I don't know why. Does it need to be rebooted again? Seems like it would. Should. Huh. Try this again. Okay, it does work. I just didn't do it right. Okay, so I'm done. Control C, Control V. Ready? Okay, so let's hit enter. Give it a second. There it goes. Say yes to all. Default is in. So the execution policy helps protect you from scripts that you do not trust. Change the execution policy my exposure to the security. The risks described in the policy to help topic, blah, 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 blah. Do you want to change it? Yes, we do. A, yes to all. So we're going to hit A. let's read our article some more. See our PowerShell cheat sheet for a list of useful ethical commands to network administrators and ethical hacking. We can look at that later. Following the guidelines in the GitHub, we can run their script to establish this server as the primary domain control for Active Directory domain. First, we install Active Directory domain services. Okay, so we need to do this. So again, we're going to set up our Active Directory. Okay, this is going to take a few minutes. We're going to install the Windows feature, the Active Domain Services. See, it's collecting the data. Yeah, I was thinking I was going to run 2 hours. I'm 2.5 hours. It's 4:30. So I'm thinking hopefully 5 o'clock we should be done. Hopefully. All right. I am sleepy. Maybe drink some water. Wake me up a little bit. All right. Let's see. 60, 61. See, this is when you got other little projects open, or again, like I said, if you're trying to read something, whatever. So we're just going through the process. So sometimes, again, hurry up and wait, hurry up and wait. And again, patience is always a thing. But again, once the satisfying part is once we got everything set up, right? Is when you get to turn it on and it's just ready to rock and roll, right? You can sit, start labbing and all that. But again, I want to show you guys a little bit of behind the scenes of setting up an actual lab and getting everything prepared. So when you do see a video and stuff, now you understand the work and the effort that went behind the scenes. And then you guys can play along. So therefore, if anybody does want to try to play along with my videos, you're going to see how long it takes. So you might want to actually set all this up before. Like I said, if I'm doing a live stream and you wanted to play along, you already have everything set up. All right, 92%. We're almost there. And it's just starting the installation. So again, it's going to take a little bit. That's what I'm saying. I should have definitely give it some more memory. I totally forgot we're going to have to go through all this setup process. Do, 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 do. Do 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 do. Oh, I hope everybody has a wonderful day today, and that you do something productive, and maybe you learn some new stuff. Maybe you hack some new boxes, and you share with other people on how you did it. Maybe do some write ups. And speaking of write ups, again, I will be presenting my Symphonos 2 CTF. So definitely stay tuned for that. And we're going to go through the full walkthrough of that. And I'm also working on CTF 3 or Symphonos 3.1. And I'll be doing a write up on that. Okay, success. Restart needed to execute code. Okay. All right. So let's see what they're saying here because I don't want to get further ahead of what they. Okay, so we did that. Then we want to import this ads deployment. So we want to import this module, this ADD DS deployment. And then we're going to run their script, right? Yeah, okay. All right. Yeah. We want to install this module or import this module. Let's get back over to our server. Right click. Got that. Okay. Now we can run their script. So note the domain name flag is currently change me, and domain name is change. You can create if you want, but the domain change is hard coded and the PowerShell script will be downloading. Either you can leave it as change, okay, right? We can just do that and change me, right? As change and change me, or copy the raw file that is as it as a PS1 on your virtual machine. Edit the last line of the code with your custom domain name and evoke it. Yeah, okay, we don't need to worry about a custom domain name. We're just going to leave everything by default. Let's just copy all this. All right, come here. It's running the script. Just to double check, make sure that script went through okay. And the main name, oh, yeah, we did that. If that sounds way more technical than you're ready for, just leave it as change me. For now, we'll do the same for this walkthrough. It will ask you for safe mode administrator passwords. We can keep our trusty password one okay for this as well. I completed. System will sign us out and apply the changes. This can take a while, so grab a coffee or another energy drink. Okay, so let's come back up here again. Let's just try to run this for right now. And then we'll put in the code. I just want to make sure everything worked right. You're missing an argument for a parameter database path specified to okay, the system string. And try again. Right, which is in the script. Yeah. Yes, we did all this. Why is that not working right? Then we can now load the invoke vulnerable AD script. GitHub instructions say to run the command, one command download and another to invoke the flag to state the domain name and limit I need to do, right, it's PowerShell. That's what we did. Okay, IEX new object. Server will reboot and it's ready for hacking. Right, okay. And then we got an AD security lab by Snoopy Security and Bad Blood. Of course, understanding the misconfigurations of a lone domain controller is one thing. But what about having an entire Active Directory to play in? Level 4. So creating an entire Active Directory network lab. Much like the previous lab, some passionate and generous hackers have assembled complete vulnerable networks for download, free of charge for you. Usually paid, access to something like this can run $30 to $60 USD per month for shared labs. If you have the system for it, you can avoid the cost. Let's see this lab that they're doing here. Yeah, that's the one I was going to talk about. Goad, which is the Game of Active Directory version 2. Now, if you see this one, look out. This is a full Active Directory. So what kind of system do I need to run this? This next activity is extremely resource heavy. The virtual network lab alone, without consideration of the host operating system or a tag box, requires roughly 20 gigs of RAM, a Windows 10 system with a super flurious software running, with the usually use of 6 to 7 gigs of RAM. And let's see, viewing your task manager, while low resource Linux systems like Mint will only use about 2.5 gigs. So again, it is doable. So that's the one I would really like to set up that we could run. However, this one, for some reason, is not installing our script and is throwing errors for us. Uh, Now let's look here. Oh, this commands, what they're trying to tell us in PowerShell cheat sheet. The Bassgrass, how to use PowerShell. Yeah. Okay, that's a little article they wrote on just how to use PowerShell and how to do commands. We don't need that. We want to find the commands on GitHub. What are they talking about here? Let's go here again. Open a link, a new tab. Let's look at the Active Directory here. Come on here. Okay, this is the code that they're talking about here. Okay. If you didn't install Active Directory yet, you can try. So we install the add forest, save database, C Windows, for sure. Okay, so we're going to copy that whole line there. Whoop, we don't need all that. We just want this line. It's the only line we need. Yep. And we're going to copy. If you didn't install Active Directory, we can do that. So let's try this again. Back here, we want to create an Active Directory. Bingo. Safe mode. Okay, now we type in that password they were asking about. So let's type in. Oops. Get rid of that. Okay, confirm it. Enter. Okay, it's validating it. This is what he said. It's going to take a little bit of time here. All right. Yeah, this is one reason why I said it was good to go and we'll check out the GitHub and check out the original source of the article. Come back over here. Yeah, installing requires some commands, PowerShell, right? Some commands of PowerShell. Let's start by opening. All right. Okay. Okay. Yeah, so they're going by their commands, what we're doing. They want to okay. Well, so ask for the safe mode password. Type in our password. Then when completed, the system will sign us out and applies the changes. This can take a while, so grab a coffee and an energy drink, and then it'll sign us out. You'll notice that you're logged in. Okay, so we just got to wait on that. So I don't know how long this is going to take. You don't say. So just grab a coffee. So on that note, we're just going to let this bad boy run, and we'll see what we end up with. So we know we got some definitely special attacks here. So again, we're going to have our Active Directory, then we're going to have our Metasploitable 2 and Metasploitable 3. And then, who knows, we might, it, maybe even in our lab too, you guys might see me add in, was it a damn vulnerable web application. So DVWA, I might actually add that in as well. But again, we'll just practice around. We'll grow out our lab and sample around with different challenges and different other things, right? A warning delegation. This is what they told us about the change me. Otherwise, no action is needed. So delegation to this DNS server. This DNS server cannot be created because the authorization parent cannot be found or it does not run Windows DNS server. If you're integrating with an existing DNS infrastructure, you should manually create a delegation to this DNS server in the parent zone to ensure reliable name resolution from outside the domain change me. Otherwise, no action is required. And as you see, it's installing our group management and our policy console. So unvalidated. Our user input, 100% all tests were completed successfully. Installing our new forest, so creating our Active Directory, installing our group policy. Again, we'll set all this up, and then after everything gets installed, now we can make it vulnerable. Then we'll have a nice little machine that we can play on. So let's look here at the second part as well. So we got that. Let's look here. If you already installed Active Directory, say just run the script right here. Say, but again, we didn't do Active Directory. It's our first setup, so we're letting it run Active Directory. So like it said, after this gets done, it should reboot for us. But again, it's going to take a while. Configuring the local computer, okay. Installing a new forest, say the direct partitions, the main controller. All right. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, bum, ba-dum, ba-dum, bum, bum, ba-dum, bum. This is the fun world of IT and InfoSec. And I know anybody that's probably in IT and all this and knows all the joys and the fun of setting stuff like this up, especially if you got older hardware. But for newcomers and stuff, hopefully you're learning the process and get to realize, like, yeah, everything's not like what you see in the movies. And this is like I said, it could some people find this boring, like setting things up and getting everything configured and all that is part of the process. But at the end of the day, it's actually fun. And if you watch, you can actually pay attention to what it's installing, and then you understand certain file structures and you can understand system configurations, see securing our Kerberos policy. So even certain words, say DNS server, when you're watching through the setup policies, you can actually take notes. So if you don't know what something is, go look it up, go Google it so you can find out, hey, what is this? Configuring the DNS services on this computer. What is a DNS service? Now, again, that's why I'm offering classes and that we're going to be covering it. So A lot of this stuff that I'm showing in these videos, yes, there's like we're way steps ahead, like way further ahead than what a newcomer, somebody who's like I said, never touched a computer. That's why I said it looks, but I'm trying to keep people engaged and hopefully stimulated to where they're going to be like, hey, this looks pretty cool. So this is, it's kind of like, when you were a kid and you're like, hey, why are we going to learn this? Why? And I'm never going to, I'm not going to learn this. I'm never, what am I learning this for? What don't, so I'm trying to show you a lot of the information that we're going to be learning and touching upon is going to be able to transfer over. And it's like I said, there is a rhyme and a reason for all this. I don't want to sit here and keep babbling, but I'm just trying to let people know the information that you're learning, which will be the fundamentals. Trust me. And the thing is, that's why, well, in a way, you don't have to trust me. That's why I'm trying to show you guys we're going to do hands on. And now you're going to see, now I understand, Jimmy, or mentors, why you're wanting to teach us this. So again, you're going to have questions. You're going to have, but the thing is, if you go through the process, you bang on the keyboard. That's the way that everybody learns. You hit that keyboard and you play along, do with what I'm doing. And same thing when we do the CTFs. And now when we go into these fundamentals, I'm trying to tell you, all this will start making sense. In a way, I'm kind of reverse engineering and we're going backwards. And the reason we're going backwards is I know sometimes at the very beginning when you learn fundamentals and basics, some people find it boring and it can get very dry, especially when we get into some of the networking stuff. Some of the topics can get very dry and boring. That's why I'm trying to give you plenty of labs to keep you busy so you can apply the skills that you're learning. I know everybody learns in different ways. Some people learn by reading a book, some people learn by doing videos, some people are better hands on. I'm trying to give you all three flavors. We're going to have things that are written down, you're going to have video format, and you're going to have practical application. And in my Google Classroom, the way that the classes are set up, there's going to be a lot of structure. There will be quizzes, there will be tests. Again, just like how a school environment would be. And the thing is, it is pass or fail. If you cannot complete the materials that's presented to you and the labs that's given to you, then you're not ready to advance to the next section. And I'll be able to gauge that because, again, I will be the instructor who's providing the resources and the information. So people think just because they watch some videos that they're going to know what we're doing. Uh-uh. And the same thing with the access to the labs and all that. So those who actually want to take this stuff serious, if you just want to watch the videos and stuff, you will be able to find a lot of this on YouTube. Now, a lot of my training stuff, it's not going to be on YouTube. It'll be hosted on YouTube, but you won't have access to the videos. My students will have access to the videos. And then I'll have some other platforms where I'm going to share some possibly like bonus stuff as well. I'm still trying to figure out all the moving pieces and parts and all that. But again, I think it's going to be a very enjoyable journey. And I'm probably going to sit here and be talking a while or might find something else because this is going to take a while. Let's see. Oh, look at that. It's already doing it for us. So it's being restarted. The services was installed or removed. Okay, that's fine. You're about to be signed out. That's fine. All right. So right now, is this going to restart, do everything that we need it to do? Our Active Directory has been created, and we'll go through the rest of the article. And I think we'll have our server completed here. Well, the scripts should be installed now. We'll hit Control Alt, get out of it, come back up here. So you will notice that the login is for your newly created domain, which is hopefully that's the way it comes up, that we know everything was done correctly. See, now we can upload the vulnerable AD plus script. The GitHub instructions say to run one command to download and another to invoke the flags to state the domain name. limit the sum. Okay, how we're examining the script, the invoke command and flags are already hard encoded, so we can skip that part. Okay. All we need to do is open PowerShell as administrator again, set execution policy to bypass, then run the following. Okay. All right, so we'll try that. Let's see. When we can log in, wait for this. Where are we at? Give it a second. Still waiting on. Yeah, it's still loading. And then we'll start from the very beginning, and I'll just show you, like I said, Metasploitable in 2 and 3 once we get done with setting up our server here. And then hopefully, like I said, next video, well, more than likely it's going to be my Symphonos 2 and the walkthrough that we did of that. Okay. So see Control Alt Delete here. We're going to click here. So we're inside. Now we're going to run our command right there. Now, yep, see, change administrator. That's exactly what we wanted. See? So this is us. This is our changed administrator. Let's type in our password we typed. All right. I'll wait for this to load up. Okay, looking good so far. Okay, yeah, server manager again. We don't need that, so we're going to go ahead and turn that off because we don't care. All right, gonna get our PowerShell. Run as administrator. That's what they said, right? Okay. So let's come back up here just to double check, make sure we're doing everything correct like I said. See, now we can upload and invoke our vulnerable AD plus script. The GitHub instructions say run one command, download the other, blah, 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 and limit the others. However, examining the script, the invoke command and flags are already hard coded, so we can skip that part. All we need to do is open PowerShell as administrator again, which we did, set execution policy to bypass, and then run the following. Okay. So we just want to set execution. So let's type this in again. Mm, okay. Now, let's scroll back down here. We're going to copy all this. Once the script finishes, the server will reboot and it's ready for hacking. All right, so let's see. Copy this. Back here. Got that. Is it running? I don't think it went through correctly again. Yeah, it didn't go through right. The downloading that line. Yeah. Let's go to the GitHub again. The already installed Active Directory. Just run this script. We got all of it, right? Yeah. So let's come back up here. File. Let's view full screen. pull this over, bring it down just a little bit, resize it, pull it up, just a little bit better, bring it down, hit enter. All right, copy. That's what we want. Come back over here. Why is it not? Is it doing that again for some reason? Give me a pain in the butt. Uh, copy. Paste. It's not wanting to paste. It's being a pain. I don't know why. There. Let's close this down. Okay. Come back over here to our server. All right. Let's see if we copy this again. Uh-huh. Bingo. There it goes. Mm-hmm. There it goes. Nice, nice, nice. It's creating all these users for us. That's great. See. So now it'll make it look like we're actually in an enterprise with all these fake users that we could sit here and go and attack, and then hopefully we'll get all these extra services too in our Active Directory. Okay, different departments. So we got marketing, we got sales, we got accounting. They are DNS admin, password spraying, bad ACL. So it's setting up these different scenarios. The SMB signing disabled, the main controller sync. All right, nice, nice, nice. So yeah, we're making the system exploitable. That's what we want. We want to make the Active Directory vulnerable. All right. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, ba. The APS session. There's a container. All right, all right, all right. SMB share. That's fine. Firewall's turned off. That's fine. And again, this isn't a production environment. We're trying to make it vulnerable. And that's what this script's doing. And again, we would never use this for an actual Active Directory environment or any type of production. As you see right now, we're creating it to be insecure and hackable. All right, now it's restarting it. That's great. Let's come back up here. Gotta minimize back down. As we see here, we just did all that. So once the script finishes, reboot. The write-up by water execution, state initial access is obtained through the anonymous LDAP query and Kuba roasting. Explaining these methods is beyond the scope of this article, but now you have a playground to practice those attacks and many other Active Directory hacking techniques. So if we look here, let's look at this write-up that they're talking about. See right there, there's the initial access, see, anonymous LDAP query. So if you do the LDAP search, -H, right here, 10.10.10.244, the basic context, extended LDIF, LDAP version 3, requesting names, the DM, domain, controller, to change me, search result, the LDAP search, description, thing, and then, yeah, all right. So there's the new generated passwords. There's some Kerber roasting, Evil Win RM. All right, yeah, all right. So yeah, we should be able to find some pretty cool stuff to do with this. All right. And then we might be able to actually set up some more vulnerabilities as well. All right. So let's come back over here. Up. I want to Control Alt Delete. All right. Send the function through. Type in our password. Go back. Be nice if I can type. Okay, waiting for the configurations to take place. Everything should be done this time. So right now we have a vulnerable Active Directory. And now with Kali, we can go and have some fun. See, so you can configure, see, the server, or we can actually look at it. See, there's our local server right here. See, now see all servers. We can look at our servers, right? So let's see, we go local server. Now, as you see, this is our work group. It's giving us information now about the memory, about specifications. It's pulling in the information about our server. As you see, it's a VMware showing remote management, showing us different events that's happened in the server. So as you see, these are different services that we have running, that we have turned on and off. Talking about some best practices, some performance. Again, let's see our different roles and features. Again, you can remember we are the administrator. So this is what we would see on the back end. Okay. If we come back to our dashboard, okay, we can see everything's all managed right here. Okay. There's a lot more features we could do, and we'll see that once we go through some Active Directory courses and we start talking about Server 2019. And yeah, like I said, there'll be a lot more information. But as you see here, we got different tools that we can use. As you see here, there's different services we can look at. We'll learn more about this. There's some DNS. This is where we can add roles. Again, you're going to understand being a server administrator. You'll see more of this later. We can view. This is this again, our zoom in and zoom out. Then you have your help category. If you have any questions, these are any notifications that pop up of any changes been done to the network. And we can also refresh the dashboard. So, and this is a quick start guide here. So we can actually hide this. We don't need to see this. So now you can look. See, add our DS, right? Then here's our DNS inquiries, our file and storage services. So we could go our Active Directory, right? As you see, it tells us information about our Active Directory. Now, again, some of these errors and warnings, there's a reason because remember, we've exploited it. So we made it vulnerable on purpose. So that's why a lot of these warning errors are popping up. Okay. And you can do more research, and we'll be learning more about these when we go into exploiting our target. Okay. And looking at the services that are running, and actually there'll be a lot more information, but we do realize now we've actually got this set up correctly. So that's a good thing. So that's a very, very, very good thing. All right. So that's good. So now we're going to switch over. So actually, before we stop here, let's come back to server 2019. Come back up here. We're going to turn this off. Just like in Windows, we're going to come here, right? We're going to log out, all right? So we're going to shut down. Other, say, choose a reason. The best, this is for the log files, okay? So you could say other, whatever, unplanned. We're just going to put other unplanned. That's fine. Just hit continue. Again, as a admin, yes, you would always have a reason why you're logging in, why you're logging out. Making notes and stuff, just so, again, for policy and auditing procedures, that we'll know, hey, where you compromised, where you hacked. So, again, you're going to learn a lot more about the settings and configuration. All right, so now since we got Server 2019 set up and you guys got to see where we downloaded it from and how we installed it and how we got to load up our script, let's continue a little more. So let's go back. This is Metasploitable 3, and I got 2 on here. Yeah, so let's come here and let's go. Yeah, we're going to come back. All right, so as you see, we've got our 3 here. So we got Metasploitable, we got our Kali. Let's move Kali over here. We got 3. Let's put 2 there. And server 2019, we'll keep at the end. Okay? So the way these work, just to show you here on our write-up, we don't need this any longer. We don't need that any longer. This is going back at the very beginning. So we shown we installed our Kali Linux, right? And let's see where they at here. Okay, so after Kali Linux was installed, which we've already got installed here, we're going to show about the different targets. And this is when we talked before about Metasploitable. And again, the other different targets you could do right here. So our Vuln Hub, either or. So this is where we'll get our images from. So which new virtual machine you start will depend on your skill level and what types of attacks and vulnerabilities you want to practice. Since there is a beginner level lab, we'll use Metasploitable 2 for our example. Again, notice beginners. Download and install Metasploitable 2. In VulnHub, search Metasploitable 2 and download. As of the time of this writing, the direct download link for Metasploitable 2 is here. So let's see if this link works. Okay, so they got it where you can download it from SourceForge, but we could also look on VulnHub as well. See, and it's telling me we can save it in a zip file, which you can download as a zip file. Once you get done, extract it, and then from the extraction, I'll show you here, and they should probably show us here as well. It comes in a zip file. After you unzip it, you're going to put it in a folder. So if it's got Metasploitable 2, all right, it's going to come with a VMDK file. See, so it's going to say Metasploitable here. The way I did it, it comes with a VMX. Just double click on this, it'll automatically import into VMware. Once VMware gets it, now the settings, everything's there. And just to show you how it's set up, let's come back over here to our virtual machine. It was imported in, okay? All you have to do is click the little button, you import it, tell it which folder to import it to. So right now, as you see, it's only going to use 512 megabits of memory. And the processor is this one. Hard disk is 8 gigs of space. Again, network, I got it set on VMnet 1. And the reason why is, remember, we want Kali Kali is going to be attacking every one of these. Okay. So each one of these little computers here, or whatever operating systems, we're going to go after each one of these VMs with Kali. So we want to make sure they're all on the same network. And again, if we want to run all three of them at the same time, we could do that as well. Again, you're going to need the processing power and RAM. So I just do it independently one by one. So Kali is always going to run, and then we'll run Metasploitable. Same thing we do in our capture to flag. So if we right click, look at our settings. If yours probably is not going to be configured up, it'll probably be NAT when you first set it up. Do like I'm doing here. You come here, you're going to go to custom, and all you have to do is come down and hit VMNet host only. Okay. And then you can set up your second adapter as host only or NAT. Just leave it at host only. So all you're going to do is when you get your image, this VMNet NAT's not going to be here. You just go to add. And once it comes here, you're going to pick network adapter. Okay. Once you hit network adapter, it's going to add a new network adapter. And this is where you will choose and pick it, the VMNet. Okay. That's all you got to do to get it set up. Hit OK. And then from this point, all you got to do is right click, or you can go power on here, but we're going to go power, and we're going to start up the guest just like we do in our CTFs. If you now notice, give it a second. And it's loading. The Grub Loader. This is a Linux operating system that it's running. It's a version of Linux that it's using in this VM. Goes through let our image load up. Once it gets done, it should say Metasploitable. And then we know it's ready to go. And again, I'll be creating classes on how we can go through the exercises of Metasploitable. Metasploitable 2 and 3. And the way that we just installed this is the exact same way with Metasploitable 3, and I'll show you that. They don't mention this in the article, but Metasploitable 3 is an OVA file, and it's based on Ubuntu, and you just download it, install it the same way that we did Metasploitable. Just double check to make sure that you are on the same VMNet like I did here again, like we did originally. And now you will be able to play along. As you see right here, see, Metasploitable, right? It's running. Warning, never exposes VM to an untrusted network. Contact right here for the Metasploit. And again, you can look at metasploit.com and you can go and look up. There's tons of articles about Metasploit. Log in with MS admin or MSF admin to get started. See, Metasploitable login. So what we can do here is we can come here, pull up our browser, and you can just type in whatever, Metasploitable tutorial. So Metasploitable, that's Metasploit, but let's go Metasploitable 2 tutorial. Say Rapid 7. See, there's the exploitability guide. There's all sorts of articles now. So the exploitability guide. And this is probably one of the resources that we'll probably be following. So I actually bookmarked this. I haven't done Metasploitable 2 in ages. So Metasploitable, let's see a guide. There's the getting started. Then you can see ifconfig. So if you want, we can see our IP address. So if we come back here, see, we got our login right here. So again, if we come back, see, after the virtual machine boots, log into console, username, see, MSF admin is the password. From the shell, run the ifconfig. So we're going to open up a shell, right? So just copy this, right click. Hopefully everything's going to be working correctly over here. All right, so we'll just type in as you see, our show changed, right? Now we can type in ifconfig. And by looking here, our address is 148.139. Anybody that's done any CTS with me before knows the reason we're using the VMnet, again, is to keep everything in a secure environment. And we also know our IP ranges. So right here, 192.168.148 is our network. And this is device 139 on the network. So if we were to come over here to Kali, we're going to start up Kali. We're in the same network, but just to show you, same thing like when we do our CTF. So we just wait for this to load up. I'm not going to do any exploitation and stuff. I just want to show you how this would work along with the Metasploitable. And again, we'll just read through some articles and you guys can play along as well. I just want to make sure that you would have everything set up and ready to rock and roll so you can have some fun. I'm just waiting for Callie here. Okay. So just to show you here, we go back through, we log in. So default password, username, password of MSF admin. We typed in ifconfig to get it. So say services from our attack system, right? Kali. Linux preferably, something like Kali Linux, we will identify the open network services on this virtual machine using Nmap security scanner. So we're going to do an Nmap scan. The following command line will scan all TCP ports on Metasploit 2's instant. Again, there's different ways we can do the Nmap scan. So this is just going to do all ports, all 65,535 scans, and this is the target. Again, this is on their network. We're going to type in our IP, our Metasploitable 2 IP address that we found, okay? So if we come back over, say 139, remember? So that's our target. This is us, the attacker. So we're going to log in with root. Most of you guys will probably be in standard user, so it'll be Kali. Probably help if it didn't need to be capitalized. Now again, it's going to give me warnings too that yes, you shouldn't log in as root. You can SU. You can change users, so I can change into my standard Kali user from here as well. I just like logging in as root, so I don't have to deal with a whole bunch of extra things. So if we see here, see we're in Kali, right? And if we go if config and our command prompt from here, I'm not going full screen, but you guys should be able to see it from here. Trying to open up the web page. Okay. Okay, there's ifconfig. You notice here, Ethernet 0, we are 132. See, but we're on the same network, 192.168.148. So we're 132, and our target machine, we now know, is 139 Metasploitable 2. So we're going to go File, we're going to open up a new tab, all right, and we're going to go Nmap. Nmap. Oops, I hope I type right. See? Now the thing is, we're going to do a simple scan as well, right? Now they were going to scan all the ports. Now what we're going to do is, well, you'll see. Watch it. So we're just going to go 139, and we're going to do a CIDR of 24. All right, here we go. All right, 192.168. 148.139. All right, 139. So starting our scan, it'll give us some results back. The host is up. This is the MAC address showing it's a VMware. And actually, what this is actually doing is going to show us it's an ARP scan, pretty much what it's doing. Okay, so is this going to give us an IP address of our target? So let me show you another scan we could do. So we'll go New tab, right? And we'll do the Nmap command again. Let's see. No. Let's do. What's the command they were using? They're using all ports, right? Yeah. Well, let's come back over here. We'll just follow along with what they're doing here. I'll show you a couple more other Nmap commands, but that'll be a different class. All right. Now let's see if we can paste that in. Okay. And now our target machine is 192.168.148.139. All right. Well, let's let it run. So it's going to look through all the ports, so 65,535, and show us what ports are open. Again, the different flag, we could use different flags to give us back different information about the OS and just a lot of extra information that comes back. Okay. So let me look here. As you see here, see it's going to come back with a buttload of ports. So as you see, it's going to show us all the ports. So open is FTP, we got SSH, we got Telnet, SMTP. So again, if you're another great way too, if you're trying to learn your ports, it's going to return a buttload back. So you're going to see a lot of ports that are common. See, nearly every one of these listening services provides a remote entry point into the system. In the next section, we will walk through some of these vectors. Say Unix basics. So I was going to talk about like TCP ports 512, 513, and 514 are known as R services and have been misconfigured to allow remote access from any host, a standard R host situation. Take advantage of this. Make sure that the RSH client is installed on Ubuntu and run the following commands as your local root user. If you were prompted for an SSH key, this means that the RSH client tools have not been installed and Ubuntu is defaulting to using SSH. See, this is about as easy as it gets. The next services we should look at is the network files, the NFS, and they can be identified. So again, as you see, there's different scenarios that we can go through, and it's going to tell us about each different target that we can do on here. There's tons of information and tons of videos that I'm going to be able to make just by using here with Metasploitable. So we got back doors that we could do, like Telnet. Telnet's very old. Um, yeah, so you're going to be able to see some MSF console, which would be Metasploit, and different uh, exploits that we'll be able to use. So again, some of the CTFs that you've already seen, and you see when we do some phonos too, and I do the walkthrough, you'll see how we apply an exploit and how we run it through Metasploitable. I don't think my other videos have actually talked much about with Metasploit. See, unintentional backdoor. So yeah, so we got tons of different articles that we can use. As you see here, again, Metasploit 2 is running. Okay, so once we're done with that, we would just come here. We're going to power. We're going to shut down our guest. And then Metasploitable 3, same type of setup. So again, you would right click, you would power it on. We're set up in the same VMnet. Again, our Kali would be able to go and attack, same thing with the Metasploitable. So if you see here in Kali, there was all the ports that we saw. These are all attack vectors. We can scroll through them again. Get up here. Yeah, same, so you're saying same thing. So again, we'll go through a lot of those write-ups and walkthroughs. So we'll be able to play with some Metasploitable. All right, now let's close that port out. And right now we don't need this open, so we'll minimize that. All right, here we are back at Kali again. Metasploitable 3. Is it, okay, see, this is running a Ubuntu server, and that's what it's being hosted on. And it's enabled. All right, let's go with that. No valid RPL domain found in package. Is it still loading? There it goes. Okay, there's the login. I'm assuming this is going to be the same. So let's go MSF admin. I don't think they changed it. Between 2 and 3. It should be the same. Let's see if the prompt changes. Oh, did they change it? Oh, let's look at it again. MSF admin. Maybe I typed it wrong. MSF admin. I don't think it's changed. Hmm. It has changed. So, out of curiosity, let's look at that one too. So let's look at a Metasploitable tutorial. Metasploitable 3. There's Metasploitable 2. Metasploitable 2. I know they got Metasploitable 3. They hack Metasploitable machine in 5 ways. Yeah. Metasploitable tutorial. Maybe if I type better. Okay, and there's Metasploitable 3 there. Okay, here's a Medium article. I don't know, let's see what this guy wrote. Pen testing, Metasploitable 3 Windows machine. Let's see what he's got to say here. Hey everyone, it's been a while since I tried pen testing Metasploitable 3 Windows machine. Written report. Today I want to share it with you. Any suggestions or feedback is heartily welcomed. Passive information, Metasploitable 3 is a VM that is built from the ground up. This is a starter. Metasploitable 3 is released under a BSD style license. Is both right. Is locally HTTP 56.2 for Ubuntu 56.3. Scanning. So what we could do is we could actually just do it like a regular. Let's do it that way. Since we got Kali up, right? Let's do it like if we were running an actual regular CTF. So it doesn't matter if we know the IP or not. We'll figure it out, right? So since we're here, let's come here. There's some basic commands that we would do, right? So let's go net discover. We're going to go -I on Ethernet 0. Let it scan. We're going to see if we can find any other IP addresses. And we don't have anything else open right now. So that the target that should pop up for us should be Metasploitable 3. So let's look for this IP address. So we know it's going to be 192.168.148. Something. I'm assuming, let's say, we're one. Like I said, remember before, if we go right click, we're going to go file, we're going to go new tab. And under this tab, right, we're going to rename it and we'll just call this ifconfig so we can figure out our address. So we go ifconfig, right? So we want to find out our Kali IP address. Let's go back through and we should be, again, 132. That is us. And we are on the subnet or the network, the subnet of 192, 168, 148. Okay. And we are device 132. So if we come back over here, bring this over here. Let's see what IP addresses is getting close. So let's see which ones pop up here. And we can also run the ARP command. And this is why I was telling you guys before. We can also do some ARP poisoning. That's why we were setting up these labs. And we can do this with our Windows server. And we can do some ARP poisoning through that. And again, I'll have some videos coming soon that we'll be able to do. Have some fun with a little bit of, like I said, learn a little bit of that. So if you now notice 137, so that is, I guarantee you, that's going to be our Metasploitable 3. So if we go, we'll go Control Shift Z. So we end that, right? And now, if we go here, I'll just rename. I'm just showing you guys this so you can, anybody's done any of my, watched any of my videos, we just like to do this just to do good practice. So if we ever want to take notes, right? So net discover. So we got our IP, our ifconfig, net discover. Next one we're going to do, nmap, right? So let's go to nmap. Now we can scan all the ports, right? Like we just did on that one. But we know this target here is going to be 137, right? Let her scan. Let's name this nmap. And let's put the address 192, 168, 137. Hit OK. Probably help if I can spell again instead of writing everything backwards. That's kind of dumb. Okay, so let's go nmap. Why am I doing that? Nmap 192.168.148.137. All right. So scanning through all the ports, and it's going to show us all the little ports we've got. Now we can actually add extra flags. Well, let's see what he finds. See, nmap, every port of the Windows 2008 server. The result. Wait, what is this one? Oh yeah, okay. So it holds both Windows Server 2008 and Ubuntu 14.04. Huh. Data result is shown below. 21, OpenSSH, port 80, 1617, SSL, on 4848, 5985. Yes, right there. See Microsoft, HTTP, HPI. Huh. They got an Apache server running on 8020. They vulnerable analysis SSH access by dictionary attack. But we can do some SSH attacks. So there's a lot of different attacks. So we got this bookmarked as well. I'll go to look at that. That was written on August 6th of 2023. So Kushal Shrestha, if that's how you say the name, Shrestha, thank you for your write-up. Yeah, I've been live. Hey, Lonnie, I've been live for a little bit. Yeah, I was just stepping through, showing a couple of new labs that we're going to be working on and how to set them up, and that I'll be using in my course. So pretty much what we were covering is we set up we had Kali set up, but in the write-up, they talk about setting up Kali, which is our attacker machine. Then we also have Metasploitable 2, which will be one of our target machines, our victims here, and it's got tons of exploits in it, so we can practice with them. Then I'm showing here with Metasploitable 3, this is more exploits we can do. And then we set up a Windows Server 2019, and we created it where our Active Directory, we made it vulnerable with some scripts. And we got all this information from this article right here. And this is what we were doing today. They were saying how to create a virtual hacking lab ultimate setup. So that's what we were going through. So if everybody's seen right now, if we go through, I've explained to you what a virtual hacking lab is. The last part that we did here was we were trying to figure out if your hardware was able to be able to run virtualization. As you see, it was enabled, same as with mine, it was enabled. We showed which type of hypervisors that we could use. So we could have used Hyper-V, which is Microsoft. We could use VMware, which is what I'm using. And again, these are all free. And and in this article, they're using VirtualBox, which is free as well. I showed you where you can download VirtualBox. Same thing as well with VMware Workstation that I'm using, which again, we see here, VMware Workstation. See, that's me right here. That's what I'm running. And if we go View, and we come down here and we look at my customize, these are other virtual machines that I have set up that run on my network. And I also showed you when you set up your devices and your machines that we are setting them up in a virtual network. So we want to make sure that same thing with our Kali, right click, you go to your settings, and in your settings, if you look at your network, you have two adapters. Network one, we want to set that as our virtual network. So we're in an isolated environment and our Kali can communicate with any of these devices and vice versa. And we're running the NAT protocol. So we're sharing the host IP address, or you can set it for host only. But the main thing is we want this is just so we can get out to the internet. The main thing is we want our VMs to be set to the virtual network to keep everything isolated and nice and secure. We would close that. So again, here you see we got all of our addresses back. So we definitely know that's our target machine and that we can actually check out these different ports that's running on this target machine. Okay. And let's see. Wanna go on? Yeah. Okay. And we could go and look through some of this more in Kali here. What is going on? Why is it not letting me? Probably because I'm not. Yeah. If I go into full screen, we'll be able to see this better. All right. So again, all these are different virtual machines that I've got. We'll go through and set up through a lot of these. We're going to close that library up again. We can come back over here. We'll go ahead and close this. So if we come back and again, an overview, we saw VirtualBox. I showed you where we can also install VMware. We also talked about different types of distributions of Kali, which we could also use as a penetration platform or as our attack operating system with all the tools. So Parrot OS is one of those versions that you could use. There's multiple versions, but Parrot is another popular one. Same thing as Black Arch Linux. We are going to be using Kali. So right here, I showed you how to go to the Kali Linux website. Once you're there, you download the version that you're looking for. We were looking for a virtual machine that was already set up, which is pre-configured. As you saw here, they were downloading for VirtualBox. We download the image for VMware. Once it's downloaded, it comes in a 7-zip file. You extract it out. You're going to have your image. You right click on it. It'll automatically import into VirtualBox. As you see right there, see, it'll be in a VMX file. It'll get imported in. Then you'll have your Kali. And then I already showed you the settings that you have on the network. So we know that we can get everything to communicate. This is again based upon VirtualBox for this one. I was showing you through VMware. They show you the root name to log in. I have mine set as root and Kali. But once you're in, you can go. We've discussed this before on how to log in with Kali. All right, so your root privileges and all that. And if we scroll down, these are single targets, and this is what we were just discussing. So there was the OWASP, the broken web application that we might actually install later and put inside our lab, the damn vulnerable web application. So we could also install that. We installed Metasploitable 2 and 3, so we have that already installed. So we went through the installation of that and the process and where to get it. And if we scroll down, the next part that they did, say this is booting the lab up. That's showing you that Metasploitable is active. Now this part we didn't do. This is a pivoting lab. We can install Ubuntu, but we actually have Ubuntu already installed on Metasploitable 3. So we can actually use that as a pivoting box that we could use. And again, we'll cover this in actually a walkthrough when we do this. I think you guys will have fun understanding how we can pivot and springboard off of another box. So it'd be kind of like inside a real network. So if you kind of see, I explain a little bit what this is. The level 2, a pivoting lab. The level 1 lab is great to practice attacks on websites and databases and email servers and other services that are typically exposed to the internet. In reality, the target you're after is likely within a network you cannot access directly. So this is more like real world scenario. What you need to do is find an exposed machine or a service and hack into it and use the newly compromised machine as your entryway. And this is what this lab would be. As you see, this is the hacker. We find this pivot box. And once we hack into this box, see, we can get into the internal network. The system, see, will connect to both the network and we have access to, such as the public internet, and to the target's internal network, which we cannot access. By compromising this machine, we can pass our traffic through it and continue our attack. Let's set this up now. And again, we will set this up in an actual another lab, but we already have all the images that we need to actually create this type of lab. See, um, we need to make some changes to our network. Go to the preferences menu in your VirtualBox network. Again, we've already got all these images, so we will step through this. So all we need is to see our attack box, our pivot box, and our internal target machine. And then the next lab that we set up was this one right here that we installed an Active Directory server. See, the last two levels of the lab were great practice for Linux systems. See, those last two. But the vast majority of the internet runs on Linux. Websites, mail server databases, and other infrastructures are typical built on Linux systems. Inside a network, however, Windows holds the market share. So it's estimated over 90% of global Fortune 100 companies use Microsoft Active Directory for their networks. While popping boxes from the previous sections is a great way to learn how to breach the perimeter, right? Or hitting the perimeter through a forward facing machine. You need to know. So if you got a forward facing machine, we need to know Active Directory to be a great hacker. And that's where we will spend a lot of our time understanding Active Directory. We have a Linux Active Directory and we also have a Windows Active Directory, but we're going to focus dominantly on Windows. But again, we will build ourselves up with fundamentals and a lot of these skill sets, okay? So, you won't find many Windows-based vulnerable machines for free on the internet because, unlike Linux, Windows isn't free. Any services that provide vulnerable Windows machines, such as OffSec Proving Grounds or Hack the Box, has to pay Microsoft licensing fees. Fortunately, there is still a way to practice at home. And that's what Microsoft gives us right here, an evaluation copy of Windows Server 2019, where we download the official image and we installed it as a virtual machine, as you see right here. This was the longest, so that's why we kind of started out with this first, because it did take a good while for us to set this up. So, since we got all this lab set up, I hope everybody enjoyed watching and you actually get to see some of the other courses and well, actually see what to say, the the courses that I have planned and where I want to actually be able to take people on this journey and what we can explore and do things. So again, we got the original classes that when we were talking about when we were going to set up my Hugo database, and we're going to host it on Git. I got those videos pretty much they're done. I just now got to upload the site, and now you guys can see how that's all set up. You'll be able to do that. We have our capture the flag walkthroughs that we've done, Symphonos 2. That's going to be this one right here since we're already in Cali. Let's go full screen as we're at it. Because I just kind of want to end on a good note and stuff to where we've got other labs and stuff set up. So as you can see, we're going to have a lot of engagement and a lot of ththings to keep us busy and to be able to explore with. And I've always, like I said, I've always got something going on. So hopefully, if you guys want to stay motivated and engaged, hop on over to the Discord server. It's free. It's always in the description at my intro video. So again, definitely hang out there. I'm gonna hopefully start doing some meetups that we can do, some virtual online meetups, so we can all hang out. I did mention earlier in the video that I'm going to I'm setting up dates, but if you want to watch any of my videos, pretty much you're going to be able to find stuff Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Friday and Saturday, more likely karaoke or a tech video. Sunday, definitely a tech video. So therefore, as the times go for my Filipino friends, that's what I'm trying to do Friday and Saturday. I'm trying to aim at probably, like I said, 8 to 11 o'clock my time, okay, which will be 8 to 11 o'clock in the morning for my Filipino friends as the 12-hour difference. Sundays, a lot of my Filipino friends are always working or usually catching up on activities that they want to do during the week. So that'll be my time when I can do a lot more of my tech videos for people stateside or people that are in my time zone. So therefore, that'll be my day. So therefore, anybody wants to watch those videos, I will be doing videos between usually in the afternoon. So I'll say probably between 2 and 5 o'clock, maybe even 3. But again, stay posted. You'll see it. There'll be a lot more information in the Discords, people that join there. Like I said, I want to do some live meetups. So once we actually do our live meetups and all that, we'll be able to do more one-on-one. We'll be able to screen share. If you have questions, you'll have one-on-one direct contact with me. So the live streams is just a way to get my information out there and show people, but you're going to have the write-ups. You're going to have me 100%. You'll be able to hang out with other people that might be having questions and the same thing to bounce off you. And eventually, once the community grows, I want to start working in maybe have like a karaoke night where we all could just sit back and sing and have fun. We don't have to worry about YouTube giving us strikes. Number two, I was also thinking we could have maybe a movie night. So if you guys, like I said, I have all sorts of different types of movies. We're not going to be breaking any movie copyright claims and all that stuff too. And then I was even thinking we can maybe watch some YouTube videos or whatever. We can sit and laugh, maybe have like, you know, some reaction videos or whatever. So again, it'll be a fun time. So anybody wants to go on over to the Discord, the invites in the description. So definitely feel free to join. And by over here, I just want to show you guys one more time. Let's come up here. View, we're going to go full screen. Again, Kali, our target machine. Going to come here. And hopefully, eventually, the classes will start working into after everybody now knows how to do Hugo and now Git works and all that. Again, the courses will be launched in my Discord, and you'll be able to go to my Google Classroom and be able to engage with the courses. The next course after that is going to be Windows and Bash, and we're going to learn all about the command prompt and the terminal, and we're going to really get a lot more deeper. So again, you're first kind of learning Linux and stuff here on the fly by hands on, but you're going to have a lot more hands on and you're going to actually have more structured engagement with the classes. So that's coming next. And again, YouTube, you're not going to see these videos. You might see my CTS and whatever, but if you actually want to learn and actually be able to understand fundamentals, again, the information is free. It's just not going to be on YouTube. That's a lot of upload videos and all that. I just want to be able to make videos. Again, I'll do live streams. I'm going to walk through stuff, but if people are like, hey, you're moving too fast and blah, blah, blah. Well, I have courses that are free that you can join and you can join my community and you can learn one on one. Again, there's everybody's at different stages. That's what kind of makes it difficult. So that's why I feel like I can throw some stuff like this up. This would be for people, one, to maybe just want to understand maybe a little bit what's going on, or maybe just to see an overview. But if you want a detailed explanation of what's going on, I tried to do this in my videos, but as you see, they can become 4 or 5 hours long. And these are like classes. So I'm thinking some of the CTF walkthroughs I do, that's all they're going to be is walkthroughs. Because as you see here, this is what my classes will be based on. So if we come here, where am I at? Oh, okay, recently, yeah. So if we open up my cherry tree, this is my documents, right? Or my files, my notes that I take. Give it a second, load up. Okay, this is the write up. Okay, this is all from VulnHub. And if we come here, as you see, welcome to Symphonos 2, right? This will be included in my classes and even on my Discord. You will have this PDF file and you can follow it step by step. The great thing about this is all the resources, same thing in my classes, we will be covering over this in detail. So therefore, if you see here, say common port sheets, right? You're going to understand the ports, Nmap, the different types of commands, the different flags that we use. I've introduced and shown some of this already on here. So, like, if you guys have watched my videos before, you'll be like, oh, wait a minute. I think I have seen him talk about this. See, like, here's the Nmap scan that he's talking about. But as you see, I always put resources for people that are unfamiliar with the topics that I'm talking about. So, as you see here, see, a full extensive list of TCP and UDP ports. This will be covered very extensively in my networking course. That's what I'm trying to show you. This is what we'll be doing further ahead when you don't know the fundamentals. But once we go over the fundamentals and you learn that, I guarantee you all this that you're learning, you're going to be able to, now you've got it. But again, I want to show you kind of the finish line of what you'll be able to actually do. And then we're going backwards into the fundamentals. 'Cause I just feel like I'm cheating people if I just like show you this stuff. And, oh, this is boring. I don't know what I would ever do with this. I want to show you the fun stuff of this is the end goal to be able to hack and be able to crack stuff. And then you're sitting there thinking like, wow, that now you might not understand it. I guarantee if you stick with me and you pay attention to the videos and the courses, you're going to be like, you'll become a hacker. I guarantee you. A pen tester. You will be able to get a certification. You will be able to do many things. If you want to get into the IT world, I guarantee you by watching the videos and going through the fundamentals. Now, again, if you choose not to, that's on you. But if you want to make a career out of this, you will be able to get into the IT world. You will have the experience and the knowledge of multiple topics in, what to say, the IT career field. Now, am I going to say, I'm going to be able to give you like certifications? No, I do not have the authority to do that. But I will give you the education and the knowledge to be able to pass, especially the CCNA, a networking certification. And you will have enough fundamental skills. When I mentioned before, when we're doing these CTFs are on an OSCP list. That's a certification. It's a very well, I mentioned this in one of my videos before, but it's a very well-known, reputable penetration testing certification called the PIN 200. It's entry level. But a lot of these boxes I'm showing you are preparing you for the OSCP, the techniques. If you pay attention to the techniques, you're going to be like, hey, I remember seeing this. So if you ever sit the exam, all this information I'm giving you isn't just to throw it out there because I have nothing better else to talk about. I'm actually showing you things that are going to be very useful later. And then it's the light's going to come on. And you'll go, now I understand why he taught us this. There is a rhyme and a reason. Okay. That's all I want to say. But if you do look through, I got all the resources that are all listed here. And this is how I will break it down in more detail in my classes. So therefore, if so, like right here, see this net discover command, right? You click on the resource, and you can do this on your own. But again, in a class environment, I can explain more if you have questions. That's one thing that's great about an online instructor, like in college, right? You have your professor. You can't learn this all on your own the way I did. A lot of times, though, I didn't have people to ask questions to, so I had to figure it out on my own. I'm trying to lighten up the load a little bit to be like, hey, I'm here and willing to explain to you to the best of my ability. But again, hopefully you can teach me things too. So we both learn from one another. What is this? Stay here until you end. I cook dinner. Oh, oh okay. You're going to cook dinner. Okay. Again, net discover command. See, so I give you the resources and then we'll discuss over it. However, I don't just like to talk about the topics. I want us to be able to actually touch the topics. Now, the reason I'm showing you this is Net Discover. See, it's a simple ARP scanner to scan for live hosts in a network. Well, another great way to learn and stuff is let's do some ARP and implement it. And since we're wanting to be penetration testers, not only are we going to learn it in the networking world, let's see also how can we exploit it. And what's great about that is if we come here, if you see in this article here, right there, sorry, see, we were talking about ARP, how to perform an ARP poisoning attack. Now, isn't that neat? We're going to be learning about ARP in the networking world, but since we're wanting to do pen testing and we're learning it in a CTF, you're learning the fundamentals, but you're also going to learn, hey, there's some more things we could do. We could also poison it. And not only can we poison it and stuff, we can also figure out how we can secure it. So you understand you're learning a lot more features to go along. Are these older attacks? Yeah, it can still happen. Not as frequent, but again, they're relevant. They're out there. But again, everything I'm trying to teach people and stuff is for ethical purposes only. Remember, we are ethical. We're not sitting here trying to be malicious. We only touch networks that we have possession of, right? And we're doing this in a virtual network, so we can break and do anything that we want in these labs. They're virtual labs, and we're hosting them. We're not on somebody's private server. We're not on somebody's personal website. And eventually we'll get into that as well. I'll show you guys. There are some CTFs that already got some WordPress and stuff, which we talked about. I think Mr. Robot had one. But I'm also going to show you guys how you can host locally your own WordPress site and then how we can sit here and configure it and set it up. And then we're going to break it and tear it down and try to exploit it. So I'm showing you two ways on things. One, how to become a developer or an engineer. So if you want to create websites and all that, we're learning that as well. HTML, CSS, JavaScript. We'll learn about databases, SQL. We're going to be able to set these up. And then since you already know how to create it, now you get to understand, well, if you know how to create something, you should also be able to know how to exploit it. And not only after you exploit it, since you're the designer, you're getting best of both worlds. This is called red and blue team, which makes purple team. So you're getting the best of both worlds. So what I'm trying to do is give you skill sets that'll make you just give you many, 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 many possibilities on whatever you find a passion or an interest in that you could follow in the IT world. And I mentioned before that people may not realize these courses that I'm doing, this isn't just like a little YouTube series where you're going to be able to sit for a few hours. And what I'm trying to tell you, this is like a full school classroom. People go to school for computer science. This is going to go in more detail than what somebody who has a computer science degree gets. It takes them 4 years to do it. This might take you 4 years, 6 years. I don't know how long it's going to take me to do these courses. There's a lot of material to cover. However, I'm going to present it to you and I want to make sure I give you enough information that you're going to have a solid understanding. So a lot of the reason I make these types of techie videos, it is for people to make a career out of this. If you're a hobbyist and you're curious, that's great. I'd love for people to watch videos like that. Is that my target audience? No. I'm hopefully going to reach one person that I can change their life and they can start a career and they find a passion in IT because once I and other people finally retire and step down, you're our future. So that's what I'm hoping to do. I can reach one person, change their life, and this is what they do for a career. And now they can take over the torch and now they can teach other people. And other people might come across my videos and be like, hey, I want to get into tech. Now they've got a blueprint they can follow. I'm not going to say you have to follow it step by step. Find out what works for you, what information's great. And eventually, just like anything else, it's going to need to be updated. However, a lot of this stuff that I'm presenting and stuff, this information has been around for a long time. I've been sitting here, we said, with computers over 40 years. So if you look over 40 years, right, a lot of this information is still relevant. Well, people think, oh, yeah, wait. I'm trying to give you the more recent resources, though, like with articles and stuff, because things change, different techniques change. So I'm trying to stay current. But a lot of these protocols and stuff, no, 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 none of this is news. Some of this stuff was even before I was even born. So I'm trying to tell you, this information, I'm not like the only person out here who can give you this information. I'm just giving you my perspective on it and my understanding and what I've had to deal with, right? So we're just say this is my experience from it. And hopefully it's beneficial to somebody. And for those that aren't even want to make a career out of it, maybe you just say, hey, you know what? Now I understand how these hackers actually do stuff and I know what not to do. And maybe you might be able to secure and harden yourself. So again, you can get a benefit out of it. And again, maybe even for the younger person, my videos are restricted 18 and older. So I don't know. They're probably, again, I can't stop who views the videos. The only reason I wouldn't make it for kids, there's just a lot of restrictions on it. And the thing is, I know my mouth and I can be, what to say, uh, not the most pleasant for children. And I'm trying to say, I'm an adult. So I'm not going to say it's good and I should do it, but I just say there's some words that sometimes I say that, parents could get offended or very upset that their children are hearing. So that's why I was like, it's probably best knowing me that sometimes I used to make my videos for kids and I was just felt like I couldn't be natural. Hi, boys and girls. How are you today? I'm going to be your instructor. I put on this nice, happy little face up, but sometimes, words slip. I just know me. And I felt like I was being fake. So that's why I was like, you know what? I'm just going to be me. If people don't like the language, you don't have to watch my videos. But again, most time I try to keep it clean, clean and proper. But again, a fuck comes out once in a while. Shit, damn. And it depends on the topic that we're talking about. But again, I'm not trying to offend people or, you know, get people upset or whatever. But I'm like, if you haven't heard foul words before, I don't know what world you live in. I mean, I get it. I'm a religious person too. And some people say, oh, it's against my religion. Well, guess what? It's said in the real world. You'll get over it. You're not going to melt. It's okay. You're not going to just light up, I'm not going to light up in some flames. God's going to, you're going to hell, pal. You're going to hell. Now, the only word you'll probably never hear me say is GD. That one is, I just never liked that word. But the other words, yeah, they're not off. They're not off the list. They're not off the list. But again, just kind of showing you guys breaking it down. We're definitely going to be doing other types of techniques and learning a whole bunch of different stuff. The same thing with the DHCP. This one here is actually pretty cool. See attacks on the DHCP protocol. DHCP starvation, DHCP spoofing, and protection against these techniques. So we're going to learn a little bit about DHCP. And as I showed people earlier, for those that might be late to the video, I just want to show you one last little thing here before I get ready to wrap things up. This is called, see, I don't have, I didn't, this is the stuff I have it. I don't have it written all down. So, uh, uh, what is it called? Uh, Cisco Packet Tracer. Yeah, sorry. My brain's starting to go a little bit tonight. So that's, hey, I'm tired. I need to go to sleep. All right, so let's open this. Hello, Packet Tracer. Oh, okay, there it is. Here it comes. Packet Tracer, everybody, again, every tool that I'm using is free. There's nothing you're ever going to have to pay for. And I will always show you the links and stuff where you can get it. And this, you can get it officially from Cisco. Got to sign up. They got an academy and stuff. Got to wait for this, blah, blah, blah. You guys can see it's loading here, but it'll come on the screen in just a second. Because I'm still running the virtual machine. Now we can also set up our Kali too, if you guys don't know, and it can actually interact with our Cisco Packet Tracer, and we can actually have it sniff the network, like with Wireshark and all that. So this is what I wanted to show you. Let's bring it up, pull it over here, so now you can see it. Hey, look at there. All right. So this, you say, oh, what am I looking at? It's like a white screen. No, 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 no. This is more. We can set up lab topologies, right? So we can set up full networks. And there's one guy, I want to say it's called Jeremy's Labs, and he gave us freely a free lab that we can use on studying for our CCNA. Now we're going to touch on some other platforms called GNS3, another virtual platform, and even G. We'll touch upon that later on, especially after our networking stuff. But this is definitely what we're going to be studying during our networking. But if we come here, we can go File. We're going to go Open. Now let's open a file. And this one here is going to be in my downloads. Downloads. And if we come here, it should be. See Jeremy's right here. Mega Lab. And thank you, Jeremy. If you're out there, if you get to watch one of my videos, I thank you very much for this resource, my man. You put a lot of hard work into it. So I truly, truly appreciate this. So right now it's going to open the file. I'm just going to give you a general overview of what it does. But again, here we can also set up our own labs too. So if you want, you can set up your own little topology. If you see right here, we have routers. See, you can set up your different type of router here. You also come over and you could have, is this full screen? We have servers, we have switches, and you'll see here in just a second what I'm talking about. So once it comes in here, opening the file, we can also do simulations once it opens up. So again, there's different protocols you'll be able to see. So this, Jeremy, if you are happen to be watching, I don't know why this is not loading for me. It's supposed to be giving us scenarios and it's supposed to give us like tasks and stuff that we need to complete. So then I need to look over. But he does have his website that we could go to. So I was going to get that and just copy and paste it in here. This is just to keep track, but we can dock this in here. And if you look here, this is the lab that we're speaking of. We're going to zoom out just a little bit so we can see the full lab right here. This is a lab topology, okay? So as you see, this is a router. These are switches, okay? So these are the switches, and as you see, this is how the traffic is spread throughout the network. See, we got some phones here. There's a phone 1, phone 2, LDAP right here. Got some more switches. See, some more phones right here. And again, you usually have your end clients down at the bottom. Let's see, do we have any? Yeah, see right here. So here's a PC2, PC1. See, it's going through this phone service right here. You got your little laptop. There's some servers right here going through the switches. So it's a full blown network. And this is what we can train on. Now, what's great about this is if you look here, see, this is Office B, and he's got right over here, that is Office A, right? Yeah, Office A. So remember, think of two offices. Now, this could be, I don't know, California office. This here could be like New York office, like different branches, right? But again, this will prepare us for everything. And that's even what Jeremy said. But he's got a great video. I think it's about 3 hours long. It'll cover this whole lab and how to walk through it and stuff. So we're definitely going to be covering some of that. So again, thank you, Jeremy. Very nice. So what you can do here is if you right click on this, you're going to see a box pops up. And this is going to show you, this would be like a physical view of the actual router, right? A Cisco router. And again, these can get very expensive. Same thing with switches. Now, as you see here, these are the modules and the ports. And so we can set it up. We can plug in different pieces here, right? If we come here, these are configuration files. So we can pick different ones of these. We can assign different configurations and all this. CLI, this is how we interact with the actual router. So as you see here, right here, the CLI, I did this earlier. But right now, we're interacting with the router. See, this is router 1. So as you see here, it changed. So let's see. I'll just show you exactly here. So we go EXIT, right? So I exit out and okay. Okay. Right now, see, it says router con 0 is now available. We're going to learn all this in the networking class. So I'm just going to give a general overview. So here you are. You're sitting down at your router. Now, the thing is, if you're in a server room, right, and you got routers and switches and all that, this isn't like your home router at home, okay? Again, we're going to walk up to it. We got a console cable. We got to plug a console cable into it. And now we got our little laptop, or we can remote into it. If we know SSH and all that, and we got it set up, we can remote into it. So now this is what we see. So now we got connected to it. So we're in the router, right? Or are we? Well, we got to give it privileges. We need to give it commands. This is called the iOS. Okay. Now, when I say iOS, I'm not talking about Apple here. This is the operating system that's created by Cisco for their devices. And again, this is what the CCNA certification is all based upon. You being able to change and configure the settings on these routers and servers for any type of network topology, okay? And for companies and securing them. And there's a lot to it. Okay, so router. So you go EN, that enables us, right? So now we're in, and now we can type in help. Ugh, I did this last time. I keep forgetting the stupid domain. It'll give us help commands, okay? Thing is, though, I was going to type in conft, which is a configuration file, and now we could go. There's multiple commands, as you're going to see, that we're going to go over in the classes. Now, again, this was the router, okay? Now, let's say we want to look at a switch. Just right click, and this will pop up. Now, again, this is in Packet Tracer. See right here, here's your power button. You can turn the stupid thing on and off. You can see here, configuration files again. This is the CLI. Notice there's more ports and stuff on this too. See these gigabit Ethernet ports. So if you look at the image at the front, these have got ports, okay? In the front, they plug in. So when you see all these Ethernet cables coming out, that's exactly what this is on a switch. Actually, I've got one in here right now, but I could actually show you guys it's an old switch, but you'll be able to see exactly what I'm talking about. Or we could see a picture of it online that we can pull up. There's the original size, there's zoom out, we can zoom in. So as you see here, see, these are Ethernet ports right here, see? This probably like, what is this, 36 port, I think, or 24, 3650, 36 ports. Okay, so you got all the ports here, right? And this is where your connections are. Now, again, this is physical hardware, right? Now, This would be the CLI. So again, we're going to connect to each one of these different ports. So we got to set them up, right? So if we go enter, enter, now we're on the switch. So now we go enable, right? Now we're in the switch, right? So now I can type in, say, conf t. See, now I'm making a configuration, right? See, enter configuration commands, one per line. Enter Control Z. So I can now configure these switches. I can turn them on, turn them off, turn on these ports. What I want these ports to do. I want to create like, again, we're going to use terms here, but OSPF, okay? BGP. These are different protocols, different policies that we have set up. And we're going to learn all this in the networking class. So there's a lot that we're going to definitely cover. So, all right. So that just kind of gives you a general idea. Again, different topologies. And again, you know, actually, I think we can just to show you here, if I remember right. You guys would know what a PC is. See, this is an old PC. Remember the old floppy drive? And if we see here, we can look at configurations that we got. So like DHCP, we can set a static IP address, IPv4. So a lot of this might sound familiar because we've discussed some of this in our CTFs, right? IPv4 address, the IPv6 address. We can set it static, the DNS server. So again, networking, this is where all these terms come from, and you're going to definitely need it when we're doing capture the flags or if you want to become a pen tester. Here's our desktop view. So here we can do, like I said, if we were on an actual, you know, I want to say a desktop, we'll say. I was going to say laptop, but that desktop, we can do all the commands as if we were sitting at a physical computer. So as you see here, we've got TFTP servers that we can use. We should have some FTP. There's our email. We can do a VPN, IPv6. We can set up the firewall settings. Again, this is for testing stuff. We can also communicate through the terminal, right? So there's IP configuration. Let's say I type here. Okay, there's our terminal configuration, right? So we can configure our terminal. We can come back here. There's our command prompt. Look familiar? See? But now we're using this in a virtual environment. So we're as if we're setting on this PC. Which PC did I pick? This PC right here, over here in local office one. So now we're being able to see and communicate with these switches and ports as if we were PC1. So if you see here, we can type in, see, IP config, right? Now we want to see our IP address on this network, right? So if you look here, we can see there's our IPv6 address. There isn't one, but this IPv4 address right here, see, 10.0.0.10. This is the network that we're on, right? So now, if you look here, we should be able to see, should show us here. Now, pull this back. Oops, didn't mean to do that. We don't want to do that. Edit, undo, undo. I don't want to change the topology. I didn't mean to do that. I took that stupid. Edit, undo. Yeah, we took that connection away. That's not what we wanted to do. But if you look here, when you see the fast Ethernet, see it says down, notice 10.0.0.10. That's our IP address, right? Because it was on that connection, as you see, a fast Ethernet 0. And it's a slash 24. We'll go through and there's the MAC address, right? See, same thing here. If I come here and I click on this computer, PC3 now pops up, right? Now again, we could go and type in ipconfig, or if we're looking at the topology, it pops up. See, fast Ethernet is up, IP address, see it's not set. The Bluetooth is down, all right? So that one's not set. If we look here, see, there's our IP address. The thing is, we're going to learn more about routing and switching and how routers with ACLs. We're going to learn a lot about networking. So again, I just wanted to give you guys a general overview of this. We're not going to save this, so the folder will go back fine. Let's close this. Any unsaved? Do you want to save your work? No. Okay. So that was Packet Tracer. So that's something else you guys are going to get a look forward to and more previous videos coming up. And we're going to go through a lot of that. We're going to cover Wireshark. So yeah, there's a lot of different tools and just tons of things that we're definitely going to cover. And let's look here. I'm trying to see if you guys still have not seen. I just want to show everybody. I did a video for this, but you guys should be able to see. Let's pull it down here. I'll got to share in just a second. When I talk about Discord, this is my Discord server. Okay, Discord's free. You can go in your store. You can find all this stuff online. So this is my Discord server. So once you click your little link, that little DD, and it gives you the invite code, it's going to bring you here. Once you first come in here, it's going to introduce you into a welcome screen. It's going to give you some options. You get to choose whatever. So this was the last person that came, Jan. So welcome, Jan, to the Mentors community, your community. So when I say Mentors community, it's our community, okay? It just happens to have my whatever logo name on it. But again, this is our community. And I welcome everybody that's here. So we got Jan, we've got me, we got Rain Down, and we got Ultimate JVR. So we got 4 people. That's actually, well, 5. So we got 5 people, including me. So again, as you see, the community is still small. So jump in while you can. It's always going to be free. And why not? What else you got to do, right? And come on over, meet some new people, hang out. We all get a little geeky and we can do some labs, all sorts of stuff. So if you see here, when you come in, all you have to do, you're going to accept the rules. Just got to read through them. There is quite a few, but again, just read through the rules. They're pretty much common rules that most Discords have. Pretty much just don't be a prick. Don't be rude to other people. Just be a decent human being. Again, don't be sitting here talking about breaking the law and doing unethical stuff. You're not going to last long in the server. You will be kicked because you're breaking the rules. But again, general rules. It's a cybersecurity server, right? And again, I shouldn't have to tell people how to be a decent human being. All right. Introductions right here. Nobody's done it yet. And I actually need to write one myself, but you can introduce yourself. Yeah. Say your name, say whatever. You don't have to. It's up to you, but it's an option. Here's announcements that I make when I do videos. If I got any, well, not videos, but if I actually have anything coming up, which I'm going to be posting some stuff here pretty soon because I told you I'm going to want to start doing some labs and sitting down with people and interacting. And hopefully, like I said, that the community might start growing. Here, you got to ask for help, forum. So while you're in here, if you have any questions and stuff, hey, ask them right here. If I happen not be around on the server or whatever, I'll definitely look at the forum and we'll come back and we'll be able to answer the questions. Suggestions and feedback. If you're in the community and you see something that, hey, you'd like something added or hey, you'd like to do this, feel free. I love suggestions and feedback. How to use Discord. You're new to Discord. And you're like, hey, I've never used Discord before. Well, that's great because guess what? I gave videos. I try to think ahead and make things for people to where this isn't my first rodeo, we'll say. I'm very aware of how to set up Discord communities. I'm very aware of how to set up YouTube communities, and I've done this before. Okay, so all I'm trying to say is, yes, I've thought of things before. I do have a structure, even though people might think I'm very unorganized. There is rhyme and reason. There's a lot of stuff behind the scenes. People have no idea what I'm doing. I'm telling you, I am very hard at work creating things to make when I say community, it's not my YouTube. I'm talking about a community. My community is this Discord community. My community is also going to be Rumble and also being able to run other platforms that we're going to eventually intertwine into this community. And then it's going to branch out into my other YouTube channels. And therefore, we'll be able to meet other people that maybe aren't techie. So again, I'm trying to create a community. It's not just techie people. So I'm just letting people know if you sing karaoke and stuff, that's great because you're kind of an artsy person. If you like to create music, if you like to draw, if you like to be whatever, there's going to be many other people I'm going to be able to invite in that aren't techie that are going to fall. And again, I can create different community servers on Discord, which is great. So therefore, we all have a main hive that we hang out, and then we can branch out and go into your own little categories that you want to hang out in. And that's what I can also add here in my channels. As you see here, I have my videos. These are the videos, if you've seen, these are my recent videos. Like this one that I'm doing now is being posted here. So again, everything gets dropped over into my Discord when I make a video or I post it or I do a live stream. So people are getting notifications. Here's my live streams here. I need to pipe that in as well. Q&As. So as you see here, we can do that. That's a live Q&A so we can sit and have like a video session. We can disconnect that. We don't need that. Okay. We'll disconnect that again as well. But again, right here, this is a workshop. So this is when I'm trying to create an event or I can start the stage. So this is if I wanted to do a talk or we can have a Q&A session so people can join and we can do video chat and all that. Let's come down here to our general tab. This is our general chat where after you join the community, you pick your little options or roles. Now you're going to be dropped here. This is where everybody talks, okay? And again, the video covers all this. But again, you have your little emojis. If you've used Zoom, if you've used any type of social platform, this is exactly pretty much the same. So you can add in your emojis, you can add in your GIFs. Yes, you can share whatever. I forgot these are little GIFs or whatever. What do they call it? Stickers and all that stuff. Here, you can upload files. There's a certain size that you're allowed to do, but you can create threads, you can create polls, you can use different apps, and you can start different activities. You can play games with people and stuff on here as well. I got different categories. So here's an off-topic category that you can see here. This is this random stuff that has nothing to do with anything. But again, we try to keep the topics and the conversations in the channels they belong in. I will clean up after people, but if you're a person that just sits there and just randomly just wants to keep posting all over the place or spamming, yeah, that'll become an issue and you will get a warning. 'Cause again, I'm not here to clean up after everybody. There's a channel, there's a certain place you can sit here and talk, okay? So, memes, if you get into memes and stuff, feel free. You can post your memes over here. The funnier and the dankier, the better. I like good danky memes. I always find them kind of funny. I got a warped sense of humor if people don't know. All right, tools. This here are different techie tools and different things that might be in some of my courses or things that I found interesting. So I put a few already over here. You guys can look through. Here we got our general voice channel. So you can go hang out. So if you came in here right now, I'm in the general voice, right? So here's some activity statuses you can put. If you look here, oops, nobody's in here with me right now, but I'm in a voice channel, and hopefully I don't think anybody's online, so nobody should join us. But again, if you've ever used any platform, the same thing with YouTube or anything else, as you notice, I can share my screen. I can play some activity games with anybody that's here in the community, and we're doing a voice chat. I can turn on my camera. There's my microphone, and then I can end the call. And if you notice up here, I can also change the different layout and the focus here. If you, as well, if you're in the voice channel and maybe you don't want to talk, want to be muted, but you want to be able to text with everybody else, well, there is a text channel. If you look right here next to it, there's a little bubble. See, it says open chat. As you see, now we're in the chat room. So now you can chat with people, even if you don't want to be on voice, right? Or you don't want to be on camera. So you can respond here, or you can share links or different other things that you're having in a conversation. So again, general information about Discord. We scroll down here to the next channel. We got a music channel. If y'all don't know, I like music. So I definitely got a lot more I'll be adding, but I'll put some more current music and stuff that I kind of like So I've been putting that in here. But you guys are more than free to put whatever type of music that you're into and post it in here and stuff. Again, the way that the server is set up, I do have this to where it is 18 and over. So some of these channels will be NSFW, not safe for work. So the thing is, if you're in a channel, it will ask you, hey, do you understand this is NSFW or 18 over? Now, again, this is kind of an all age, but we have certain channels that will be for 18 and over. So anybody under 18 will not be able to enter these channels. Because I know as adults, people talk about different things, and with kids and stuff, I just don't want to have the headache of having to keep kids and adults separated. You understand? There's a lot of laws and regulations and stuff. I don't want any harm coming to some kid. I don't know everybody on the internet and who might come to join my community. I try to keep everybody as safe as possible. And if with adults, it's a little bit easier, but again, that responsibility falls on you. With children, that's a lot of responsibility. And I can't monitor every last thing somebody's doing. You understand? There are some weirdos that are like might join a server and then they want to. You can do private DM. I don't know what they're doing in the private DMs. And if somebody starts talking to a child or no, that's there's no reason you would need to do that. But you understand? It's hard for me to monitor stuff, so that's why I try to make my server 18 and over. So again, we don't have to deal with the children and all that. If you have a server and you want to deal with children and stuff, best of luck to you. I tried that once before, and it's a lot of headache. It's just people can say stuff, and I'm not here to babysit somebody's child, and I shouldn't have to tell adults how they need to act around children. But it's the internet, and people are going to be people. So I just found it easier. I just don't want kids, anybody under 18 on my server. Sorry, kids. Any kids out there? Again, that's why I made my videos 18 plus. All right. So the next part, karaoke party. And this should actually be fun because any of my Filipino friends or anybody that just likes to sing karaoke, we got a special channel. So now you'll be able to come over here, and there is a way that you could do with the YouTube videos. We can play your video, you could stream it, and now you can sing along with it. Now, if you got your sound card on, that's even better. And if you want, post your stream over here and people can engage with you on your YouTube. So it's a great way that we could sit here and share different communities. We can all hang out with one another, sing songs and stuff. So I thought I would create this same thing. You got your open chat right here. So you can sit and chat with people as you're singing and video and all that stuff. So come back over here. Let's get rid of this. Close out of that. Movie night. Kind of the same thing here. You can join the movie night channel. Share your screen, watch your movies and stuff. You can play some games. There's another voice channel. Got the text, so you can show the chat. See, so we see chat. So we got movie night and all that. And again, you got some nice little icons, and it works for mobile as well. So hopefully, you guys will like this. And let's scroll down here. Exit. All right, we're getting near the end here. Okay, my Google Classroom invite. This is where my Google Classroom and the resources will be set. When you first join the server, it asks you, would you like to become a student or would you like to enroll? Now, the thing is, if you didn't claim the role originally, you can get the role later. Because again, maybe not everybody wants to study. Now, for right now, it's going through the beginner track. And this is where once people go through the classes, you're going to get assigned roles. So there's going to be more channels you guys aren't going to be able to see. But once you get the role, you will now get more channels that'll open up to you. And that's going to be based upon which class you went. At the beginning, we're all kind of going through at stages at the same time. Later on, we might have people that are already at, I don't know, you're doing the CTF course, and somebody's now starting at the very beginning and they're doing the Hugo course. Or maybe somebody's doing the Windows, command prompt and terminal from Linux. They're doing that course. So I understand you're going to have multiple roles and multiple people doing things. Now, again, you can have multiple roles and you get little badges. And with these badges, you can help out with newcomers as well if you would choose to. And you can hang out in those communities or in the channels, okay? So as you see here, that's my Google Classroom. See, get IO Hugo Basics. So that's based on the role on my class. The next one here, different resources that I've got here. So if you see here, this is for my students. It's locked, but once you have the role, it'll be unlocked. And what you'll be able to do here is these are all the resources that'll be for that class. So for my Hugo class, they're all here on the Discord. So you have your PDFs, you're going to be able to watch videos, you'll have a lot of those same resources. And then right here, if you want to see here and you're working on a lab and you get your Hugo and maybe has some questions, you can hang out with other people who's going through the course, or you can ask me questions. And then here we got our lab study chat. So if you wanted to set up a lab or you guys wanted to work on a project, now you can do your Hugo here. So again, think of it as like a well again, it's a study lab. Think of like when you were in school, right? You had your study hour or whatever, or library. Think of that's kind of what this is. This is not only a place that you can hang out, but it's also for people that are actually wanting to study and do all that. Now you have your own private channels and you can see here and other people aren't going to be able to bother you. If they want to chat, they got their own other little chat channels they can hang out and talk in, and you guys can do your study. So now if we scroll down here, see, this is why I said with the different roles. See, we got Linux, Windows and Linux fundamentals. So if you see here, I got channels for that. These are based upon my roles in my Google Classroom. So as you see, Hugo was the first class. Next one is Windows, Linux fundamentals. Then we got Networking 101. Then the next class will be Cybersecurity 101. And then you got Pen Testing 101. So you guys are saying you won't see this. You're seeing my end, and there's going to be more stuff added with more labs, more resources. So as you see, as the community grows, so will the server. I'll be able to make it grow. The Discord will be able to grow. And then eventually, once we get past the pen testing 101 stage of things, I'll create a couple more servers, and that'll be more advanced topics, and we'll be able to explore and build some really, really cool things. So I do have a lot of ideas, like really big ideas where I want to take this. But you got to remember, Rome wasn't built in a day, right? You got to do it baby steps, little by little by little. So I do have a vision. So people think I'm unorganized or wow, if you're gonna do videos, you gotta it might sound spur of the moment, but trust me, I have a bigger vision. I have a lot of yes, I have a game plan. The thing is, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. All I can do is put out information, but I kind of am old school, I believe. If you build it, they will come. It's just trying to find my target audience and the people that really want to learn. If you truly want to learn, I'm willing to teach you. There's many other things I could be doing with my time, trust me. But I am very passionate about this and I really, really just love technology and sharing my information with other people. But if people haven't realized too, I love to learn. So every time when I learn something new, I want to share it with you. But I hope you will be passionate like me. When you learn something, you want to share it with me. So it's a win-win. You learn, I learn, we're all learning. And this is what makes the world a better place. And it's just fun. It's just fun. I find it fun. I don't know about you guys. I see a lot of people, again, newcomers. But if you're that type of person and stuff like me, that yeah, I just thought I really get excited about this. If that's you, I would love to have you in my community. And if it's not you, I still love to have you in my community. I enjoy meeting people. So even if you just want to stop by and say hi, hey, I don't really, I'm not really into this stuff, but I think you're doing a great job. You're doing good. Or hey, I think you're doing a crappy job, and I think this sucks. And I think you got to get off YouTube. Tell me that too. I don't care. I love feedback. I like people, and any feedback is good. There's constructive criticism, and they say there's negative criticism. And the thing is, people say don't read the comments in YouTube, and I get it. If you're probably a big YouTuber, you probably don't. I'm not a YouTuber, nor do I ever want to be a YouTuber, or am I claiming to be a YouTuber. But to let y'all know, I read every single comment people leave me. If y'all didn't know that, and I respond to if it if it's something I can respond to, then I'll respond to it. Now, again, if I was ever to get like 100,000, it's going to be really hard to respond. But as long as I can, I will always respond individually to anybody that leaves me a comment. I've been slacking a little bit, so I need to kind of go back because I've seen a couple of other people commented. They'll be like, "Hey, I watched this video and stuff." And again, I don't know what you guys are really commenting on because I was like, "There's not really a video to comment on." So I don't know what they're watching, but I have seen some people like when my Google Analytics, I can kind of see what people are watching or what they find popular. And the thing is, I've noticed when people are actually watching, nobody's watching much of anything. They might watch 15 seconds and then they leave. So if you haven't noticed, my content right now, I'm pushing 4 hours and 39 minutes. So I'm hoping somebody's going to watch 20 or 15 minutes. That'll be a challenge. If somebody can watch 15 or 20 minutes of this video and maybe leave me a comment about something that I talked about in this video, I'm going to give you a shout out in the next video. How about that? I mean, I don't know what people like for perks and what they do on YouTube. You're not having to pay any money. It's free. If you want to give me a thumbs up, that's great. If you want to give a subscribe, that's even great too. If you don't, that's fine too. My thing is though, if people want to give comments, comment about something that you saw in the video. So I know that you watched it because my Google Analytics and stuff is showing, yeah, I get a lot of people just passing through. And again, if that's you, thank you. Thank you for at least stopping by. But I would hope that, if I'm gonna make some content for almost 5 hours, somebody couldn't even watch 5 minutes, maybe 10 minutes? 5 hours. And again, I don't expect you to sit and watch all 5 hours because again, some people are like, "My god, what the hell is he talking about for 5 hours?" As you see, I'm talking a random bunch of topics. Now, some of the topics when I go down, they're gonna be long videos. I'm letting people know, yes, this content, I can break it down in little nuggets, right? And if people want to do that, I'm going to have a buttload of videos in my playlist. So if you want to sit here and say, hey, I watched this playlist because I want to make every video less than 30 minutes, yeah, I'm probably going to have about 1,000 videos. I'll say probably one of the courses, if I had to do that CCNA, you're definitely going to have over 1,000 videos if they're under 30 minutes apiece. That's a lot of content to cover. Now, most of my other videos and stuff, no, I can break it down in little segments if that's what people want. But if you do understand, I try to timestamp these things so you can scroll through and find the parts that you enjoy or anything that you find that might be useful. But again, this is just a YouTube live stream. I'm trying to get people a general idea of what I do and just talk about some of the things that I do. Now, when we get more focused and all that, that's my classes. And that's when you're going to see videos and not live streams. They're going to be precisely on the topic that's being covered. TCIP, UDP, boom. That the video might be whatever. It's like I said, it's a syllabus. I got the syllabus all lined out. You'll see this in the classroom when you take the classes. If you've ever done an online course like Udemy or anything like that, this is the way it's set up. It's going to have a syllabus. You have your guide that you're going to go through. There's going to be course materials. All the resources are provided to you. You will have quizzes to be able to advance. It's going to keep track. Again, it's just like, again, it's a Google Classroom. This is what teachers use in school. So think of me, I'm your teacher and you're taking a class. Now, after you complete the class, you will get rewarded, like I said, with in the Discord because you're going to get ranks, right? Or rows, we'll say. And then you'll be able to open up and see different things and all that. However, I don't know, maybe a piece of paper or something. But again, the piece of paper ain't going to mean anything. I could get you a thing and say, hey, you completed, mentor's class or whatever, maybe like a little picture or something. And then I can post it even up on the YouTube and stuff and congratulate people who's passed it. If that works, I mean, yeah, I'll, I'm up for ideas. So if anybody wants to give me suggestions and ideas, that'll be great too. So if we come back down here, oh yeah, once the community does grow, I will be looking for mods and admins. Again, my YouTube's not that big, so I really don't need it. And here and stuff, I've got some tools and bots already created that's going to moderate most of this. That's the majority. I'm not online 24/7. I don't expect other people to be, but since we're in different time zones, I was thinking if somebody wants to be in the Discord and wants a role like that, we'll do like a little tryout period, see how you like it, whatever. I'll be able to give you a one-on-one, run through it. Most of this is done by bots. All you have to do is monitor it and all that. Anybody has a question and all that, but I do. We'll have admins, I'll have moderators, and then here's some tutorials, as you see down here. So it's showing you, this is more for like my mods, but how to protect the Discord. And again, different tutorials on different bots and everything else that I'm using. Okay. So that's pretty much everything it. So if anybody does want to join the Discord, it is freely available. And we can minimize that down. And if we come back over here, for those that's never seen it and might not know what I'm talking about, let's go to mentors, right? My YouTube channel, which is right there. And as you guys always see, there's my little intro, right? Right. This is what I'm streaming right now. I'll probably put more of a little description or something once I finish this up. And I'm about almost finished. It's almost 7 a.m. If you look here, this Discord GG, right? If you look right there, all you're gonna do, you're gonna copy that, right? You're gonna right click, you're gonna copy. And then you're going to come over here to Discord, right? Once you got yours installed, you won't have all these channels like I do. Okay. These are other communities I'm involved in. So the thing is, you're going to have this. And then if you scroll down here to the bottom, you're going to have this plus sign. See that plus sign? You're going to hit that plus sign. Once you hit that plus sign, it says join a server. So you have an invite already? Join a server. You're going to say yes. Join a server. And you're going to paste my invite right there. And you're going to go join server. And once you do that, you're now going to be right here in that welcome page and go over everything I just explained to you. Now, the other thing that if you guys don't know, if you come over here, you go into Google and you type in Discord, right? Discord. Right there it is. See, Discord. Group chat. That's all fun and games. See? And you can download it right here. So if you go download, see, get Discord for any device. See, it says download for Windows. See, Windows 10 or higher. And then it's got iOS. Then you got Android phones, right? You got your iPhones. You got Linux. You got Mac. So whatever your operating system or what device you're using, you can download and install Discord. Now again, as far as I know, not every, some countries do block it, but unless you live in like Saudi Arabia or one of these other, I would say my friends in the Philippines, I don't see why they should be able to get this. So if they want to join, they should have no issue. Unless, like I said, you live in a, let's say, a very strict country, or let's say maybe a tyrannical country, or maybe a country that's not big on, freedoms. Again, there are some nations that are still like that. Yeah. I mean, like I said, China has TikTok. Now, again, I don't know if China regulates what some of their people can see, which again, we all know they do. So Discord, I don't think so, but I don't know. I don't know Chinese. We can look it up. Why don't we Google that? Can Chinese people use Discord? Can Chinese people use Discord? Because it could be banned. I don't know. I don't know. And if you guys are curious, look it up. As of May 16th of 2000 or 2024, see, Discord is banned in mainland China. So see, we just got our answer. I mean, Google could be lying, but if we say as of May 16th of 2024 of this year, evidently China said, screw you, Discord. They do not like that because Discord is an American company and it's hosted in the United States. So again, I have my ideas, but again, it's not a political talk, but we'll just say Discord is banned in mainland China. See, to log into Discord from China, some users may need to use a proxy. A proxy is a way that you can evade and get around, but again, you're dealing with China, so good luck with that. So let me look here. I am kind of curious now about my Filipino friends. Can Filipinos, 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 can Filipinos speak Spanish? I'm assuming so. I would think so. Yeah, I don't know. I would think Filipinos can speak Spanish because they are Filipinos. use Discord. Yeah, let's see. Discord community, virtual assistants. Let's see. Add the Filipino. Wait, add the Filipino language. While Filipinos don't make up the majority of Discord, it would be great to add the language. Wait, do they get a plug-in? That would be so great because I really need a plug-in. See, I love learning new things. Let's look here. It would be great for Discord to add the Filipino language. While Filipinos don't make up the majority of Discord, it would be great to add the language. Oh, I guess they don't have Tagalog. Same as Filipino, we love to use our own language to the app. Yeah. That's the forum, Discord. Yeah, they're always asking, people to give comments and reviews and leave feedback. Who knows? Maybe they just might do that for the Filipinos. And if you see right there, as we can see, yes, evidently, public Discord server, see tag with Filipino. Engaging is lively discussion. So Discord me, Discord love, events, giveaways, hangouts, and chatting. There's all sorts of different types of communities and channels too. So you guys, if you don't want to join mine, you can join some other one on Discord as well. Even though I would prefer you to join mine since I'm telling you all about it and spending a lot of time. It's fine though if you don't. All right, so let's look here. The top Discord servers. If you go to Discord me, it tells you a lot about different communities and different. See, it's like here, Philippines. Look at that. There's 79. So my Filipino friends, if you are looking and you're like, I don't really want to join mentors, techie geeky community. I want to hang out with cool people, maybe other people in the Philippines. Well, guess what? There are other people in the Philippines that use Discord. So, and if not, you guys could create your own server. If you didn't know that on Discord, you can create your own server. And if you guys need help doing something like that, give me a shout out. Send me a message. I'll definitely help you out. I enjoy setting up those things. I can make the security if you want some kind of like mine, or you want it like so. You can make it any way you want to make it your own. Yeah, just definitely message me, and I can help you guys set something up. That's what I'm here for. I like to help people do things. So let's see, public Discord server. See, tag with Philippines. So we got Dis Galaxy. It's a community anime. So if you guys are into anime, it looks like they got some stuff there. Co-working eZone PH. Welcome to the Co-working eZone PH. We're a newly open community that welcomes Filipinos and friends from around. Filipino Pinoy server. Happy New Year's, everyone. Need more active members for upcoming events and tournaments. I don't know. I mean, it's a gaming server. If we click on it, it should give us more information. Now, let's check this one out. Again, this is from my Filipino friends. They were a newly open community that welcomes Filipinos and friends from around the world. Whether you're looking to co-work virtually, study, share ideas, or just hang out, you'll find a friendly and supportive space here. Join us for productive work sessions, engaging discussions, and a chance to connect with like-minded individuals. Our voice channels are always open for you to connect and collaborate with others. Pasak po kayo. Yeah, I don't speak Filipino, or sorry, Tagalog, but I do know po. I do know po. And if people don't know, you can use like what I use. I use Google Translate, and just to show you how that works. If you guys haven't used it, I should have it right. Did I close it? Oh no, I normally have it open. Uh, I guess I closed it. But yeah, what you can do is you take this, you're going to copy that. All right, you're going to go copy. You're going to come over here. All you got to do is go Google Translate. All right. I usually keep this open. Say Filipino to English. I already had mine open, right? So the thing is, it's always good just to keep the tab open, especially if you're on a computer, right? Now, if you're on a laptop, if you don't know when to chat too, like right over here, well, you can't see it on mine, but if you're over in the chat, if you right click, you can also see here, it will translate for you. but it's only on a laptop. If you're on a phone, it ain't gonna work. So therefore, open Google Translate. You take that word, that little phrase that we said, right? And we go paste. And look at that. That's what Pasok po kayo means. It means come in English. I'm assuming so. Now, I'm just going to say sometimes it's been pretty accurate. However, there's been a few times when I have tried to use Google Translate and it failed me. Now, sometimes there are some phrases that they'll use. There's different dialects, and when you see this says Filipino, see, I try to type in Tagalog, and if you look in the list, see, you can change different languages. But if you look here, uh, yeah, see, Tagalog's not one of them. And some of these dialects they use are not always, it's not, I don't know what they mean by Filipino when they're doing this language. It seems like Tagalog, which is dominant, what this uses, it understands, but they're using a different dialect or something of Tagalog or Filipino. You're good luck. It'll give me, it gives you errors. And sometimes it has given me translations, but I don't trust it. So that's why I don't like to use it in a chat. But again, always great. Google Translate, just an easy tool to use. And like I said, you can always change your language here. So you can change it from whatever you're doing, Filipino to English. And let's say you wanted to type something to your friends, right? Your Filipino friends. So like with me, sometimes I'll say, hey, great job. Okay. Um, let's do something like this. Thank you for singing such a beautiful, right? Such a beautiful, right? Beautiful, yeah, beautiful song. See, Salamat. See, thank you. Say thank you for singing. So Salamat's thank you, and then Pakanta. See, this is the thing. My Filipino friends don't know. I copy and paste, but if I have to sit here and say this or pronunciate it, then you guys realize, wow, he's really bad. Now, I do have, actually, I think I still got him over here. Just to show you guys a little something. This is for, I'm getting ready to end the video, but again, this is a great tool. Okay. So if you haven't joined the Discord, if you do want to sit here and join the Filipino communities, great tool to use using Google Translate. So feel free to do that. They're always very kind and welcoming people, awesome people, like I said, if you wanna sing with and stuff, they're all I'm really haven't really had any issues and stuff. I really don't think I've ever really had a bad experience in any of these communities yet. Now, if everybody likes me, I have no idea. There's probably some people that don't like me, but that's fine. I don't expect everybody to always like me, and it's the internet. Everybody's not gonna like you, so but I've never had anybody tell me, "Hey, I freaking hate you," and if they do, I don't understand them because they're speaking in Tagalog, and I don't understand them anyway. But sometimes with the chat, I will try to copy and paste and put stuff over. If the chat's moving slow, if it's moving really fast, you're gonna have a hard time doing it. So that's a lot of times it's their community. They're all having a good conversation. You're gonna be able to pick up on certain little things, and a lot of them can speak English, so they can do that. But if they don't, that's fine too. I do get some to be like, "Oh, we got to speak English," and it's like, no, it's their community. They don't have to speak any. They can speak their language. It don't matter. I just enjoy that they're very inviting. They're very inviting for people to be there. When you're visiting somebody else's country or you're visiting some, you're gonna do as the Romans do. You don't want to cause waves. Just go there and have fun and enjoy the music, and you'll learn some stuff as you go. But the other little thing I wanted to show you, and I think I still got it here, unless I moved it. I don't think I did. I might have though. Hugo install some photos. Did I remove it? No. Here it is. All right. This will be the last little thing I just wanted to show. So for my Filipino friends, I would like at some point, if you're following me on my Facebook, if anybody's followed me on my Facebook or you do got me in, I don't know, some other way to contact me, even on Discord or whatever, what would be great, I would like some feedback if you guys think this resources that I'm using to study is actually beneficial, or is it maybe just best maybe I just do one-on-one with somebody in the Philippines and they maybe teach me. I might learn a little bit quicker. But this is what I'm using if anybody don't know. See, this Tagalog right here, Filipino Language Learning Pack. I downloaded this off the internet. Now, again, it's got a buttload of resources here. So this first one I did was unzip, but again, these are book lists, teach yourself Tagalog, some PDF. There's a ton of resources here. But the one that I'm using right now is this one. Now you see here, basic Tagalog, foreign, see, for foreigners and non-Tagalogs audio. So it's got a PDF and it's got audio files. I would play the audio, but I don't think that my browser and the way I got the stream set up is going to probably hear the audio. Or will it? I'm trying to remember. Because when I shared my screen, let me look here. I'll stop sharing. I'd have to stop sharing the screen. All right. We're not going to worry about the audio right now. But again, I would like you guys to hear the audio, like my Filipino friends, and they can tell me, is that being pronunciated correctly? I think it is, but again, I have a hard time. But again, it'd be great to get your all's feedback. But here's the PDF. I just want you to see this. Since you can't hear the audio, but you'll be able to see the PDF. Again, this is a little bit older, but here we go. This is the PDF. See, basic Tagalog. So if you guys go, there's 239 pages to this, see? For foreigners and non-Tagalogs. So if we scroll down here, this is completely updated and extended with two new materials, more than 2,000 contemporary Tagalog words and phrases, including variations. Now, the part that I still keep being hung up on is the pronunciation of these vowels. See, the new edition presents more than 2,000 contemporary Tagalog words and expressions, including derivatives and contemporary idioms currently used by native speakers. The enriched materials will broaden the vocabulary of language learners and give them better understanding of Filipino society. Useful appendices and Tagalog English Tagalog vocabulary list are found at the end of the book. This new edition updates the grammatical features of the language, but retains Miss Espelera's tried and tested learning methodology, which has proven to be so effective for many generations of students. The book is intended for a 3-month period of intensive study, about 2 hours a day. Now, again, I won't lie, I don't spend about 2 hours a day learning Tagalog. As you see, I'm busy doing a lot of other things, but there's no excuse. I should make time if I really want to learn Tagalog. So I am slipping. So I'm relying too much off of Google Translate. But I do agree, and I apologize to my Filipino friends that if I want to learn your language, there's no disrespect towards your language. If I really want to learn, I need to make time for it. So I know that. So you guys can be upset with me. And again, give me a hard time. So you know what? Did you study in Tagalog today, Jimmy? How long did you study your Tagalog? See, maybe if you guys get on me a little bit harder, I'll study a little bit harder. But as you see, I got so much stuff to do. There's not enough hours in the day to get stuff done. But I'm trying. I'm trying. See, that's why I gotta tell everybody, my brain does not shut down. I know I never sleep. You're right, I never sleep. And this is why. Do you understand? My brain, see, I'm like a sponge. If I'm not learning, I feel like I got to be learning. My brain has to be stimulated. And this is the stuff that does it. Like I said, I got the tech and stuff. The Tagalog and stuff, it's just when I get into a situation, sometimes it's easier. I try to learn things on my own, but I understand how it is difficult to learn stuff on your own without having somebody that can mentor you or guide you. And when I hear people pronunciating, "ta, ta, 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 ta," I'm like, oh my God, what are they saying? And you know, I rewind it, I play it forward, I play it backwards, I try to la la, and I try to pronunciate the words, but it moves so fast, and it's like a shouty to my friend Kay Mahalan. She was helping me. And again, she's busy. She's got her life, so I don't expect her to sit here and be able to tutor me every single day or whatever. But at the very beginning, she was giving me words and she would send me messages on how to pronunciate them. So that made it a little bit easier. And then she'd say, no, 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 longer E. So I was like, thank you. And I still thank you very much to this day, Kay, for that. But these resources, yeah, this is tough. I don't know, people with the Filipino community, I just want to say much, much respect to all you guys because most people that I know, again, it always seems like people that are like, don't just speak English. They are very versatile on speaking multiple languages. A lot of Hispanics and Mexicans, yes, they're all bilingual. Cuban friends, bilingual. It seems like us naturally born Americans, not many of us are bilingual unless you're married to somebody or you're dating somebody or you have some reason to learn a foreign language. Now in high school we learned it, and I remember I learned some Spanish, but the only reason I learned Spanish is so I could graduate. I learned Spanish, I learned German and French, but I failed every single one of them. I barely got through with Spanish. I can't the the rolling of your tongue. And German is this very harsh. You gotta pronunciate your words very strict. And I'm like, oh, nothing against the German people. It's an ugly language. I'm sorry. It's just a very harsh language. Sounds like you're shouting all the time. It's like, my God, why are you shouting? You don't need to yell all the time. Filipino language. See, and then you got, the was it the language of love? Do you speak French of oui oui? Parlez-vous français? And again, like French. Yeah, and my friend earlier, Rioli, I don't know if she's still here. Yesterday on her stream, we had somebody came from Italy, and I was trying to explain to them, hey, why don't you use Google Translate? Now they were sitting there trying to talk and stuff, and I started using Google Translate. But even with their languages, it's not like a language of love. And the thing is, not everybody's going to understand your language, and we shouldn't have to. I mean, it would be nice if everybody did, but we don't have to. And it's nice that that's why I say about the Filipino community. A lot of them know English, which again, a lot of countries teach English. However, I just think it's a nice courteous to be able to be like, they know my language, and if I'm in their communities, then why shouldn't I take the time to learn their language and then I can communicate good with them, you know? It's kind of like a give and a take. And then a lot of them say, "Oh, I don't know English, I'm not very good at speaking English." And the thing is, I applaud them because they understand way much better English than I do Tagalog. I'm trying to tell you, I'm bad. Well, I apologize. I apologize for Filipino friends. I'm just horrible. And it's a very tough language to me. I've just never really been good at languages. So it's not just your language. I mean, Spanish, I only know a little bit of Spanish too, like, como se llama? My friends laugh at me too that are Mexicans. Because, like, what are you talking about, dude? That's not how we say. I was like, that's the way I learned it in school. That's the way we learned it. And a pluma, el gato, un casa. Yeah, but again, like words, and again, I can't speak full sentences. The same thing with Tagalog. That's the thing. So when you all do see me speak like a full sentence in the Filipino community, that's Google Translate. As you see, I don't know all those words. I know Salamat. That's one of the first ones I learned. And I have learned a few other, but again, words. But trying to put it together in sentences, and I have been trying to learn by song. There's a few Tagalog songs. There's one that I'm still working on. I really, really want to sing for you guys, but I'm just embarrassed that I'm going to get up and start singing it. And it's in Tagalog. And then when I start singing, you're going to be like, oh my God, he's butchering our language. He can't even pronounce the words correctly. This is horrible. I mean, I'm a bad enough singer as it is. I can only imagine singing a song where now I'm going to butcher somebody's language. Like, yeah, that's rude. It's not very nice. But again, just to show you guys here, it's showing. See, after about 250 study hours, the average student will be able to speak. See, 250 study hours. You understand? That's commitment. Again, I don't know how long it took you guys to learn English, but I'm like 250 study hours. That's a lot of time. But see, I should be able to speak, write, and understand everyday Tagalog as spoken in the Philippines today. And that's why I wanted to ask some of my Filipino friends by looking here. Does this look like stuff that you guys say? Okay, so if we come here, this is the second edition. I don't know how old this book is, honestly. I think it tells me here when it was written. Should have a date, 2007. So again, let's see, first title edition was 1969, which I'm assuming, it's a language. It shouldn't change. I wouldn't think like every year it's going to change, but I understand there's new words, there's slang words, some preface to the revised edition. See the Tagalog alphabet. So let's get here. Okay, scroll down. The part where I told you it's still those vowels, pronunciations. I know Spanish. E, I, O, U. Tagalog is not the same as that, though. And that's where I've been really having a lot of my difficulty. See? So I am learning a little about your history, though. See, historical influence and context. Tagalog as a language has very ancient roots going back thousands of years and even had its own writing system in ancient times, borrowed from the Sanskritic writing systems of the region. According to Filipino anthropologist Afelando Jocano, writing as a system of communication was fairly well developed in many parts of the archipelago when the Spaniards came during the early part of the 16th century. So if we look here, would be early words of Tagalog. So I don't even know if you guys know this about your own history, but I find this pretty interesting myself. Maybe I ought to make some videos on that. You guys are like, you know what? Why don't you make different types of content? Well, here's one for you. Maybe I could educate people. But again, I don't really feel like I should try to educate people on Tagalog when I don't even know this. You understand? I don't like to teach something if I don't know it. But again, we could do that. Jack reacts or Jimmy reacts, mentors reacts, where I learn new different things. And then you guys can learn my journey of me trying to learn Tagalog. And then you guys can laugh at me. So let's see. Alibata, also known as Babayan, the Sanskritic alphabet that was in use in the Philippines in earlier times. So I don't even know if I'm saying that word correctly. If anybody's actually still here watching, any of my Filipino friends, am I saying that correctly? Babayan? Or Babayan? Babayin. See right here, this word. Right. Oops, get my mouse over there. Come here, you. Why is that? I don't want to go over to the screen. There. Right here. See? This word right there. See? Babayan. I don't know if that's the correct word. And then Alibata. Do any of you guys actually know any of that? That would actually be kind of interesting. That would kind of show that, yeah, you go back to the old days, that you know some of the old ancient reading and writing. Documents unearthed by Spanish chronicles Pedro Chirino and Francis Colin show different types of alphabets or was it syllabary writing. The writing had vowel and consonant syllable signs, which, according to anthropologist Robert Fox, confirms to a common uh, a phonemic pattern of Philippine contemporary languages. Comparisons with other Asian languages groups indicate that the Tagalog language, along with other Philippine languages, belong to the Malayan branch of the Great Malayo-Polynesian or Austronesian linguistic family. See, I don't know much about linguistics, so that's why I find some of this like very interesting. Which includes hundreds of languages now spread across almost half the globe, from Taiwan through the Philippine islands of Hawaii, Fiji, and New Zealand in the Pacific, across the islands of Indonesia and the Malay Peninsula of Madagascar. That's a good cartoon too, Madagascar. Filipino linguist Juan Francisco cited many Indian influences on Philippine languages and literature, which makes sense. So he says he found about 336 terms derived from the Sanskrit, out of which 150 were identified and used in the Philippine language, specifically in the names of plants and animals. Many of these appear to have been borrowed from Malay. Loan words from China have also been crept. I guess that's how you said loan. Yeah, loan words from China have also been crept into the Philippine vocabulary, particularly standard Tagalog. Linguistic Arsenio E. Manuel, in his study Chinese Elements in the Tagalog Language in 1948, compiled a list of 381 Tagalog words of Chinese origins. excluding variants and derivatives and compounds. These words pertain to food, abstract item or ideas or terms, metal smithing, kinship, and words concerning agricultural, business, tools, industry, and games. So again, this goes through a whole bunch of history. And again, we can sit here and have a big history class and we can read through all this. But let me get down here to where the national language is born, because we do know during the Commonwealth years of 1935 to 1946, which we do know would have been at the end of World War II, which 1946, under the American regime, it was not easy for proponents of a national language to push Tagalog as the basis for a language that was to be used from Luzon to the Visayas and all the way down to, I don't know how you said it, Mindanao, the three main island groupings in the Philippines. Each has its own distinct, yes, and I'm realizing this too about the different islands. Each has its own distinct identity, as the archipelagic nature of the country gave rise to a wide variety of cultures and languages separated by seas and strengthened by history. So, populated by then by an estimated 16 million inhabitants, the Philippines had a diverse collection of 172 languages. You believe that? 172 languages, of which three are already extinct. See, look at that. Three languages are already extinct. Eight major languages: Tagalog, Cebuano, Ilocano, Hiligaynon, Bicolano, Wore, I don't know how you say Kapanagan, and Pagan, Pangasinan all belong to the Malayo-Polynesian linguistic family, but no two are mutually comprehensible. In the 1980s, these eight languages and their dialects were spoken by 90% of the population. Hey, look at that. 90% of the population. Isn't that interesting? See the language map of the Philippines on page 12. Even though they are separated languages, they are closely related. See, like French, Italian, and Spanish. And some languages are much closer than others. For example, Ilocano and Pangasinan speakers might find little difficulty in learning each other's languages. Well, look at that. See, they can learn each other's languages because they're very, very close in origin. See, find little difficulty in learning each other's languages in contrast to learning any of the Visayan languages. The same can be said for Visayan speakers of Cebuano, Cebuano, Hiligaynon, and Wari with regards to learning each other's languages, and the opposite for learning the Northern Luz, yeah, Luzon languages. I apologize if I'm butchering these words. Okay. It is thus understandable that fierce opposition from certain non Tagalog legislators and rabid advocates of the English language delayed somewhat the entire process of adopting a national language. In the end, however, Tagalog prevailed when President Manuel L. Quezon proclaimed the creation of a national language based on Tagalog. I wonder if y'all know this history. On December 31st of 1937, y'all believe that? 1937. The body which was responsible for the adoption of the national language was the National Language Institute created by President Quezon. So you can thank President Quezon for this, for making a universal language. And like I said, Tagalog is the pretty much the national language of the Philippines. The adoption, okay, yes, okay, Quezon. It was composed of non-Tagalogs and Tagalog representatives from different regions in the country. The chairman was Jamie C. Vera from Samar, Leyte, with the following as members, okay, for the following reasons. Now let's see, what were the reasonings that they chose Tagalog? Tagalog is and the most widely understood language in all regions of the Philippines. By 1989, 25% of the Philippine population spoke Tagalog as their mother tongue. They are scattered across the Tagalog regions, or Katag- Katagalugan, Katagalugan, stretching from the central to the southern parts of Luzon Island, or Luzon, I guess it's Luzon. Luzon, I think. Luzon Island and covering 10 major provinces. Wow, I'm not going to say all these. Nueva Ecija, Aurora, Baton, Batangas, Bulacan, Cavite, Laguna, Metro Manila, or the National Capital Region, Quezon, and Rizal, as well as parts of the islands of Marinduque and Mindoro. There's definitely some Spanish there. I can hear that. Ro. Mindoro. Further away from these regions, there has been less exposure to Tagalog, and one finds a lower competency level in the language. Oh, what did they say? The further south is where we're going, further away, these regions. So I wonder which way the regions are going, though. I'm assuming is it more south? If I got any of my Tagalog friends in here, if you could give me some feedback. Would it be further south that the languages get further away from Tagalog, or is it more north? I'm trying to think. Are we and where? What regions are we looking? Are we looking at from Manila? Is it like south of Manila that the language gets more lost? Because Tagalog being because it says compared to Tagalog, the second most widely spoken Philippine language is Cebuano or Coabon. I guess it's Cebuano. Cebuano was spoken by 24% of the population in 1989, but is mostly understood only by its own speakers. Other major languages include Ilocano, Hiligaynon, Bicol, and Waray are spoken by 5% to 9% of the total population. Many other languages or dialects are spoken by the remaining 22% of the population. Recent 2000 census figures revealed that 29% of the total population speak Tagalog as their first language, and 65% speak or understand the language with varying degrees of proficiency. Hmm, interesting. Very interesting. Okay, so here's the islands that we're seeing here. So here's the key. So Biko, I'm assuming, see, that's with the I. See, I'm wanting to say I, but I think it's like I, o. E, be cool, be cool. Like, o. Is it o? Biko, Biko, the Biko, Cebuano, Hiligaynon, Ilocano, Ilocano. Oh, Iloco. See, that's what they're saying right there. Loco, Loko, loco. So Locano. Ah, Campania. All right, so if we're looking here, this is black and white. It's kind of hard to read this map here. See, there's Manila. See, here's Manila down here. Luzon's up here to the north. See, South China Sea here. So where is that's what I'm trying to figure out. So is it look at these islands way down here. Oh, it does spread out. Okay, okay. I think it is the further south you go. So Tagalog, I would assume more northern. So Manila, this is mainly Tagalog. So I'm again, I could be incorrect. So again, I'm don't want to misinform anybody, but I'm assuming when they're talking about the dialects, yes, these dialects are going to change. And the further south we go, that's where less Tagalog is spoken. Yeah, see right here, the Visayan Sea. Here's that Gulf, Macatan. Hey, what is over there? Florida. Is that part of the Philippines too? See all these islands, but these islands here, see all these little tiny islands. I didn't know all that was part of the Philippines as well. It's kinda like how Okinawa was. This one little island, but then they got all these other little islands and stuff that you can go by boat and stuff. And they would still consider part of Okinawa. I thought Okinawa was just one little island, but no, they got these other little islands. And that's kinda like the Philippines here. So people think of the Philippines, you would think, "Oh, it's just one little island," but if you see, no, it's got all these little islands, and then you got these real tiny little places, which again, I don't know if those are even islands or peninsulas or yeah, see? Philippines is a lot bigger than what we actually think it is. 'Cause when you do look at it on a globe and all that, you do see all these, like, little things, but you're thinking like, I don't really think that's like the Philippines." Like Manila, that's what I think of Philippines, but yeah, I don't think of all this other stuff. I don't know how much land mass that it actually covers, because it looks like it does cover quite a bit of islands, but we are zoomed in quite a bit here. Okay, so let's see. Introduction. It is not oh, wait. See, I'm using wrong words. It says right here, it is not divided into dialects, unlike the Visayan languages. So Visayan languages are dialects. There are three major Visayan languages: Cebuano, Hiligaynon, and Ware. Cebuano is spoken in many parts of the Visayan and Mindanao regions, but residents from various provinces have their own distinct Cebuano sub-languages or dialects. There may be variations in the Tagalog language, but these are still comprehensible to all native Tagalog speakers. Tagalog has the richest literature. More books are written and published in Tagalog than in any other native language, which makes sense. But see, that's how we lose these languages. They already said there was three lost languages. Now, my thing is, why did they become extinct? Did they pass away? Did they die off? Or is it like many other languages? If you don't keep continuing to speak it in your family, and then same thing like here, I get a lot of get some Americans that want to me it's kind of jerkish, but they'll be like, in American, yes, we speak English, and that is our native tongue. However, you do need to learn English if you're going to be here, right? However, if you're in your home and people are doing it, no, speak your native tongue. But I did have some friends and stuff that came over from other countries, again, like Mexico or whatever, and then they would be like, they refuse their family or their kids to speak in their native tongue, that they had to learn English. And I'm like, well, it's great that you want to learn English, but no, it's beautiful that you want to, because that's how you keep your tradition going, your whole family culture. That's why you don't lose the language. See, if everybody quit talking it and speaking it, it will die away. Because I notice like a lot of kids here in the States, the only reason, like Hispanic kids, a lot of them know Mexican, right? Spanish, Mexican Spanish. The only reason that they actually know that, they know certain terms like broken English, so it'd be Spanglish. So it's Spanish and English. You understand? Spanish from Spain is not the same as Mexican Spanish. And the Cubans, like I said, they speak Latin, but it's not the same as Mexican. They have different words and different variations on things. Now, the thing is, when you got younger kids, they're taught English in school. If they're not taught their native language at home and their family don't want them to do that, you understand? When they have their children, that language is not going to continue. Those traditions and stuff might not get passed down. That's how languages can die away. And that's why I think like, no, it's great. That's what makes, I think it's beautiful. Like, I know some people feel like, oh, when they speak their language and stuff, I don't like it and stuff because we don't understand what they're saying. That's fine. There's no reason you need, that's their language. And if you're so concerned about knowing what they're saying, just because it's like, even in English, I don't know, when foreigners, if they hear us speaking, they don't know English. Just because we're having a conversation don't mean it's about you or we're saying something about you. I noticed that some people got, I don't know, it's not even just in the Philippines or whatever, in any type of community. For some reason, when we don't understand the language, we always assume the worst. Oh, they must be talking about me. They're saying some bad things. They're making fun of me or whatever. No, normally that's not what's happening at all. They're just having conversations amongst themselves and they're, yeah. But for some reason, people think that we're the center of attention and that everybody's like, oh my God, yeah, Jimmy's here. Shh, we can't talk anymore. Jimmy's here. Or let's talk about Jimmy. I don't take it that way. I just, no, people, because even when I would translate, no, they're talking about random stuff, talking about their day, talking about the chat. Like, it's okay. They're not talking about you. People don't need to be paranoid. It's okay. And if you're so concerned, learn their language. Use Google Translate. Like I said, yeah. I'm just letting people know people are not making fun of you. And if they were, who cares? It's fine. And if you want, maybe learn their language and you can sit here and call them out. 'Cause that's one thing I have noticed is funny. When I do get some of my friends that are bilingual, I get white people that are very white, right? Thing is, they're Hispanic or they actually grew up in a Mexican family. So when they're around a lot of Latinos and stuff, they'll sit there and they'll start saying stuff. But sometimes they will be talking about you, but they don't understand. He understands every single word that they're saying and he'll call them out. Oh, yeah. He'll speak back to them in their tongue. Then they look stupid, like, oh, 'cause you gotta be you never know. You don't know that's what's great about the world today. Just because you see somebody white or darker skin, we're all intermixed. We have, nuclear families now, you know? It's okay. Black people and white people, guess what? They're allowed to date. It's okay. Filipino people can date American people. American people can date Chinese people. You got Bahamian people, people in the Bahamas. So we got all these different cultures, and that's what makes it beautiful. We're all allowed to be with one another. There used to be this notion I was brought up in the church and stuff in Southern Baptist, but they say we need to stay within our own race. That's a racist comment. I don't understand. The Bible never says that. When it says talking about your race, it's talking about your kind, that we're not around to be with other animals. And and it's better for a Christian to be with a fellow Christian. That's what it's speaking of. Because you're going to have a lot of conflict and issues if you were with a non Christian. However, I'm not saying you can't be with a non Christian either. I can see you probably will have issues because when it comes to your worldview and your morals and your values, you're probably going to think completely different than somebody that's not a Christian. If a Christian and an atheist, yeah, they're probably going to have some issues. I don't mean they can't love each other. Same thing when it comes to race, and culture, and all that. And again, I'm not here to sit here and preach and tell everybody. So it just seems common sense to me. We're all human beings at the end of the day. We look different. We have different, like when I was in Okinawa, right? No round day, no round day, because that's what they called Americans. But they called that the Filipinos too, because they didn't like the Filipinos as much as well either. They're round eye, right? No round eye. Gringos, I know the slang. We had slang for Asian people as well, which I don't like to repeat because it's not very nice. But again, every country I think does it. But at the end of the day, it's stupid. I think people, we just like to make sure we point out the differences in people. And again, I get it. It's tribalism. Every country we've been doing it since the dawn of time. Tribalism, we all got to stick in our own tribes. And if somebody who's different is outside our tribe, they're our enemy, or we stay away from them. We try to avoid them. And that's the way that humanity's always been. Am I saying it's right? No, I understand the way it works, the psychology of it, but that don't mean it's okay. And I honestly like the world that we kind of live in now. But again, you do get idiots and stuff that are like, you can't be with them. They're not your race, you know. And again, it's all cultures. I guarantee in the Philippines, if you got a Filipino, right, might be a little darker skin, maybe the further south you go, or maybe the north. I don't know. But let's say they probably look at each other and they don't like each other because one's darker than the other one. Same thing here in America. You got black people that don't like black people because somebody's lighter skinned than this black person. Or they're not from Africa or whatever. It's stupid. The whole thing's stupid. Now, one thing about Caucasian people, I don't really, we do somewhat do that. Like if you're an albino, if you're really, really white and you got ginger hair and stuff, we usually say, hey, he looks a freaking ginger. And we make fun of them and stuff. Not saying that it's right, but they usually got freckles and a very, very light skin. But we don't do it as much as other races. I know the black community does it horribly, and I notice the Hispanic and Mexican community does it too, like Cubans and all that. I don't understand it. I was like, wait a minute, aren't you all from, yeah, you're from Puerto Rico, you're from Puerto Rico, you're from Mexico, you're from Mexico, well, but you don't like each other. But again, just because you're from a country don't mean you got to like everybody in your country. But to sit here and not like somebody because of their skin tone, that's just, it's illogical to me. Makes no sense. But by looking at this history, It is it's very interesting too, like I said, with the languages and all that. So I'm assuming s I can see why certain languages and the way that the language was possibly done too. This was more there was probably politics involved as well. And maybe they're, I'm just trying to be, you know, as open-minded as possible. But I'm going to say, no, no, always have to be on the negative. There was probably reasonings that no, they didn't want to speak certain languages for a certain reason. Maybe they didn't like a certain group of people. There's classes. We all know that, right? When I say classes, there's social classes. There's rich, there's poor, then there's other people. And again, there's people that aren't like you, people that might speak different than you, people that might have less money. I try not to see the world that way. Yes, I know it exists. We all know. There's rich people, there's poor people, there's third world countries, people that live in the ghettos, people that live down in the like slumdog millionaire, you know? Yes, we know all these people exist. We got it here in America too. Just because you think we're a first world country, there's some poor ass areas here in the United States. People know it. You can see it. Go down to Louisiana, go to Mississippi. You want to go down to some people in the bayou. I mean, like I said, let's go out to, was it Flint, Michigan? Go up there. See all the devastation that happened, all the people that lost their homes. There's poor ass people that live in trailer parks. There's homeless people. We're no different than any other country. The problem is we're the United States. So we should not even have, nobody should be living that way, period. But we have it, which is disgusting. And right down the street, you got these people that got plenty of money. Let's say living comfortably. We're not gonna say super rich, but very comfortable living. And then right down the street, you got people living in squalor and living in crap, shooting up heroin and everything else. And again, this should not happen, but it's humanity. So that's what I try to say. I see the world black and white. That's just the way it is. I mean my country's better than yours. I mean your country's better than mine. Or again, I think we can all find balance and good things in all of our cultures, our languages. And again, I look at everybody on an individual basis. If you're a cool person with me, I'm a cool person with you. You're an asshole to me, I'm going to be an asshole back to you. Or instead of being an asshole back, why do I want to waste my energy on you? You just go about your day, and I wish you the best. But then again, I'm human too. No, I'm not going to wish you the best. Stay away from me and don't speak to me. I don't like you. I think you're a prick. Again, we got people like that all over. And I can be that way myself sometimes. We all have our moods and our days. But I try not to be a prick and go around and just, annoy people for the fun of it. I do talk a lot, but that's fine. That's me. And if people don't like it, so be it. All right. Well, Tagalog was oh, look at this. Tagalog was the language of the revolution and Katipunan, two major events in the Philippine history. See, again, I don't know any of this. Because again, we don't study Filipino history. The only history I learned about the Philippines, again, as an American, maybe other people did, but I can say I went to a private school too. I know the public schools, they're not teaching any of this. The main thing we learned about the Philippines, and if my Filipino friends are here, anybody from the Philippines is watching, what do you probably think that we learned about from the Philippines? There was a major event that happened. Because if we look here, let's see. It says right here the publication of these books paved the way for the introduction to national language beginning with the school year 1940 to 1941. Well, if we think of some major event did happen between the 1940s, leading up to about 1945, that would be called World War II. And that's why we know of the Philippines. And then we also know a little bit more about the Philippines after World War II because we also had another little skirmish here in the United States called the Korean War. So if you guys know anything about Korea, well, Philippines were a little involved in that as well. But World War II is definitely where we know a lot about, the Philippines. And I think the Philippines and the United States, we left a good mark there. When I was over at the Philippines and stuff, I know there are some cemeteries and stuff and some monuments, and I thank the Filipino people because again, they lost many loved ones in the war as well, just as many of Americans. But again, Philippine land, even though the Philippines may not know it, that is sacred land to many Americans. There was many Americans that died and shed their blood for that land. So that is why we consider that hollow sacred land. And as many people in the Philippines probably know, there are, what to say, many memorials for fallen soldiers and Americans that are over. And again, I'm trying to remember who told me that they weren't able, that yes, we have these memorials, but I guess Filipinos, unless you're accompanied by an American and stuff, that you don't always have full access or you have any access to be able to visit. And I was like, see, that's a shame. 'Cause I would think, like I said, if you want to go and see, because again, there's a lot of history there in the Philippines. So that's one thing we've learned in the United States. I don't know what, the Philippines teaches anything about American history or anything about my country. I'm assuming you hear about the United States. I mean, I think it'd be slim to none that you don't, but I'm not going to say you got to know the history like we do. This is my country. So, of course, I'm going to know my history. But there's many Americans that don't know I'm a history buff, so I love history. But I guess not just my country, though. I love learning about world history too and other cultures. And the reason with Philippines, I'm actually wanting to learn more about that stuff because now I have a reason to. I've met people that I consider friends and people I would like to get to know more that, yeah, I do. I take interest in knowing your culture, knowing your history. And again, the more you guys share, it helps me learn. But again, I'm that type of person. I'm not going to say every single person. There's people that don't care about the Philippines. There's people that don't care about and that's fine. You don't have to be. I'm not saying, hey, read up about Filipino history to go speed dating. You don't need to. If you just like hanging out with people and singing, then again, that's the karaoke community. I'm an oddball. I like, again, I just like to learn. I like to learn as much about people as possible because now I can better understand. Again, at the end of the day, they're still humans, right? So we all have the human condition and the human element that we can relate to. We all got bills. We all got families. We know sadness, sorrow, happiness, joy. We have a lot of all these same emotions. But then there's also the economic side of things. How does their economy work? How is their government based? What type of freedoms and rights do they have compared to the United States? So now I can see life through their lens, right? How much does a bag of chips cost over there? How much is a gallon of gas? And again, they probably drive with by the liter. So how much is a liter of gas? Is inflation affecting them as it is us? I was sitting here looking up some stuff just on some prices. I was dumbfounded to where, yeah, services and stuff that we pay for here in the United States, and you convert it over to pesos. Holy crap. And look up the average income. And I think I did this once before with some people. And again, this isn't attacking Filipino people and sitting here trying to put anybody down, but facts are facts. Let's do a Google search while we're at it, everybody. Let's pull out the old Google, right? Now, again, as we see, Philippines is a strand of islands. So again, this could vary. So when I say the average, let's say salary, or let's say average monthly salary, or let's say income. We want to say salary. Monthly, average monthly income in the Philippines. Actually, we got 2024. Okay, now watch this. The average monthly salary in the Philippines can vary significantly depending on factors such as location, which is just like any other country, right? Same thing in the United States. You live in California, you're going to make a hell of a lot more than what you will here in Florida, or especially somebody in Mississippi, right? Cost of living, all that. So we understand these variants, okay? However, it's when we get to the meat and potatoes of this whole topic. This is what floored me. I was like, "Holy lordy." And there's a reason why when people try to say, "Make America Great Again," like Trump or something, everybody's, "Oh, that's racist and stuff." There's a reason I'm glad to be an American. There are other countries that I could live in. I'm not gonna say that, yeah, they don't have great cultures and maybe great people and all that. I have a lot of luxuries here in the United States that are benefited to me by being an American that many other countries don't have. And people may think, "Oh, that's racist and bigoted." I'm fortunate. I am so thankful I wasn't born in Haiti or Venezuela or what. I'm not going to say that the people are bad, but those living conditions, hell no. I don't know many people that would want to give up a comfortable life and you want to go live like that. Now, the people there, they don't have a choice. I can understand why they want to get the hell out of those countries. And again, there's also other reasons. Some of these other countries have been invaded. They've been overthrown. They've had dictatorships come through. Say, like Cuba, for instance. Would you want to sit here and live under, oh, crap, now my brain just went blank. Castro or Raul. And again, if you're a Cuban, no, you can't say nothing about them and stuff. You'll get just shot and murdered. As an American, screw Castro. Guy's a piece of crap. He's a freaking dictator. And the people, like I said, all my Cuban friends, if anybody does watch this from Cuba, no, viva, victory. In America, if you can get here, if it was up to me as president, I would make sure we would send American troops and you fight along with us, we will liberate you. We will give you the freedom that you need to overthrow Castro and that regime. But again, you got the Russians you got to deal with as well with communism. And if people don't know, I'm a direct descendant that came from Russia, former Soviet Union of USSR, back during the Cold War, and then when it fell. However, at the end of the day, do I ever wonder? I would love to go to Russia. I think it would be great to see where my family and my descendants came from. But I want to live there? Hell to the no. I would like to go see Moscow, go see Red Square, see Lenin's tomb. But I understand there's a lot of death and devastation and poverty and anguish that those people had to live through. Stalin, he was a murderer. It was genocide. He starved his own people, just like going to China. I think it would be great. But am I going to sit and give respect to Mao? Mao was a piece of crap. Again, if people in China want to get offended, hey, guess what? Get offended. Anybody that knows under Mao's regime and we got Americans, again, well, refugees that escaped Mao and are here in the United States. There's a lady named Lily. Look up her story. She lived under Mao as a child. She remembers the Red Shirt Brigade and the way that they turned the children against their parents. It's disgusting. And for people to sit here and think that that's okay, no, nobody should be treated that way. The whole thing's just horrible. And that's one thing I just love about history, is you understand, the more we learn about history, because if you forget history, guess what? You're doomed to repeat it. I don't want to have to ever have anybody live under a Mao or another Stalin or another Hitler. And even in Italy, we do know with them, they say, oh, yeah, yeah. They had Mussolini. Who are they to brag about? And the Germans? And you want to say that your country's great? Those people let these dictators rise to power. So again, any country, and it's nothing against the people, if you live in a tyranny, I get it. You can't say anything. Now, if you love it, you're brainwashed. You don't understand what freedom is. But as an American, I've had a taste of freedom. I have no desire to go live in a shithole. As I'm going to be, when I say a shithole, I'm talking about a government that has stolen from their people and have made such a class warfare that you don't just have rich and poor. No, you have complete poverty. People that are vanquished, that have nothing. And then you got these rich oligarchs sitting up at the top. It's slavery. It's pretty much dominantly slavery. And people are being executed and murdered or worked hard in labor camps. And you say, well, they're not really in labor camps. They don't get a choice to work where they want. So when people say in China they got freedoms and stuff, no. Z, if the people honestly say, oh, Z, and the people in China, of course, yeah. Oh, they love Z. Yeah, they do. Yeah, 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 yeah. When you got a gun against your head, you'll love whoever. But see, in America and some of these social media platforms like YouTube and Google's and the Facebooks of the world, see, we're not allowed to talk about China because they sold out to China. They'll cancel you if you say anything about China. You say, well, they're not canceling you. Yeah, because I'm not that big of a platform. If I was a big platform, they would shut me down immediately. We're not allowed to say nothing about the great dragon, China. China will fall. It's a paper dragon. Their economy sucks, and they know it. And if they went head to head with the United States, we would annihilate them. Now, the thing is, it would be devastation for the rest of the world, and nobody wants a nuclear war. Nobody wants that. That benefits no one. However, can we live peacefully together? Yes. The problem is with the United States and communism, no. Those two will never mix. It's like gas and oil. Communism and the United States and freedom. And again, people are like, oh, freedom's a myth. It's a lie. Again, since 1776, you say that to the people that believed in it or still believe it's worth fighting for. It's not a myth and it wasn't no lie. Those people are dead and they made the ultimate sacrifice. And the Filipino people, hopefully, if they haven't realized it too, your country would be enslaved right now if it was not for the United States and your own people for fighting. And I thank them for the bravery that they stood up and fought against. In the Filipino history, from just what I've read and things that I've known, again, I don't know their culture. They went through slavery as well. The Spaniards, there was many nations that conquered other nations and had people work in indentured servitude. So the Filipinos definitely, yeah, they would know a little bit about the history. But again, let's speak about the average salary. The average monthly salary in the Philippines can vary significantly depending on factors such as location, industry, and experience. As of May of 2024, Salary Explorer reported that the average monthly salary was around 44,800 PHP. Okay. Now, which is about, you all see this? Look at this amount right there. If we converted this over to USD, that is only $800.12 a month. Hey, let's break this down. For any fellow American, now Filipinos may think, oh, yeah, that's not too bad. The average pay in the United States, let's just say somebody that's working, let's say, golly, I'm trying to think like so what would be minimum wage. Okay. You're working at a Dollar General store, stocking shelves. Even at a Walmart, you're going to make more than this, right? Again, the economy and stuff right now, things are bad, so everybody's not working full time. If you were working full time, 40 hours a week, okay, the average American, we usually get paid every 2 weeks, okay? Every 2 weeks. If you break it down, we're making about 800, well, $600 to $700 if you're working minimum wage, $600 to $700 per week. That's after taxes. So that's $1,400 a month at minimum wage. If you're looking at here, the average person they're saying makes 44,800 PHP, the equivalent of $800.12. Now again, $800.12. There is no way, even here in the United States, if somebody made that a month, I don't know how you would afford to live. Average apartment here in Florida. Now, again, because of inflation, before inflation, that's what I'm saying. If we could go back before, oh, what, 20, let's say back to 2016, the prices when they were reasonable, right? And Trump even, let's say, the economy was doing good. We were back to normal. An average apartment, right? In a nice apartment, $1,000 a month for an apartment. You get about a two-bedroom apartment. And let's say, yeah, two-bedroom apartment, got a nice little size kitchen. Again, you don't have a garage or anything, but let's say an apartment, about $1,000, okay? 800 to $1,000. Now, a one-bedroom apartment in Florida, in my area, is around $1,300 to $1,800 a month. Somebody making $800.12, there's nothing you could get here. So if somebody came over and said, "Oh yeah, I could live off like I don't want like Filipinos or anybody coming over to the America. If you think $800.12 a month is going to get you, you would not survive here in the United States. I would not even bother coming over. There is no way." Now again, people who could get this, yeah, disability. If you're getting disability and maybe some benefits from our government and food stamps and all that, because if you haven't noticed too, our food prices have about tripled here. Average food price for the average American right now, we could probably look that up too. Let's see, average. That's what I ought to do. I ought to put like a little list together of showing prices of here in Florida or average American price compared to other countries. And again, it's not picking on the Philippines, but I was like dumbfounded because I was just taken for granted, like, oh, well, yeah, we got internet, we got our cell phone. The thing is, when I look at they're only making $800.12 a month. Yeah, imagine internet in the United States, right? A standard package is about $60, $70 a month. That's just internet. That's not a package and all that. If you're getting phone, cable, and all that's just $160, $170 a month. Could you imagine if you're only making $800, there's no way you could afford that. You're not gonna have no phone. You ain't gonna have none of that. Again, at $800 a month, you're lucky to live in a trailer. And I don't think you could live in a trailer. And again, how are you gonna pay your utilities? How you gonna like I mean, there's probably people to do it, but I'm saying you would have to be on some type of government program. There's no way you're surviving off $800 a month. Let me see here. Average. What was I gonna say here? Average. Okay, so we got the average monthly in the Philippines, but the average price of groceries per family in the U.S. Now I want to see in the U.S. and we'll see what type of family we got in the U.S. 2024. Let's see if they get some numbers here. Yeah, look at this. See, if somebody was from the Philippines and they came over here, right? Look at this. As of March of 2024, the USDA recommends a family of four, okay, now again, good sized family, on a thrifty budget. This is a thrifty budget. Spend $976.60 a month. So imagine somebody in the Philippines has a family of four. You're not getting any benefits here or anything in the United States. And again, you understand you have to make a certain amount of money to even be able to get benefits. If you're only making $800 a month, you're going to get some benefits because you couldn't survive. So you would get benefits. And again, you get your kids and all that. But as you see, average monthly would be $976.60. And that's about right. Groceries are freaking high right now. That's just food. That's not including your electric bill, your water bill, your garbage bill, which is usually, or like I said, your mortgage. Again, if you have a mortgage, you're in an apartment, which you would probably, again, making that type of money, you'd have to be in an apartment. And look, and $1,585 for a liberal budget, right? Somebody that's see, if you're on a thrifty budget, you're buying like generic food. You're doing whatever you can just to get by. So if you see, like, yeah, I'm just trying to show Filipino people, it's sticker shock, isn't it? Did you know that stuff is this expensive in the United States? When people say and they'll say, "Oh, in America, yeah, you guys could do this and you do all that and stuff." Yeah, because it's freaking expensive. And not everybody can do that. Because let's just show you here. Some people actually have careers and good jobs. But then you do got people that are working two or three jobs that are struggling. Because I want to show people this too. Because I know some people get this idea when you think of like America or some other countries. Some people got this idea, oh, everybody in America, they must be rich and everybody's got money. Well, just to show you, we struggle just as much as everybody else. And it depends on your career choices and your decisions that you make. But the average, let's see, average income of an American citizen, 2024. All right. Now look here. As of May 2024, now you got to remember, we got inflation, okay? The average annual salary in the United States, now this is an annual salary, so yearly, $59,428. So about $60,000 or $28.34 per hour. So almost $30 an hour. To me, this is really high. When I used to work and when I was doing stuff, like I said, getting hourly wage and all that stuff, there was no way I was making no $30 an hour. Like right now, you can work at Amazon or you can work at a Walmart. They're starting out like at $15 an hour. When I was working, doing hourly wage and all that stuff, it was like $8 an hour. So as you see, it's doubled, almost tripled. So, however, the average income can vary uh, widely depending because the average person is not making $60,000 a year. I'll tell you that. So, depending on factors like age, sex, location, and education. For example, in the first quarter of 2024, the median weekly wage for a full time wage and salary worker was, see right there, $1,227 for men and $1,021 for women. In the second quarter, the median weekly earnings of a full time, so if you see, it went down. Look at that. This is the first quarter, second quarter, now it's down to 1,143 for men. See, which is 3.9% higher than the previous year. And the reason why, it's inflation. Our politicians and Joe Biden, and again, this ain't trying to be political, but again, Joe Biden is full of crap. And his little protege, Kamala or Camila, whatever you want to call her, Harris, they ran on this same program. They created this mess. They're not making the economy better, it's getting worse. Things are getting more expensive. If we pray to God in November, if anybody's stupid enough, and if you vote for them, you're stupid. If you vote for these policies, God help us. When you become homeless and you lose everything and you can't afford food, guess what? Venezuela and Cuba is going to look pretty good to move to. You might want to move to Haiti because they will be the death of our country. You will bankrupt us all. Our country, like I said, we can't keep going through this. I know people, I'm struggling. I know many other people that are struggling. So when people in the Philippines, guess what? We can relate. And for you guys get by, oh, well, look at America, they make all this money and they deserve to do it. It's not, you understand, we got families too. People are trying to feed. We have a national debt too. We're over what, $32 trillion in debt. Like, we're in a bad situation. However, I keep trying to tell people, never bet against America. Every nation that's ever done that, you're going to be proven wrong. And I have a good inkling just to let people know in November, Donald Trump's going to win. So all the people that are about to get pissed off and cry and want to protest, you might want to start now because we're going to laugh at you. And we don't want to listen to you no more. You are the problem. You're the idiots that got us in this mess. We are an embarrassment to the rest of the world. Afghanistan was a debacle. Joe Biden is just a bumbling buffoon that deserves to be in a nursing home. And Kamala Harris, she's a hackling. She has no idea what's going on. And Donald Trump, who might be a convicted felon, which is falsely accused, is going to be our next president. And I hope people get ready. And I hope for these next 4 years, he's going to do every single thing that he said, and I believe he will, and hopefully get our country going back in the right direction. And for the rest of the world, I want to tell you, there's going to be hope. Because if we can turn our country around, prices are going to come down. If we can get them coming down in America, we're going to be able to compete, bring these gas prices down. Russia, get ready. China, get ready. The United States is going to be firing on all 8 cylinders. And we're going to roar our country back. And we will bring these prices down. Yeah. If you look here, just looking at the salaries. So if we come back up here again, where was that? See, a time cap report in 2024 that the average monthly salary, see, was closer to 50,000 or 60,000 PHP. So you say, oh wow, that's really great. See, look, Glassdoor report in 2024 that the average monthly salary for an employee in Manila, right? Manila was 27,667. Now you say Manila, well, wait, that should actually be a pretty good price range. Well, if we take PHP and we convert that over, that's not that much money. Yeah, let's see if we could do this. And then they got, let's see, a PHP then with a range of 4550 right here. See, 50 or 60,000. So let's break this down. Well, let's go from the high end, right? 60,000, right? Let's come up here and we'll go 60,000 PHP to USD. You all see what that is? That's $1,062.68. That's on the high end. You see that? 60,000 pesos. I just told you the average American working at freaking what it, Walgreens, CVS, at a Walmart, they're making more than this. 1,062. That's on the high end. So imagine $800 to 1,062. So that's what I'm trying to break down to people, that showing you just factual numbers. It is unreal. So now when I sit here and I think about, gee, now I can understand. Well, somebody who might be living in the Philippines sits there and they talk about, yeah. And imagine they have a natural disaster. Like here in Florida, we have our hurricanes and stuff. Again, I that's why I said learning more about somebody's culture, learning about their economy, then learning about their government. That's also very vital. I don't know what type of structures they have in the Philippines. If they were to have a natural disaster, right? You say, oh, well, FEMA and them would come out, right? Then you get other countries, they're going to sit here and help rebuild and stuff. Well, guess what? Sometimes that help don't come and that aid don't come. And what happens when other countries just don't have it? And if people wants to rely on the United States, guess what? We don't have it either. So now the situation you start thinking about is, well, guess what? We sit here, we talk about all this money. I'm not going to say the Filipino people would not be resilient. They would be able to bounce back. However, that takes time and effort and everything. But let's say they had a typhoon, a natural disaster that came through. And again, they just had one not too long ago where they had flooding and everything else. That could have been really, really bad. Now, again, I don't know how their areas are set up. I'm assuming there are probably people that didn't bounce back, that live in kind of like shacks. And some of those little islands and stuff probably don't have the money to rebuild. So some of these people probably lost everything. Because the storm was pretty bad. There was some pretty bad floodings. And same thing even here in Florida. There's sometimes when we get hurricanes, some people don't bounce back. They lose everything. They end up having to move, or they move in with another family member or stuff because they don't have anything. They didn't have insurance. So they lose everything. So that's what I say. When you look at human beings and stuff, we're very much alike. But then that's where there are little intricacies in between us, right? Looking at numbers. I love numbers, statistics. I love mathematics. So again, looking at these types of numbers and stuff gives you an idea of an American's lifestyle and a Filipino's lifestyle. But again, is it really that different? Financially, yes. But if you look down to the basic, there's trade-offs, right? One thing I can say about the Filipino community that I realized is for the 2 weeks that I was there, and again, I know even with my Hispanic friends and stuff, they're very big on family. They respect elders, like they're older people and stuff. They actually take care of them. They actually are very big in their families. To me, that's very honorable. In the United States, I'm not gonna say we don't have that here. There's areas that do have it, but then there's many areas now, and I'll say we don't take it as seriously as I'll say in a lot of foreign countries. They will take care of their families. They will have families move in with one another. Now, families in the United States did after COVID and everything else. Yeah, we had families move in, especially even after 2008. Or was it 2000? No, yeah, 2008. We had the financial crisis. People did it, but people do it hesitantly. Again, I'm not going to say Filipinos probably, they're probably not always happy. But the thing is, The majority of them, they probably do because they're like, no, they know that's what they do. They're going to take care of their families. Their mom and dad, they're not going to be homeless. They're not going to leave their kids homeless. That they'll take care of one another. That's something I think with the United States we could possibly learn things from that. And I don't want people to think that we don't do that. There's people that do take care of each other. And the people that usually do that are usually poor people. That's one thing I've even noticed. If you want help in a community or church activities, it's usually lower income people to do that type of stuff. Usually richer people, they just feel like they just throw money at the problem. They're never going to show up. They're not going to actually put in any physical labor. They'll just throw some money. And the reason they do that, they can use it as a tax write off. And a lot of times they don't do it because they even care. Again, there are some people that act, again, it's different groups of people. We're going to say, are usually wealthy people. There are some people that, like I said, they came from nothing. They built themselves, made them a nice, bunch of money, started a business and all that. Those are the people that can relate. But then you got some people that were just born into wealth. And I think every country and everybody can relate to that in some way. You know, the rich that they can't relate to the rest of us. They have no idea. They were born into wealth. Go to a store, buy groceries. Why? No. They send their butler out to do that. They got their chauffeur. They got their private jets. I mean, maybe you guys know people like that. I don't. I mean, I know some doctors, I know some people got money, but I'm talking like really wealthy people. The exotic yachts. And then some of these people on YouTube that you see that are fake. Yeah, I'm making all this money and blah blah. I got this yacht. I got this. There are some people that actually do have large amounts of wealth. Now, how they got it and stuff, they're frauds. They're frauds. They scammed you. They usually work their way up. They make a lot of money on YouTube. I guarantee you screwed somebody to get up there. If you get over 1,000,000 views, now again, Mr. Beast and other people will say legit, some that are legit, but the majority of some people, no, no, no. There's a reason they got there. And again, maybe some people don't mind. You stab other people in the back, you screw other people over, you talk a whole bunch of crap about them and stuff. And again, that's if you go under YouTube route. But again, it's not just YouTube. That's just business in general. Sometimes you got to, I'm not gonna say you should, but many times yeah, you got to step on other people to get where you want to get. Do you really need to? You don't. But do you really want to make a lot of money? That's how you do it. I'm not saying that it's right. I'm not saying that you should do it either, because we all know it's easy getting up to the top, but it's a hard fall on the way down. Because remember, you got to pass those same people on the way down, the people that you screwed over, the people that you didn't care. And I don't know if you've ever been in a management position. You think it feels nice when you have to go sit here and tell a struggling family, a guy that you can see is working his butt off and everything, but we're going to have to do some cuts. He's got to go. You got to tell him he just had a kid, right? He's got a 2-year-old little boy. Just got a new little girl. She's 6 months old, just holding her head up and everything. You got to go tell this guy, yeah, I'm going to give you a severance package, but yeah, after that 90 days, it's going to run out and we got to let you go. This guy's about to be unemployed and the economy's tough right now. I understand. I couldn't do it. That's why I can't do suit jobs like that. But some people, again, it's business. It's all about that bottom dollar, making that money. And Bob, we just want to tell you, don't take it personal. It's nothing personal. Yeah, it's nothing personal, but you do understand this guy's life, he's got to find a new job. And it's not that easy. He just finally got some insurance. And now he's out of a job. Now, what do you think Bob's going to feel like when he's got to go home and tell his wife or his fiance? Well, let's say his new wife, they just got married. Oh, they just got they were talking about buying a house. They were getting all excited, thinking of their future and planning further ahead. Well, those dreams are crushed. They ain't gonna be getting no home now. Bob's wondering how's he even gonna sit here and keep the electric on? How's he gonna pay for his kids? How's he gonna pay for the food? Oh my God, they're gonna lose their health insurance. Oh, it's getting ready to get bad for Bob. And then he turned on the news, and guess what? We're going to another war. Oh, prices are going high again. Inflation's going through the roof. Yeah, yeah. That's the average man's life, right? The average person's life. See? Wealthy people, they don't care about none of that. What are they gonna get fired from? I'm talking like the elite wealthy, wealthy, wealthy. We're talking like billionaires, right? The billionaire wealthy. The ones that go on their little ski resort trips and I don't even know what they do to be truthful. We see it in movies, and I'm like, can that be real? Sometimes I think, no, reality is sometimes crazier than fiction, you know? Hey, Lily. Hey, hey, hey. I saw you earlier there when you came in as Rioli. I think that was you. I always forget you always got like 3 or 4 accounts. Uh, let's see, added this account. I can add that one. Yeah, I covered pretty much all the techie stuff I was going to do today. I thought I would just go over some numbers and just show some comparisons on things. And again, I like to rant. I always like to rant at the end of the videos. So therefore, anybody that did want to drop in and see the end of a video, then they'll be like, "Oh my God, is this what this guy's been talking about the whole time?" So now they're kind of forced, if they want to watch the techie stuff, they gotta go forward. So that's my goal for anybody that leaves a comment or you want to leave a comment. I give a challenge to anybody. Watch 15, 20 minutes of my video, and then in your comment, tell me what you liked about the video. Like something techie. Because I did talk about techie stuff at the very beginning. Now, if you could watch an hour, that would be wonderful. I'd be like, wow, an hour. But as you notice, I'm going for over 6 hours now. I could, like, some people say talk about their streams and be like, yeah, like Twitch, do those 24-hour streams and all that. One time I'm wondering, like, I wonder if YouTube will actually let us do something like that. I don't know if I've ever seen something like that. But my thing is 6 hours, this is nothing. When people say, I did a 9-hour stream, I could definitely do that too. Now, singing, probably not. That would be a very long stream. I'll probably be losing my voice and everything else. Talking and stuff, that I can do. And we were doing this here on the income because what we were looking at was we were going over the Tagalog. See, this is the little book that I got, the little study resources about Tagalog. And it was sitting here talking about, we were just talking about like finances. I'm also learning some of the history. We are going over Filipino history. And if we come back down here, see the medium instruction of communication, see enriching the national language. There's a lot of history in this little book. Understanding the Filipino character. See, learning Tagalog becomes more enjoyable and meaningful if one understands the culture of the Philippines. And I would totally agree. And again, that's why I said I like to learn history and like to talk to others so I get a better understanding. So again, not only are we learning the economical side of things, we're learning the historical side of things. Then we can also learn the average daily life of a Filipino. And again, somebody who lives in Manila's experience is going to be different than somebody who's down further in the south of the Philippines. Same thing here in the United States. Not every American experience is the same. So that's why I like meeting individuals. So, as we say, it is meaningful if one understands the culture of the Philippines as well as the temperament and the character of its people. And that's what I'm wanting to learn a little bit more about. I don't, in the United States, I've met some people online that live here, but again, I don't know them personally. I know them from like YouTube. But it would be cool to like actually know like one of my Filipino friends. I got a few that I talk to a little more better than other ones. But understanding that, right, see, the temperament, the character of its people. I'm looking at the individual. I'm not gonna say just because this one person might have a not a good temperament, it might be temperamental, and the thing is, I'm not gonna say all Filipino people are like that. I mean, that's not logical. We all know that, right? Because 'Cause we're gonna look at everybody on an individual basis. So, the Philippines is populated by more than 80 million people living on 7,100. Wow, there's 7,000? That's why that looks so big. Holy lordy. Living on 7,101 islands, which are abundantly blessed by nature. That I will agree. I have seen some of these Filipino videos that people are doing on their little vlogs and all that. And some of the landscape is like, wow, so pristine, so much farmland too. And it's untouched. And it's like, wow. And we got some stuff like that here in the United States, like preserves and stuff like that, you know. But when you actually get to see some of these people's land, it's like they get to walk out their backyard every day and see that. I mean, I would love to have that. But again, I live in a metropolitan area and, it's congested and it's building up. I mean, you would say it's agriculture area, but again, I'm still close enough to the city. I mean, we do got areas like this in the United States and stuff, but unless you want to live out in the boondocks in the middle of nowhere and it takes you like, 40 minutes to get to town or something. I mean, some of us do like to live by civilization. However, in the Philippines, though, it looks like there is civilization. You're not so far away from stuff. It's very interesting the way that the country's set up and just different things that I've seen. But I've seen like some of the nature walks these people get to go on. I was like, oh my God, that would be so awesome. I mean, I can go on a nature walk. I have to go down the street a little bit and stuff. And I can go to a park that's not too far from me and stuff. But this is right out their door. They walk out their front door. It's right there. I mean, it's just amazing. Again, I'm Manila probably not. That's more city and stuff. Yeah, we see 7,101 islands, which are abundantly blessed by nature. Pristine beaches. Some of the beaches, I'm like, I've seen some of our beaches in Florida, I think, are nicer looking, but they do got some nice beaches as well. Not every single one. And then we'll say verdant mountains. That yes, we don't have any mountains here in Florida, and a rainforest. A treasure trove of exotic fauna and flora will attract tourists. And I will have to say, yeah, a lot of their flowers and stuff, yeah, look very, very pretty. And some of the fruits are very interesting as well. The fruits and vegetables and stuff that attract tourists and locals alike. Colorful customs and traditions in the country are brought to the forefront when people celebrate their lively and spectacular fiestas and showcase their innate creativity, their spirituality, and culinary skills, as well renowned hospitality. I will have to say, yeah, the people are very, very friendly. That I did notice. I'm not gonna say every single Filipino, because I'm trust me, there's probably people that will probably shank you, and people that'll rob you. Yeah, there's always bad people anywhere. But I think most people should have common sense to realize, like, yeah, somebody's kind of giving you like a weird look, and it's kind of being a little standoffish. You might be a little hesitant of them, you know, or somebody's being very aggressive, or banging on their head and stuff. They're probably a violent person. Probably don't want to be around them. They could be crazy, yeah. So again, it's just common sense. But again, not every common sense isn't so common anymore. There's some people that don't have street smarts, we'll say. Let's see. In the book Living in the Philippines in 1980, published by the American Chamber of Commerce. Now, see, why would they have this? It's published by the American Chamber of Commerce. Oh, commerce in the Philippines. I was going to say, yeah, why would we know? In the Philippines, and intended for the use of foreign business representatives, expatriates, and their families. It is stated that it is one of the best things about the Philippines is the Filipino people themselves, which I would agree. See, isn't that nice? I will agree. It is stated that the Filipino people themselves, dreams have been written about their warmth and hospitality. All of it is true. The book also presented the Filipinos as a versatile and talented people, stating that nowhere is this evident than in the music and the arts. And I will agree. A lot of people in the they do love to sing. Even the ones say they can't sing, but they all seem to love to sing. But yes, they're right there. It's evident that in the music and arts, the museums and galleries abound, and even the smallest pub features a talented musician. So see, that makes sense why everybody sings freaking karaoke and everybody's so good. Because here in the States and stuff, I was like, yeah, people like sing karaoke and stuff, but yeah, I mean, there's some people that are okay, but the majority of us no. We're just, like me. I'm not a good singer. I just enjoy singing. A lot of the Filipinos though, when they sing, they're all really good. Or they practice and get better. It's like, wow, these people are very dedicated. Filipinos are very friendly, loving, and caring people. They go out of their way to help others in time of disaster. See, that's very kind, very nice. And in crisis. And they manage to keep their sense of humor. That I will give as well. Their sense of humor. They seem to laugh about everything. I don't know what it is, but they got the sound effects and ha ha, like everything's funny, 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 funny. And I was like, this can't be real. Because I know they got to have bad days. But it seems like the majority of it, they take everything, with a lump. And they always smile about things. I was even when they have bad situations and stuff, I noticed no, they do got a good sense of humor. See, and they survive despite see right there. And they survive despite the economic and political challenges that face them. So see, my numbers are not lying. It's the human struggle. And again, it's not just them, it's everywhere. But specifically, just pointing out to my Filipino friends and stuff, that's why I hope I can maybe reach at least one Filipino with my tech knowledge and my courses. And hopefully I can change one of their lives. Because I'm trying to tell you, a certification alone, and I can see it would cost them, take them a while to save up some money, but it would change their life drastically. Drastically. No ands, ifs, or buts. 45,000 to 60,000, that's American dollar. Even in the Philippines, I'm going to say they're still making around 30 or 40,000. That's a life-changing event for them. So that's why I am more passionate and dedicated. Yes, one of my Filipino friends, I don't know who you are yet, but somebody's going to cross my path. Watch my training and my videos. We're going to change your life. You're going to change your life. And you're going to provide for your family. And other people can be like, oh my God, how did you do that? And hopefully you'll share the same way that I gave you the information, you teach other people. One person can make a difference. Like Martin Luther King Jr. said, one person can make a difference. And by you influencing that person, you pay it forward. And eventually, who knows, you could change your whole little town. You could change your whatever. I don't know if you guys counties or cities, but as long as I can reach one person, my job will be done, especially in the Philippines. In the United States, that's great too and stuff. But there's plenty of opportunities. But I'm feeling like I could give somebody an opportunity in the Philippines to change their life. Again, maybe they don't want to. That's fine. If you don't want to and you want to fish and do whatever you do, more power to you. I get it. Do what you enjoy and what you're passionate about and what you're good at. But I know there's somebody out there that's skilled and can learn this and is passionate about this. And they just never had the opportunity. I'm giving you that opportunity now. So we'll just leave it at that. Well, hopefully somebody takes me up on the challenge. But I do agree with this article 100% right here. The challenges to face them. Filipinos, however, have their own idiosyncrasies. Their strengths may often, oh, wow, see, their strengths may often be their weakness. And and in-depth study made by a Filipino senator, again, it's a politician, so we'll take this with a grain of salt, in 1998 detailed the strengths and weaknesses of the Filipino character as follows. Again, this is a politician, and I didn't write this. So let's see what they say here. Strengths and weaknesses. A basic sense of justice and concern for others. Oh, so whatever this word is. Pakikikikapakapato? Again, the Filipino people would know this way better than I. But I don't know. Do you agree with this? It's a strength and weakness, a basic sense of justice and concern for others. So, do they actually have a basic sense and concern for others? Because saying it's a strength and a weakness. Family orientation. I pointed that out as well. That I think, yes, family is really big over there. Joy and humor. See, another one, I agree. I think joy and humor. Flexibility, adaptability, and creativity. Creativity, I have seen. Adaptability, I really don't know. I don't know the everyday struggle there. Flexibility, I would say, no, I'm just going by what I've seen on some YouTube stuff. So I would say they're very flexible on balancing out their home life and work life. So that I will agree. Hard work and industry. From some of the travel vlogs I've seen, very hardworking people, 100% hardworking. Now, industry, the one I seen was more like fishing and stuff. So I will say, again, that's not an easy job if people don't know. But that, yeah, for that type of industry, I know. I don't know other different industries there, so I don't know enough about the country. Faith and religiosity. So again, so faith, yeah, a lot of people that I met, do seem like, yes, they're I don't know personally, but they do claim to have a religious faith, and a lot of it does seem to be Christianity is what and again, when I say Christianity, Catholicism, seems like Catholicism's really big, which makes sense. There's other denominations and stuff, or when I say not denomination, but what I say, even other religions, I haven't most people I met seem like they're yeah, they all seem to say they're Christians. I'm assuming there's other religions in the Philippines because I would think being an Asian culture, you would think like Buddhism. I would think that would be one, and then they are close to like Muslims, you know. So I would think the Quran and all that. So I think Muslim faith. I would think that would be quite a bit. And then there's Jehovah Witnesses as well, not Jehovah Witnesses, but Mormons, Mormonism. I know I'm thinking that's kind of might be popular. That might be more of a Western thing, but they might be popular out there. So again, I don't know much about the culture with that. Resiliency or the ability to survive. That I would definitely say they have. They're very resilient people. So yeah, I would say don't bet against the Filipino people. Because again, this when I say resilient people, I'm also looking at historically. World War II, very resilient people. They refused to surrender. They fought back ferociously or fiercely, I guess you could say. Again, the Japanese were not so kind during that war, but the Filipino people, yes, got a very strong heart, and the people were willing to die for a cause, and they fought alongside American soldiers in that war. I'm going to say everybody was with the Americans. That's just like any nation. But the thing is, with their help and many of our other allies, we were able to defeat the Nazi regime and, what to say, the Japanese army, as well as the Italians with Mussolini. And we were able to save the world from complete, I don't know how it would end, but thank God it ended the way that it did. Filipino weakness, which surfaced, were ex- so let's see. See, Filipino weaknesses, which surfaced, were extreme personalism, extreme family centeredness, lack of discipline. Again, I'm not writing this, so again, I don't know this from experience. This is just what's written in this book that I'm learning about Tagalog. Passi- passivity, colonial mentality. I can understand from the war. Sorry, Kanya Kanya syndrome. What is that? Kanya Kanya syndrome. Selfishness, or to each his own. The literal translation is his, or hers, and lack of analysis and self reflection. Again, that's a human thing, though, I would think. A lot of people don't like to self reflect. I get that. And sometimes, facts are facts. Some people don't like hard truths. And again, nobody wants to self reflect on ourselves. But that's not just I think they're kind of being harsh, but again, this is about the Philippines and Filipinos. But again, that's a human trait. There's many people, including myself, I'm guilty of some of this, but the selfishness to his own, which I get it, his, or hers. I think we all know if you want a healthy marriage or relationship, you can't have any of that. What's mine is mine. What yours is yours. That's not the way that works. That's very selfish. And then, the old joke used to be, what mine is mine and what yours is mine. Then that means, you want to completely own it. But we all do know it's all about compromise, right? All about compromise. See, a trait which puzzles a lot of foreigners. Okay, yeah, let's read this. A trait which puzzles a lot of foreigners in the country and which affects relationships negatively is the relaxed attitude toward time. Oh, now see, and I've seen a mixture of this though. There's some people that I meet this is online and even on the YouTube. many Filipinos that I met that are very no, 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 they're very work conscious, like they want to work and they've very organized and time scheduled and all that. I'm going by what they're presenting to me or what they're showing me. I don't live with them every day, so I can't verify this 100%. But from the outside looking in, this is what it looks like. But then there are others I will have to say, yeah, they don't seem very organized and they're not very it seems like they do get a lot of free time on their hands. Same thing like with me. You say, yeah, it looks like he's got a lot of free time. But again, I'm trying to do something with my time. Some of the other people do seem like there's a lot of when I say relaxation, I don't know if that's the word I'm looking for. More of lollygagging. Yeah. They'll sit and they again, I like to sing and they'll sit there and they'll sing and they'll do this and stuff, but then they'll do like little parties and they'll do it's like seems like they do a lot of that. I was like, that's joyous and happiest people. But it's not just Filipino people too. Because I know like Okinawa, they did this little thing which is definitely different from my culture. In the mornings, we wake up, we shower, we would do our PT in the Marine Corps, then we would come into the office, right? You eat your breakfast, and then you sit down at your desk and then you do your work. Well, they will evidently they eat in the morning, then they eat at their desk. They eat quite a bit. I'm like, golly, you think these people be, kind of big in size, but they eat fish and rice and stuff, so they always stay pretty slim. But the funniest thing that caught me off guard at lunchtime, we go to eat lunch. They will go and do this little exercise thing, right? And then you say, oh, they eat lunch. Well, when they come back, they sleep for an hour. And we were like, what in God's name are they doing? Like, they've only worked 4 hours and now they're sleeping? And I guess it's like a power nap, but no, they sleep for like an hour. They go into this little room and they had these little things they put over their I was like, oh my God. Again, it's different in culture. In America, if we did something, you'll get fired. You're not gonna sleep for no hour. That's why you have a bed at night and you sleep 8 hours or whatever you do. You're not gonna come to work and go to bed. But this is what a lot of these people did. I was like, huh. I guess they were tired from their exercise. I don't know. It was a culture shock. I was like, what in God's name? But again, I've heard this like in France and like other countries do this as well. That America's always like, we work, 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 and we do all this throughout the day, and we're busy, 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 go, go, go. And other countries are like, nah, they're gonna take their coffee breaks and their little tea times. And I'm like, yeah, that is a different culture for Americans. We're very go, 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 go. Now, like I say, everybody's busy, busy, busy. Some people are doing stuff that they don't need to do just to look busy. And it's not even that important. But everybody always thinks we got something important to do. But see, a trait which puzzles a lot of foreigners in the country will affect the relationships negatively and the relaxed attitude towards time. See, coming late for appointments, yeah, see, that's a no go for me. If you have an appointment, you show up 15 minutes early. That's rude. If somebody has an appointment with me, right? Or if I told somebody I'm going to be somewhere, you show up 15 minutes early. You don't show up late. Coming late. See, and in the States, too, if you don't understand, you show up late to an appointment, they'll just move on. They got a full book. They'll move on to the next person. And sometimes you're still going to pay for that office visit. It's not our fault that you showed up late. You didn't prepare. And if it was a traffic jam, you could have called. See, yeah, no, yeah, I don't tolerate that. Coming late for appointments. See, not meeting deadlines. See, I don't know if this is true. If I got any of my Filipino friends or whatever, if you guys are still listening to me or anything, if any of this is true, can you verify that this is true? Not meeting deadlines? And the type of job that I do or anything, you would be fired. Almost any job. You don't meet a deadline, you're gone. Yeah, we ain't tolerating that nonsense. That means you're not dependable. And if you're not dependable, you're not competent. So yeah, yeah, you would not survive here in our business world. And not starting parties or programs on time. See, that's rude too. People take time out of their day to come to your kid's birthday party or something, and you're not going to start on time. Like, what were you doing the whole time? Oh, you were sleeping? Are you kidding me? Yeah, see, that's rude. Again, that's a cultural thing. I don't know if the Filipino people are aware of this, but Americans and stuff, and I'm gonna say all Americans, but because there's some people I know that do this as well as America, but the majority of us, no, we would find this is disrespectful. This is rude. So I do agree with this. Yes, that could cause major effects on relationships and very negatively. If I had a wife or a girlfriend and they're doing this, not being punctual and all that, it's an embarrassment. You would embarrass me. I invite my friends over and you're going to be late. No, 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 no. That's just, mm-mm. And again, maybe it is a cultural thing. But yeah, and most Americans, we would find this very insulting or disrespectful. My time is worth money. Do not waste my time or programs on time. They all result in irritation and even embarrassment. I totally agree. Not only among foreigners, but also among fellow Filipinos who observe punctuality. Right. Who wouldn't? See, applaud those Filipinos that do that. If you got see, we got people like that in the States that do this stuff too. And I don't want them being a representation for Americans. That is an embarrassment. And I'm assuming Filipinos agree with this too. Because most Filipinos, it looks like, among fellow Filipinos who observe punctuality. That's very important. It tells a lot about your character and your work ethic. See, as to dealing with Filipinos, language learners should learn to read the body language. And again, I'm bipolar, so I like to, body language is very important to me. Texting and all this stuff, yeah, I'm not very good. But I'm very good at reading body language. See, right now, I couldn't understand. People right now could be going, "Oh my god, this guy won't shut up. He just keeps talking. I don't want to watch no more of the video." Well, you can click off, right? But let's say I was in front of you and stuff, body language. If you're rolling your eyes going, I'd be like, "Hey, I need to probably hurry it up and stuff." Now, sometimes I won't do that because why? I don't have to. That's what I like about YouTube. If somebody don't want to watch my videos, like, man, I wish this guy would shut up. You can click off. I'm gonna still continue to talk. And if somebody was to sit here and chat, let's say somebody popped up in the chat and said, "Hey, man, why don't you shut up?" I'm still gonna keep talking just so I can irritate you. See, that's the type of person I am. I will do things just because now I know. Let's say I don't know somebody named Billy Bob popped into the chat and started being rude and being whatever and stuff. You know what, Billy Bob? I'm gonna go an extra 2 hours just for you. You know why? Because it pisses you off there, Billy Bob. That's why I'm doing it. And I'm gonna keep bringing up your name, Billy Bob. See, Billy Bob? We're gonna read a little bit more, Billy Bob. See, as for dealing with Filipinos, Billy Bob, language learners should learn to read the body language, Billy Bob, and moments of the locals, Billy Bob. Now, like trolls. Trolls are fun because I could be a troll too. If people don't know on the internet, I can be a really good troll. Like I can really, really be such a troll that you'll want to ban me and kick me from your community if I wanted to. But again, I don't really do that for people that I like. But there are some communities that you stumble across, you're like, oh my God. And you're right, I could click off. I don't need to be part of it. The thing is, I was invited to be part of their community. And it's when all of a sudden now you say something or you do something and you apologize and they still don't like it. Well, screw them. I did what I needed to do. I really don't want to be part of their community anymore and I could leave. You know what? Just to be a pain in their ass, I'm going to stick around. Yep, that's me. That is my personality. That is my personality wrote up. So, okay, let's see. Dealing with Filipino language. Okay. What do they really, yeah, see, what do they really mean when they say yes or no, perhaps? Very true. Because yes don't always mean yes, and no don't always means no. Now, the thing is, if it comes to like sexual advances and stuff, no means no. I don't care what language or what country you live in, a man or a woman. If somebody says no, that means no, stop. I don't mean keep going on or whatever. Because then that's, the R word that we're not going to say here. And it's also disrespectful. And guys that want to disrespect women, you're an asshole and you're a douchebag. And guys like me don't like you. Yeah. So respect the women. Respect the women, man. I'm not gonna say all women need respect because there are some women that are bitches. Let's just put that out there. Not trying to be derogatory, but you understand there's bitches out there, and there's men that are douchebags or dickheads. So we'll just keep those terms. This is why my videos are not made for children because we might use certain terminology and words that normal adults can relate to and we understand. So I don't think I need to go in more detail about that one. So, what are the meanings of some peculiar signs and sounds they make? See, and I get that. Like certain tones when somebody's speaking. Like if I was like, "Oh, dude, fuck you. Oh, man." Or, yeah. Like, like if you're being like facetious, right? Hey, Jimmy, did you hear about that? No, no. Like if you're really interested, right? No, no, no. I didn't hear about that. See, I'm interested, right? But what I was like, no, no, didn't hear about that at all. See, now I'm being facetious, which means I really don't give a flip. You understand? I'm being antagonizing, right? So therefore, body language, right? And you can usually read that by people give signs, right? Now, if I talk like this all the time, I guess you would not know if I was happy or sad. See, I can't even do it because I smile. But the thing is, yeah, you get some people like that. Some people say that about me. You talk like a monotone voice, and I want to go to sleep every time I hear you. That's why people have a hard time listening to me for long periods of time. They say I make them sleepy. Now, let's see. What are the meanings of the peculiar signs and the sounds they make? All these certainly represent a big challenge to the learner or student of Tagalog. For the appreciation of the language, students, and for the better understanding of the Filipino character, more Filipino traits and characteristics will be discussed in the subsequent lessons and exercises. Hopefully, you guys are learning just as much as I. And again, imagine if you are Filipino and you're thinking like, "What?" Because again, I hope that I'm learning it correctly. This could be fake information, fake news. And that's why it's great to speak to somebody who happens to be maybe from this country that's Filipino. But again, you don't represent all Filipino people. But again, having your feedback and stuff definitely helps someone like me. Because if not, I could take this all as gospel truth. And I'd be like, yeah, Filipino people are like this. And Filipino people are, yeah. So again, I can kind of summarize and be like, yeah, some things I agree with, some things, but some things I just don't know. I just don't know. So in the 1930s, when Tagalog was chosen as the basis of the national language, there were 20 letters in the alphabet, consisting of 5 vowels and 15 consonants. These were A, E, I, O, U, B, K, D, G, H, L, M, N, N, G, which we don't have in our alphabet. Ooh, got the burpees. P, R, S, T, W, Y. The consonants were originally referred to with a vowel a appendage to each letter so that these were pronounced ba, ka, da, right? I'm assuming it's e, o, u, like Spanish. It ain't a long A. But see, they normally should put like, if it's a short vowel or a long vowel. So I'll know yeah, like see right here. So here's the tilde over the N. So ba, ka, da, and so on. The NG consonants were pronounced as neng. See, nang. Is it nang? Nang, nang. Is it a long A or is it a short A? Ah, nang, nang. See, it's trying to get the pronunciation of the word. So people ain't looking at you going, stupid American, I can't even pronounce the words correctly. In the 1980s, 8 more consonants were added to the alphabet. And we got our C, F, J, tilde N, Q, V, and X, and Z. This was done to facilitate the writing of new words and terms borrowed from other languages. The letters of the Tagalog alphabet are now referred to in the same way as the letters in the English alphabet, except for NG and N pronounced Inye, 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 like Inye womb. Get it? Inya, Inya, in your womb. Inye, Inye womb. Okay. Inye, which is, yes, a Spanish origin, which I was like, yes. Generally, the 8 additional consonants are used for proper nouns, names of persons, places, buildings, brands names, the like, such as Fe, Carlos, Santo Nino, Leyte, Leyte Gulf, Jonas Bridge. See, there's that Jollibee. I always keep hearing everybody talk about Jollibee. I was like, what the crap is Jollibee? And when I looked it up, I realized Jollibee, it looks like a place where I guess you get this ice shavings or something, and it comes in a cup. Looks like some type of little fast food type of place, like a Dairy Queen or something we have here in the States. But evidently, it's very popular over there. I noticed that a lot of people like the Jollibee or Jollibee, however you say that. And Louis Vuitton. Ooh, they're also, yeah, Louis Vuitton. That's very designer. I don't care too much for Louis Vuitton. It's because I can't afford it and I'm not rich like that. They're also used for borrowed terms like, I don't even know how to say it, zakat? Zakat? Almsgiving, the third pillar of Islam. Indigenous or native terms like Katarab. Can't wait. Katarayab? Katarab? And Igorot costume made of tree bark. I have no idea. And the medical and scientific terms like zinc and amoxicillin. There are conventions in the pronunciation of the consonants, tilde N and NG. Tagalog words with, is it Nang? No? Okay, so that's Nang. That's how they say that. So Nang and Inye. Okay, so Tagalog words as, I guess we'll say Inye. Well, that's Nang. No, yeah, that's Inye. Words as Inye are pronounced as if there is a combination of N and Y consonants instead of the one consonant. The first half is the Inye part, which takes the sound of the vowel before it, well, see, this is where it gets confusing here. See, this is the stuff. See, like Nino. For example, the word Nino is Santo Nino. It's pronounced, yeah, Nino. Note that the tilde N is between I and O. Thus, N takes the initial sound of the vowel. I and Y takes the sound of the vowel O. Ah, I should have read this before here. I didn't read this whole thing. I'm thinking, like, yeah, maybe I should have probably been able to pick up the consonants a little bit better. The okay. So here's the diphthong, semi-vowel combinations in the diphthong, such as e, I, oi, oo, we, right? Oi, we, a, a, e, right? Uh, a, e, I, w. The I is long E, right? E, oi, and we, oi, and we. Foreigners will have minimal difficulty in pronouncing. See, minimal. I'm having a more than a minimal difficulty in pronouncing most Tagalog words. However, foreigners may find, right, the IW and the we combinations a bit harder to pronounce and may likely break up the combination, especially when they appear at the end of words. Some Tagalog examples of these diphthongs are, oh yeah, here we go. Here's our list here. So we got, ag, see how to, agi, agui, 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 wait, agu. I don't understand how you're saying that last part. GIW. How do you say IW? Iwu? No. Agu, agu, bitu, kasoi, badoi, oi. I'm assuming that's oi, like a yui, badui. Oh, wait a minute. That's how you're saying it right here? Badui. Wait, cobweb, let go, cashew. Oh, kasui, kasui. So it's like a cashew, dowdy, bod, badui, badui, mababa, mab, mababa, mababa. Phew, that's hard. Mababa. Shallow. Yeah. Aya, do not like. Away, away, fight. Lawe, saliva. Reina, queen. Kahoy, wood. Amoy, scent. So, me, aya, me, aya, me, aya, kasui. So, me, do not like cashew. Maybe I said or I don't know. I don't know. This is great. See, we ought to do that. 1 hour a day. We're going to do Tagalog with Jimmy. Learn Tagalog with Jimmy. That'll be my new episode. You guys stay tuned for my new series. We're going to learn Tagalog with Jimmy. And then maybe I can get some of my Filipino friends that can join in the live stream. And I'll do it on StreamYard. And they can come on and we could sit here and we could try to talk in Tagalog and see what new words and phrases that I'm going to learn this week. And then we'll make like a little competition at the end of the week. I'll have to try to say certain phrases or sentences. And if not, then we'll do like some goofy, goofy challenge or something. I got to eat like some jalapeno. I can't do jalapenos. That'll really mess me up and stuff. I got stomach issues as it is. But we'll find something to do. So what do you guys think about that content? So therefore, some new ideas and stuff, a new content. So we said before, we might do like a mentors reacts and stuff. So we'll just do our Jack reacts, Jimmy reacts, whatever. We'll do some videos and stuff on like that and stuff. They could be kind of fun. We're definitely going to do our karaoke stuff. We're going to do our tech stuff. We got definitely some more techie stuff we're going to go down. Like I said, we could do this foreign language thing. So any other little ideas and stuff. Again, I'm a pretty creative person. I think we can come up with some creative ideas. And if people don't know, I don't know if you can see it, but right. I don't know if you can see it there. No, that's too far over there. But over here, right there, no, right there, that's a keyboard. But I got like 3 keyboards. But the thing is, I'm thinking about trying to do some more music and start firing up my Fruity Loops and maybe doing some beats and stuff. So I've been practicing Get Here If You Can. You can reach me by sailboat. So I was thinking about learning to play it on the piano, right? Through my synthesizer. Maybe put a little beat to it and stuff. And then I'll maybe record myself in a little singing thing. And again, it'll probably, if I could get that sounding good and stuff, because like I said, it'll be all pretty much dubbed together and stuff, but it'll be me actually playing. Then I was thinking about what I could do is maybe if it comes out decent and stuff and I get everything practiced down really good, I'll do like a live session and I'll actually play it live for you guys. So again, if you guys want to watch stuff like that, me learning, you know, play some songs and stuff on the keyboard and stuff. And I'm not no great pianist again. Again, I can when I read music, I'm still every good boy does fine, FACE, you know. So again, everything's just basic, but again, nice little learning journey. You can see different things that I learned along the way. So I'm just trying to show you there's a lot of different topics and a lot of different things that I like that aren't just all technology. So again, I think it might add some extra little things to my streams and stuff. So just to end up, again, we'll come over some more of this. It's getting almost like I said 7 o'clock. So I'm definitely gonna yeah, that's more than oh, so that's almost yeah, it's 9 o'clock. What am I talking about? But again, I've been going about 7 hours, so I'm going to end here at the 7 hour mark. I think anybody that stayed with me this whole time, I do truly appreciate it. It was very very fun. But yeah, I'm definitely going to have more content coming. I might actually shoot, maybe do something else again, maybe later tonight. Maybe like I said, go over my CTF walkthrough or something. But my videos, the way I was mentioning to everybody before, I'll maybe post it on my YouTube and stuff. And again, I'm going to try to. It might change, but for right now, I'm trying to think of Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. I want to try doing at least maybe one stream, not at least 2 a week, but possibly 3. The Friday and Saturday, I'm thinking could be karaoke and maybe one techie one, and then Sunday would definitely be a techie one. But then, like I said, I might add some extra material in. So again, I still don't know, but I'm going to try to at least do maybe 2 to 3 streams a week. Okay. So for my Filipino friends, again, I say thank you for hanging out with me. And those videos, I'm going to say, will probably be 7 to 10 o'clock at night, maybe even 11. Okay. So therefore, it would be 7 in the morning to 11 in the morning for you guys. Because I know you guys like to do stuff in the afternoons and stuff, right? So if I do it at nighttime, it'd be in the morning for you. For me to do stuff in the afternoon for you, it would be, like I said, I could do it maybe at 8 in the morning. Again, this would have to be on the weekends. 8 in the morning to 10. So, or maybe even 11. So that would be like nighttime for you guys. So again, we could work on something like that. I'm trying to include my Filipino friends in that. And then for my American audience and stuff, I'm on the East Coast. So therefore, right now it's 9:02 in the morning. So the way that we could set that up and stuff is usually on a Sunday. Yeah, probably I'm thinking like 2, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And we could run like however long it takes, but like I said, maybe 2 hours minimum. But again, some could even go longer and stuff. It just depends on how long people want to hang out and as long as people stay engaged. And yeah, I can ramble and ramble and talk and talk. So that's pretty much the way I want to maybe start setting my schedule up. And again, I hope that you enjoyed learning some Tagalog with Jimmy today and learning a little bit of everything. A little bit of, we've learned a lot of different things today, honestly. Yeah. So we learned some stuff about networking. We learned about, well, setting up the lab. That was the main thing at the very beginning of the video. So if you guys want to watch the walkthrough on setting up the lab, that's all there at the very beginning. And then, like I said, we learned some stuff about economics. We learned some stuff about history. We learned about, yeah, average pay that goes on here in the United States and the cost of things, inflation. What else did we, like I said, yeah, we've covered a lot of bit of stuff when I'm sitting here looking back at it. It'll be fun to actually browse through this video and see if I actually get any views. It looks like I got 5 thumbs up. So thank you for all those people that gave me a thumbs up. I truly appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And we'll look at the analytics and see how many people actually watched this. Oh, well, thank you, Lily. See, Lily was still here. So, you know what? Hats off to Lily. Thank you, Lily. I don't know if you actually were listening the whole time and stuff, but I am glad that you actually stuck around. So, hopefully, you found the information informative, the Tagalog and stuff. I don't know. Maybe you learned a little bit about the history, about the Philippines. Maybe you already knew. I don't know. And then now you can actually, critique her stuff and say, wow, you really butchered those words on the pronunciation. That wasn't very good at all. But at the end of the day, I had fun. And people would say, are you going to go to bed? Aren't you really sleepy? No, I'm actually still wide awake. I'm just thinking for 7 hours, one, I need to go to the bathroom. And then number two, I'm sitting here thinking like, I'm starting to get a little hungry. And if I get a little hungry, then my brain don't want to fire. Work is great. But the thing is, I only usually eat once a day anyway, maybe twice. That's usually supper, and then I might eat a little something small. I don't like to eat a lot or big meals. So, yeah, I'm glad that people had fun and that, like I said, I get to mix it up for you guys. I always try to keep you on your toes, maybe get you learning different little things, and who knows? Like I said, might be learning some keyboard, coming at you with some music, coming at you with some hacking stuff. Y'all don't know right here, I actually got my XP pen, so I can actually do some presentations and stuff on the screen. Maybe even start drawing for you. I'm not a good drawer at all. I will maybe have my niece here pretty soon. She's 9 years old. Might be joining us on a couple of strings. I can't even talk. Streams. She actually she likes to sing. So she was like, is it really that hard? I was like, well, that's not hard and stuff. So she might actually sing a couple of songs for you guys. 7 a.m. up to 5 p.m., no electricity. Oh, wow. Tomorrow I will not have oh, that sucks. Yeah, not have electricity tomorrow. Whew. I'll definitely keep you in my prayers. You hopefully got like, I don't know, some like battery fans or anything like that to keep you cool. Because our temperature is 7 a.m. to 5 in the afternoon. Yeah, it's going to be hot. I don't know if your temperature's been like ours. I mean, we've cooled down a little bit, but whew, It's still been hot. See, if we, uh, yeah, let me look over here. I was going to look it up online on the screen, but I don't want to like dox myself and give everybody almost my exact location. What to say? I am Tampa, so people know that. Yeah, but my weather here, my area now, now about 89 degrees. That's what the high today. Yeah. So you see, we're cooling down. So the high today is 89, 77 for the low. And then we got storms tomorrow of 89 with rain. And then Thursday, we got thunderstorms at 86. Friday, thunderstorms at 90. Saturday, oh, we got like a lot of, oh, yeah, that's right. We got this tropical storm coming in. So, yeah. So, Wednesday through the rest of the week, we're going to have definitely rain. And Wednesday, it's going to start, but Thursday and Friday, thunderstorms. So, yeah, we're cooling up, but yeah, we're still in the 90s. So, it gets rather warm. So, yeah, definitely for you. Yeah, hopefully you'll be able to stay cool. Now, I guess, is it just your place that's going to be down without the electricity? Or do you got a friend or somebody that you can go hang over at their house and hopefully they'll still have power? Because I didn't know if it's just maybe your house in particular or if they're going to be working on your street or something and working on the power poles. Yeah, if you got somebody's house that you can hang over, or you know what's even better? Maybe make a day event of it. Go out to the mall or something. There's air conditioning in the mall. You don't have to buy anything. I mean, you don't want to, you're not really loitering. Yeah. You got a couple of dollars, go hang out, get yourself a little burger or something, hang out in the mall. I like to people watch. I don't know. That'd be a good video too. I ought to take my phone. We could go. I'll go hang out at a mall or something. And I like to people watch. And then we used to play this little game where when you sit there, you're going to sit there and you think of conversations that people are having. Again, you're not trying to eavesdrop on what people are saying, but you just start making up conversations. So like, hey Donna, did you hear about Barbara? Oh my gosh, I think she got pregnant. Oh my gosh, I think it was by John. John, can you believe that? See? And you start putting little conversations together. It's funny. And again, just reading, just watching people in general. People are very amusing, especially in the mall. Sometimes you see the cute little old couple. He's putting his little sweater on his wife and they're walking through and you're like, oh, that's so sweet and adorable. But then you get the older couple that's like, Frank, what are you doing? I told you, you stick by me. You're not supposed to run. And they'll start hollering and arguing with each other. You're like, oh, that's cute too, because it's realistic. That they get irritated. You old bag, leave me alone. So they're always kind of funny. I don't know. Rocket, Snell, Rocket, Snell. I don't understand the rocket and the Snell. Like take off to the moon, and the Snell whistling. Yeah, I'm not sure. Not sure. But again, yeah, hopefully you get your electric restored tomorrow and try to stay cool. That's the main thing. Stay cool. Don't want to have heat stroke and stuff. Because like I said, it gets really, really high, especially when your electricity is down. That's going to cost you a fortune to sit and try to cool the house back down. So hopefully they get everything taken care of for you. But on that note, we're going to come over here. We're going to close that out. And then let's see, what else do we have here? We don't need that tab no more. We don't need this tab no more. We don't need that no more. And yeah, we get that already open. And that was the Discord we were talking about. There's Discord again. And that we don't have to worry about. That was my channel. And out of curiosity, since we're here, I'm always kind of curious if the numbers will actually show up. Let's come on over to my YouTube studio. And let's see if it actually gave me any numbers. I might have lost subscribers. Let's see. View options. Yep, nothing's changed. But again, it's always seems to be like a day or two behind when it comes to my analytics. So, but as you see right here, see channel analytics. I have 142 subscribers, and I went up 28 days. Wow, wow! Do y'all believe that? That's just craziness. And if we come down here, where was it? through to look at my analytics. That's my video analytics, but I like to see, yeah, channel analytics. So if we look at our channel analytics right now, see we're at 142 subscribers. See live count, my views in the last 48 hours. See right here, boom, 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 boom. Look at that. See, not a buttload, but again, they go up and down, up and down. So if we look at our right here, see my watch time. Look at that. I'm at 76.1 hours. Wow. 309% more than the last previous 28 days. Wow. I got 383 views. Look at that. About the same as the previous 28 days. So see my view count, not great. But again, I am up here on my watch time hours. Hey, let's look here. Let's look at the track here. Now, if we notice, see 1.3, 3.6. Let's come up here. 9.8. That was the 16th. Today's the 20th. So look at this. We're going down, 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 down. See 0.3. Okay. And then we can look at my content. Okay. See right there. Average view duration is 14 minutes and 47 seconds. So it's getting better. Getting better. Impressions 6.5. My impressions 1.7K and 305 views. My audience, it ain't bringing in that much. And see, this is the thing that really kind of surprised me. There was one right here. Oh, it actually did go up now. Wow. See, top geographies. Before, when I was looking at my audience, it was very close. American, Filipino. Now, if you now notice, last 28 days, my Filipino audience, 12% of my views is coming from the Philippines. United States is 2.6. So come on, Americans, what are you doing? If you want to support me, make America great. We gotta get those numbers up. Gotta get some more Americans to view my stuff. But again, thank you, my Filipino community. And let's say English. Okay, that's a subtitle. That's nothing. Blah blah blah. You guys get to see a little behind the scenes. See, these numbers are all over the place. See, nothing really consists. Say, if you look, see, returning viewers, my new viewers. So I'm picking up a few new viewers, which is great. It's always nice to get new people. So thank you for new people. And then I get a lot of my returning viewers, so that's great as well. But again, as you see, the numbers are all over the place. And I do like looking at numbers. At the end of the day, could I sit here and figure out a game plan? Yeah, I could. But then it's like, do I really want to become a YouTuber? Do I really want to jump in and do all that? And part of me is like, yeah, as a challenge, I kind of actually do. I mean, I don't care about the plaque. I don't care about all that. But the thing is, to be able to see those numbers increase and try to figure out, it's more like challenging the algorithm. How do I beat this YouTube algorithm? And could I do it? I'm like, I don't know. So that's why I'm thinking with all these different ideas and stuff. Who knows? I just might actually stumble across something. And then wouldn't it be funny if we woke up one day and I'm like, holy crap, I'm already at 100. You know, again, I know it takes time. So I'm not expecting that. And if y'all think about it, my channel, actually making videos, been up, what, a little over a month now. So again, if you look at the growth and all, I'm actually doing pretty good. Now, if I could keep this steady and stuff, yeah, it could grow. And again, I could probably be up to 1,000 or more. But the thing is, if we're going to do this, then let's do it. I'm going to, like I said, 100,000 subscribers. Yeah, we're going to, again, we work our way up, so 1,000 and all that. But yeah, 1,000 subscribers, we can see if we can get monetized. And if I get monetized, then again, I'm going to put everything back into the channel and I'll give it back to the community. So any type of money, any revenue I get and stuff, we put it back in the community. And therefore, again, I told you, I'll put money in a pot, right? In a savings account. And we'll save it up and we'll pay for people's certifications. So if you guys want to give to a good cause and stuff, that's exactly where it'll be going. And I'm not saying give me money, okay? That's not at all what I'm saying. But I'm letting you know, not you. If I get money from sponsors or if I start getting monetized or whatever. Now, eventually, I'm just going to let people know I'll never charge for any of my videos and all that. However, once I get a certain point in these courses and stuff, and if it does start taking off, then yes, I believe in capitalism. So if I was to get sponsored and start getting monetized and stuff, I still will be investing everything else back into the business, but you do understand my time and energy is worth money. So I will say, no, if I'm making money, of course I'll make a profit. I'm never going to turn down money. That would be stupid. That don't make sense. But the thing is, I would invest it back into my community because I do agree there are people that do not have the finances. They cannot now. If it could really take off really good, which would be great, would be like I said, yeah, buying computers and different things like that. But again, it's a lot harder to do because how would I get the computers to people? If you live in the Philippines, how would I get you a computer? See what I'm trying to say? I could buy you a brand new computer and I could get some in the States cheap, but it's going to cost me more to ship it to you in the Philippines than what it's worth. So that would be hard to do. See, the logistics of all that, I don't know how that would work. And that's for my Filipino friends. But again, it's the internet. You got people from all around the world. So that could get very, very tricky and confusing. So I don't know how something like that would work. But again, I could learn. I could learn, figure things out, talk to maybe other YouTubers and stuff like how did they do that? If they've got like, you know, prizes or when they do competitions and stuff, how do they do that? Do they single out certain people? Is it only for people like in the United States? If you're in the United States? 'Cause again, I don't know how the money thing actually works. Because again, now you're talking finances. And to me, that gets a little more tricky and a more complicated. But at the end of the day, I just hope that I can give people good content. You have some fun along the way, you learn some stuff, and hopefully, like I said, people find it beneficial and you might be able to apply it in your life. And hopefully, like I said, it changes somebody's life. But at the end of the day, if not, I left you with some smiles. I gave you something to talk about, maybe learn something new along the way. And again, we all had fun. So, as my end motto always go, as always, keep smiling and enjoy the journey. Hoorah and simplify. And this will be, I'm looking at my button, Jimmy out. You guys enjoy the rest of your day, and I might see you a little bit later this evening. All right. I'll talk to you guys later. Enjoy your day, and thank you for sticking with me. Nighty night, or good morning to some of you, or good night. Talk to you later. Bye bye. Salamat. Thank you. Bye bye. See everybody later.